$100,000. My name is High Res Bart, and I am joined today by F.Swag. Mr. Swag, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic today, Bart. How about yourself? How you doing tonight?
You know, I'm good. I'm good. I'm excited. I'm actually really distracted. I'm trying to maintain my focus on this camera without looking at our new production assets. I really want to see how they look, but I am more excited about the games we have today.
Yeah, I 100% understand. I'm just so enveloped with the beautiful production. You might see me do one of these because we just look so damn good today. But like you said, I'm very excited about the games today. We're going to start off with Exidium Gaming, if you guys remember from last year.
Yeah.
Helldragon is going to be the spearhead of that team. It's going to be very interesting today.
Yeah, Exidium definitely made a name for themselves at the end of the 2013 season, starting to climb up the ranks. You know, hitting those fourth place finishes more and more often. I think they ended up with 2 or 3 in 2013. Is that right? I don't think they hit third place, except for maybe the week that the teams were here for Siege. I think they actually got into the top 3. I don't recall exactly. I don't have it in front of me, but we do have them going up against Armada Gaming, another team that kind of has floated around in a similar spot, right? You know, kind of vying for those third, fourth place finishes towards the end of 2013. So a couple of teams on the rise here we're going to take a look at today in the round of 32.
Exactly. It's really nice to see a lot of fresh new blood. Don't get me wrong. I love to see my staples. I love to watch the Nile Steels. I love to watch Dignitas win in 15 minutes. But seeing the new blood, getting a lot of new players involved in the scene, and realizing that you don't have to be Zapman to participate in these weeklies is really exciting. I'm definitely hyped about all these new guys on the scene.
Yeah, we all are. So we should be getting underway here shortly into game. We do need to go ahead and spectate onto a player. You said Helldragon. Is that who we're going to go on? Who's your spectator? Your spectatee, I guess we should say.
I do not know who is.
Okay. We'll get a confirmation from the admins exactly who we should be spectating on in just a bit. But yeah, we are just waiting to get into game number 1, guys. I hope you enjoy all of our new lovely production assets and do give your feedback on Mr. F here. So, well, I mean, really looking forward to this week. Last week we had it be taken down in fairly spectacular fashion by Cognitive NA, picking the games over Denial, who then earlier had knocked out Dignitas, giving them 3rd place. It was a pretty solid week, actually. We had a lot of really big plays, and we also had the first time that we saw Lassus from Team Dignitas swap roles with Zapman into the jungle. What do you think about that move?
I absolutely love that move because something that's interesting, the first game we saw Laz is on Neath and Zatman in the jungle, and the second game they allowed Dignitas to get Athena, and Laz said, okay, I'm just going to jungle Athena. So having that flexibility, having that malleability in your team, not only, I mean, Zatman is, arguably one of the best ADCs in the game right now, but having that flexibility on his team to say, all right, you know what, teams have routinely banned out Athena because Laz is carrying so hard, so we'll let Zatman do his thing, and should Athena become available because they anticipate Zatman being in the jungle, well, we'll just take what we're given. So I think hopefully you'll see more teams do that because that proved to be pretty successful for them right there.
Yeah, I expect that to be the case. I think that's a really, really nice wrinkle to their game plan that they have, that now they can say, look, if you want to ban out what I'm sure will emerge as Zatman's stronger jungle characters, I think that it's still fairly kind of ethereal who exactly he is strong with. Obviously, he had a pretty strong showing on Mercury, but that's not necessarily the most niche god in terms of respect bans and anything like that. So I think once he kind of develops and gets into his own right as a jungler for that team, it starts making it very difficult to ban against them.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Zatman in the jungle because Zatman loves his Naja and Zatman loves his Thor. And as we all know, if you've been playing lately, after the patch, the post-hit changes, the fluidity changes, Thor is a nightmare. So I don't know if he'll get banned today. It's a possibility, and if it gets through, watch out for Thor in the hands of Zatman.
I would be pretty surprised to see Thor come through the ban today. I think that he was already being favored pretty heavily. There was nerfs to Mercury, and I think that probably puts him into the #1 in terms of highest priority pick for jungle. And I would expect him to be banned out given his general ability to control the pace of the game with the ultimate and CC rotations. And then now, of course, with the recent, I guess, buffs. I mean, it's kind of an adjustment, but it definitely effectively buffed him. I would say that he's probably, you won't see very much Thor today.
Yeah, and that's to be expected. But what I'm really interested in is Chalk.
Yes, that's right.
If teams are practiced with him and against him. I remember when Zhang Kui first came out, we didn't see, the first week he was available, we didn't see him at all. Not because he was poor, obviously he was very good enough to get nerfed. It was because teams just weren't ready for it. They hadn't practiced it. So Chalk is just very unbelievable. His 3-second silence after the damage immunity dump that is his ultimate is very scary. And there are a lot of standard bans, so to speak. We have Zeus, even with the nerf. I think we're going to see a lot of Zeus.
Yeah, I don't expect much of him.
Yeah, and with only 4 bans, and with more gods being more potent, I think it's going to be interesting to see which ones really sneak through the cracks. Is it going to be the same 4 bans that we usually see, or is Chalk going to be banned and we're going to see a Chang'e? Or is Thor going to get banned and we're going to see more Mercury? Either way, I'm very excited. I think a lot of the changes this week and the fact that Chalk is available will shake things up, and Vulcan is available for play. And I'm very excited about the Vulcan.
That's right, yeah, Vulcan. I mean, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if the teams pick Chalk. It really depends on how highly they value the silence, I think.
Right.
In terms of what else Chalk brings to the table, he's really not that strong in terms of control in high-level play for team fights. Right? I mean, all he really brings is a conditional knockup and a large AoE silence. And not to kind of disparage that silence, it is a very potent form of CC, and Chalk can really take over team fights through the right application of it, or even you kind of throw axe, blink in before it deals damage, and then channel your old kind of combo that you put together. But really, besides that, I think he's outclassed by other kind of solo lane bruisers like Tyr that have similar sustain but bring a lot more control.
Yeah, they definitely fulfill different roles. I think that Tyr can control an entire team fight. However, I think Chalk is one of the premier gods for securing objectives, both securing and counter-securing objectives. When there's 4 people huddled around that 8-minute Gold Fury, Chalk can literally just walk in, prevent the hog, and mow it down. So it really depends on how strongly teams value those objectives, how strongly they value their own team fight. And I think you're right. I think we won't see much Chalk, but I think we will see a Chalk or 2.
Yeah, I expect, especially in some of these earlier games, right? I would expect kind of the more experienced teams probably won't pick him up until the finals, where you'll see him maybe in like a game 2 of the best of 3. But in some of the earlier rounds, I think that some of these teams are going to be willing to experiment with him. I do think he certainly is potent. We'll just see exactly how potent, hopefully. We do have, if you look at the party chat, we do have a name to go off of, so I just want to make sure that you are up to date with that. I also see your request for me to wear a tie, chat. All I have here is these napkins, but maybe I can make like a sweet cravat with it or something. Like, how does that look? Is that nice? Did I do
You
well?
look beautiful, darling. Beautiful, darling.
All right, guys, it looks like we are ready to go here with our picks and bans, and we have been pulled into game here. And on the left side, it looks like it's going to be Armada Gaming, and on the right side is going to be the gentleman from Exidium there, as you mentioned, led by Hell Dragon. This time, it's 68 of them.
Yep, for sure. I'm having a little bit of problems getting in the game.
Okay. That's no problem. I'll go over the picks and bans here for you, and we'll get your reactions to them. Our bans coming out early on here are going to be Agni and Mercury. Agni banned by Armata, excuse me. Right side bans are going to be Exidium, and that's going to be, of course, Mercury off the board. Zeus going to be followed up, so nothing really unconventional here. It's going to be chalk. Okay, so Thor available. XOXOXO, first pick here, and it is going to be a first pick Thor locked in for Armada. So I guess going kind of the way that we expected.
Yep, fantastic. Like I said, you're going to see a lot of Thor bans, especially in the earlier rounds. A lot of chalk bans, especially in the earlier rounds, because teams aren't really familiar with how to react to that. And in a tournament setting, you don't want to completely surprise yourself. So a lot of teams are saying, you know, we understand that Thor is strong. We understand that but we also understand his kit and what to expect from it. So he might be stronger than we're used to, but we already know that he's going to Anvil of Dawn us in the face from out of nowhere. He's going to drop the Tectonic Rift. We're going to be stuck doing nothing while he's Berserker. But we can anticipate that. We might not have practiced against the chalk like we have against Thor for the past 8 months.
That's right. It's the devil you know, not the devil you don't. But we do have the follow-up picks here from Exidium. It's going to be Dakin locking in that legendary on her. Darkness Rising going to be picking up the Athena as well. So they're going to go for their dual lane, basically. I would be surprised to see Athena go in the jungle. I don't think she really stacks up that well against Thor necessarily. She can do just as much out of the support role in terms of kind of being available to help counter gank when he's going in as she can out of the jungle. And really, you don't necessarily need the damage as Thor, not really a high damage output god until he gets that Heartseeker stacked up and is able to maintain it, especially with Jotun's giving him that cooldown reduction. So now, while Athena does bring a lot of burst damage to the table out of the jungle, I don't think we will see her in that role in this game. And it's going to be the follow-up picks from Armada. You're going to see Orithis picking up Sun Wukong here. Lucier is going to find that Ra. So likely to see a Ra go to the mid lane. They do have a lot of options open here. You know, they can put Sun Wukong into the that Bruiser Soul Lane role. You can unlikely see him in the jungle, but it's possible, or you can see him in the support role, Ra, mid lane, or solo. Both he achieves both of those quite well. Exidium is going to go for Hades and Tyr here to follow up. So rounding out their team as on her Athena, Hades, Tyr. Really pretty interesting. You would expect here that it's going to be Hades in the mid lane in this case, although they could still put Tyr in the jungle with Hades in the solo.
Yeah, Hades is definitely always an interesting pick. I think it'll be much more. I think we'll definitely see Hades in the solo lane. Hades doesn't really succeed as a support tank. He's kind of in that Ares area where, yes, it says Guardian. Yes, he has abilities that help him tank, I guess, sort of. But his kit and his play style sort of lend themselves more sort of being a mage. And even being a mage, it's still rare to see him. So I definitely love to see the shakeup. I love to see different gods being played, but I really don't know how it's going to work out for them, Bart.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough to really place Hades here, especially against Zhonghui, who looks like he's going to be holding down whatever lane that Hades goes to. I would expect it to be the mid lane matchup here. I'm sorry. I would expect it to be the solo lane matchup between Zhonghui and Hades. Oh, wow. Exidium drafting a really interesting team here. We'll go over that in just a second. But Zhonghui basically bodies Hades. Anytime Hades ults, Zhonghui is just going to go ahead and ult and walk right out of that while channeling massive amounts of damage. And then, of course, all the follow-up that he needs when he wants to cast it. A Musenkop going to be the Hunter selection for Armada. Haven't seen a lot of him in competitive play. No reason that he is really outside of the viability. Just requires a kind of a knowledge of his playstyle and really how you should best play him in terms of kiting without his real kind of built-in escapes.
Yeah, a Musenkop is definitely an interesting hunter. I really like the fact that he's a hunter. He obviously is very basic attack oriented, being as his one hive totem is sort of just a buff to that. But he gets played a lot like a mage, the way his abilities work with the honey interaction of the passive. And it's really interesting. Everybody said a Musenkop is garbage, he's bottom tier, and then you saw Allied come out and say, "What are you talking about? Check me out, I'm a Musenkop." So the potential is definitely there. I think players are just more comfortable saying, "Hey, I'm on her, king of the 1v1. Hey, I'm Neith, king of the global presence." You know, people are very afraid of new and different, and there's a lot of, you know, growing pains with that. So I'm interested to see new names and how they'll succeed, hopefully, with a Musenkop.
Yeah, I think that I'm really interested to see where they're going to put Bakasura here. I mean, you would assume jungle, but they have Tyr, Athena, Bakasura, Hades. So they really have like 4 solo laners that can also jungle. It's gonna be a tough, really a tough way to place it. But we are into the 3-minute countdown, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back as this thing ticks down with game number 1 in the round of 32, Armada versus Exidium. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's yourself. You come with this time. You say it's not your fault. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the round of 32. Game number 1. It is Armada going up against Exidium. My name is Hi Resbard, and I am joining F.Swag here today as your co-caster. And we, of course, have our brand new and very handsome production staff here to help us out. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams. The blue team fighting out of the bottom of the mini-map and wearing the blue trunks, the left side of your spectator UI. They are Armada Gaming, Rithis, Wisdom, Vigila, Ratpele, so Virgil, Hugs and Kisses, XOXO, and Lucier. They'll be playing as Zhonghui. Looks like it's going to be a mid-lane Zhonghui. You're going to have support Wukong. You're going to have Amuzen Cobb is going to be your ADC, matching up with that Wukong in the dual lane. You'll have Thor in the jungle and Ra as your mid. Coming out of the red side of the map for Exidium, they are the right side of your spectator UI. It's going to be Mr. Trivium as your support, matching up with Dakin in that dual lane. And, no, sorry, mid lane Hades with Bancross 2, and it's going to be solo lane Tyr with that shield 1. So, across the board here, I really think Armada has the stronger team, as long as their Amuzen Cobb doesn't get completely just dominated.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's going to revolve around Amuzen Cobb, because Amuzen Cobb, like I said, he's definitely very potent when it comes to team fights. However, it's a delicate balance of utilizing your skills correctly and winding up with 0 mana and no hives down. So that's going to be a very, very large factor in the team fights, because like you said, between a Thor, a Wukong, and a Zhonghui, their team fight presence is definitely a lot larger than, say, a Hades that you can get out of easy and a Tyr that's really just a fearless knockup combo. But what's going to be interesting is how Exidium picks people off. If they win the pick-off game, they win the game overall, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if the Thor gets rolling and he's able to control the pace of the game as Thor wants to do, it's gonna be fine for them. They're gonna probably take this game to the bank pretty easily. Now, on the other side, for Insidium here, if they can keep that Thor down and make it 5 picks of their own, especially get that Bakasura off to a strong start and get tiered to that shield quickly and get the teleport to wards up and running on him. That's a really important active I feel like Thor's here. If he's able to get that active item up and running, it allows him to really join some of these fights and bring that superior CC to the table.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We see a lot of vision coming out of Obsidian right here. Two wards almost next to each other. I get that they want to see the 2 different lanes that they're looking at, but that second ward probably would have been better off right in front of the orange buff as we see the new mobs spawn in the jungle.
I think you're just looking at a little bit of miscommunication there. We do have Thor playing very aggressive here. XOXO, hugs and kisses, going deep into the red buff. Actually gets stunned out just on the corner of that by the Anhur, but able to Mjolnir's attunement right out of there and gets a successful steal now. That means it's going to slow down Bakasura's farm considerably. They still have the red buff on the table for themselves and have really kind of taken the most powerful buff. I mean, it's going to be the speed buff going to both the junglers. They both really do well with the pack speed, but hugs and kisses here. XOXO doing a nice job of getting up to speed.
Yep, 100%. And as we see them get after that steal, they're gonna look to play a little passively. As I say that, Hades is kind of poking Zonquay, trying to get his job. Because that's what Hades is supposed to do. Annoying. He's gonna be a little aggressive. For those of you that don't get to see Hades play a lot, most people don't get to see Hades play a lot. He has to dive into the wave, so it might look like a dumb play, but that's how he's going to clear his wave, and he's going to get a lot of incidental poke because of that. So look to see how he deals with Zonquay. Like you said, Bart, Zonquay is kind of a counter because he's going to be healing up. As these mid-camps are being contested, Helldragon's doing a little bit of damage, decides that he doesn't want to go that deep and backs off as he's destroyed the Harpies already and is content with that XP.
Yeah, it looks like Swizdom actually going to be able to secure those with the Hand of the Gods, and Jingu Bang from Wukong right side camps also going to be picked up by Armada Gaming. So they are actually looking really, really good here in terms of that early experience. They're sitting on the 450 gold lead and the 1200 experience. We're really sitting about 1,000, and that's really what it comes down to for them, is that 2 skills give them such a big experience advantage. You can see they've kept that Bakasura at level 2. You've got no experience in those mid camps, where Thor sitting on 4, going to be 5 soon. But back to your point about Hades, I think it's a really good one, and we don't get to see a lot of him, so it's worth kind of bringing back up as we see him getting ganked. Probably not going to go down here to Thor. He does have pretty high base HP. Is that he does most damage by hitting both the enemy god and the creep wave with his 1 and 3 combination, and that's probably why you see him not heavily favored for competitive play. Outside of his very, very high damage, he does have a tendency to need to overextend to find it. Now, in the left side lane, we do see Anhur picked up with the ultimate combination coming out from Swizdom and the Muzenka player of Virgil. So they combine for a nice kill over there, and they're sitting still at pretty high health. It looks like Trivium had a hard time healing them.
Yeah, something that's really interesting about Amusing Cobb is you see him played a lot. Like I said, he's new, and a lot of teams aren't really solidified on what his role is. You see him played in the solo lane and even mid sometimes. So his ability to solo clear is definitely there. Wukong was out of the lane for almost 2.5 full minutes, and Armada was still pushing Exidium against the tower just because of the way his abilities work. And as soon as Wukong came into the lane to help, Dakin went down. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup as we see. Supports tend to roam in this meta. That's why you see a lot of minus boots, as these mid camps are definitely going to go to Exidium. It's Wisdom against 3 of them. The Confound is going to come out, but there's no follow up. Looks like Armada wants to make something of this. The Eyeful of Dawn comes down. Mr. Trivium is going down. After the bees, there's so much damage coming out. Exidium just can't. The Hades ult, General Death is going to go down to the Hades ult. Helldragon is close. There goes down to the Jingo Bang. Darkness is controlled by 4 members of Armada. He cannot get out. The Honey slows him down. The Fearless, can he get out? Absolutely not. As LaFair comes through and throws the Searing Pain off of him, he goes down. So that has been a 0-for-4 exchange in the favor of Team Armada as they look at an early goal fury, Bart.
Yeah, pre-5-minute goal fury here coming out for Armada Gaming. A great job crashing there. They knew they had the numbers advantage. They knew that the rotations were strong and that Sun Wukong was resilient enough to kind of keep them in place at those mid lane Harpies as they tried to kind of bring the damage to the table. Now Hades sitting on Bancroft's 2, pretty low in terms of actual damage output until he gets up to rank 3 there. So you saw that ultimate wasn't really that effective at dealing massive amounts of damage, and it ends up being that 4-man trade in a gold fury. And now looking at the graphs, this is where you see, massive advantage now for Armada, really, on the back of that 3,500 gold, 3,500 experience going their way. Ra able to rotate over safely all the way across the map. Tyr sitting at level 6, now level 7 as he hands it down, but Ross certainly has the advantage over here. And really the loser here is Bakasura, sitting at only level 5. Going to have a really, really hard time maintaining his kind of aggressive positioning in this game. The other person you look at that really gets hurt by early Gold Furies is the enemy support. Mr. Trivium, Athena sitting at only level 5 with Celerity Boots 2 versus the Sun Wukong sitting at Celerity Boots 3 and level 7. All that added experience from the Gold Fury really, really stacks up well.
Yeah, that early Gold Fury is a very, very veteran move that I love to see. A lot of, and it's interesting as it comes out from a team that we don't get to see. Armada, like you said earlier in the pregame, has been around, has existed, but they aren't as experienced. And those moves, all right, we got them. I don't care if it's 4 minutes in, we're going for the Gold Fury because we know we can handle it. That's a very veteran move. You have to really be on top of your timers, and I'm very, very impressed by how Armada handled that, and I'm excited to see them in the future.
Thor and Zhang Kui pressuring the mid lane here. Wukong's rotated over as well to help secure those mid camps, and it looks like Exidium has the same game plan. They're just a step behind Armada here. They've really gotten the better of them on those side camps, and really have been able to control the pace of this game exactly like we said they were going to need to. We haven't really necessarily seen that coming from the Thor though, which is really interesting, and it definitely points to the fact that Armada is a tight and well organized team here. The fact that it's not the Thor that's necessarily leading the way for these super early ganks and crashes, that the whole team is rotating and they're really making good on it.
Yeah, 100%. The Armada is looking absolutely crisp. Their communication is on point. I am not in mumble with them, but I can almost hear how free their airwaves are right now. The rotations are just beautiful. You see Thor and Wukong just hanging out in the jungle, waiting to make something happen. The Anvil of Dawn is going up. Where is he going to go? He's eyeing this tower, but the Disperse comes out. He doesn't get it, but the Tectonic Rift is enough to stun. The Molyo's Attunement comes out to kill him. They're looking at Athena. I don't know how much they can do, but that Athena is level 6. The Jingle Bang is going to poke her down, and we're just going to leave. Actually, we're not. We're going to look at Bakasura in the back jungle, just kind of zone him out, pressure him out with the sheer presence, and continue on our lives.
Yeah, it's a Tectonic Rift attempt through the wall. Not going to find Hades there. Probably going to be a push attempt here. Looking at the board, you do have Teleport Towers 1 for Hades, but you would expect that he's already used that earlier on if he's picked it up, so he's not going to be able to make his way in. Wukong just going to stand there and tank the tower for a bit as the team auto-attacks it. He's really waiting to pass it off to Thor. Now he's going to do that. Nice job of kind of juggling the aggro here now. Going to move over to those minions. Athena going to come in, but she's going to be blocked out by Tectonic Rift, and AMC going to continue to just throw in damage onto that tower. I think Armada probably could dive in here and pick it up. Athena's sitting on only half health. Hades still a bit off, but they are going to make the smart and safer play here and go ahead and just aggress the Bakasura. They could really bully him out of all these fights. As you mentioned, it's pretty easy for them just to completely keep Helldragon out of this game, really until maybe the 30-minute mark at this point, where he's going to have, you know, these Devo buffs finish, maybe a Fatalis on top of it, crit before he's really going to be effective.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that one. And something interesting you said, it's 7 minutes. It's 7 minutes as we see an Initiate come out on the B. We look, Helldragon actually gets stunned by the Wukong. We see the Defender of Olympus come down. All of a sudden, it's a 3-on-1. Wukong immediately gets up on that Somersault Cloud. They're killing his minions. They're killing his Somersault. They're turning it around. They're looking at Dakin. Can Zhang Kui secure the kill? The Disperse comes out, but the dot is ticking. Out comes Exposed Demons. Here he comes. He's just chasing them down. Running. Damage is going to be split. Everybody's at 30% or lower, but nobody gets a kill. All of a sudden, General Death, Hades shows up in the back. That was a poor choice. He's way out of position as he gets deleted by the Jingle Bang. They take 1 kill. They're content with that, and everybody just goes back to base.
Yeah, and they're going to get Thor in the mid lane here for Armada. Has pushed this wave up sufficiently to guarantee this tower. Wukong, Zhang Kui rotating from that left side gank. A little bit unfortunate there. They weren't able to convert more than the 1 kill. And honestly, it was only on the back of an actual, I would call that a misplay by Hades. I think very, very strongly overestimating the amount of tankiness he was going to bring to the table with just that Bancroft's Talon. And again, that kind of just goes back to why you see Hades not necessarily favored as a high-tier pick, because he requires kind of putting himself out of position to deal his optimal burst damage. He also needs damage items to really be effective as a mage, whereas that positioning requirement, it kind of mandates that he gets at least like a Breastplate of Valor or a Mail of Renewal or even a Void Stone early on to really, synergize with that playstyle. It's very, very tough to build in properly. Left side, we do have a gank attack coming out onto Dakin. Tectonic Rift has been used, and actually the oldest hit for Muzikov. This is going to keep him in place. It's all up to the Hades now to try to save him. Does he have the fear? Not in time. XOXO able to pick that up. Now General Death. They're going to turn on the Wukong stun into knockup. It's going to be the Pillar of Agony being channeled, but it's not enough to deal with the Berserker Barrage from Thor, dealing too much damage, sitting at level 11 with the Heartseeker rank 1 and boots 3. The pen just ripped through Hades, and that's another Gold Fury that's going to go the way of Armada.
Yeah, and that right there is an example of why Hades is just such an unfortunate pick in his current situation. Armada is going for the Gold Fury. Athena knows this is happening. Mr. Trivium is sitting there staring at his active saying, why don't I have Hawk 3? This is just theirs. There's nothing that I can do about it. We see a lot of Hades plays going on that you sit there and you sit back as your armchair general and you say, why are you doing it? You're doing that. You're way out of position. But frankly, Hades needs to be out of position to be in position. So it's kind of a catch-22, and as his slash line says right now, showing us a beautiful 0 and 3 deaths, that's just kind of how it's going to happen once you're behind. If Hades gets in front, all of a sudden this conversation is completely different. But that's not the case in this game, unfortunately.
That's right. All of a sudden, once he's out in front through those risky plays, he's able to play a little bit actually more passively. He's really kind of a strange character in the way he progresses through the game. Sprinting Ra, going to get out of the way of Bakasura. Helldragon wants to die of this, but he's going to think better of it once he jumps in there and starts eating those tower shots. The rotations are coming out now from Zhonghui. He's going to be able to stun them in place. You do have an ultimate coming down from the Athena. Defender of Olympus going to crash in. Thor's here as well. And Armada's done a nice job of rallying to this fight. Unable to secure kills, but they should be able to put a lot of pressure onto this tower and maybe even bait out yet another Hades initiation that he just can't sustain. It looks like he wants it. He's going to go for the Death from below. Where is the Pillar of Agony coming out? There's his Devour Souls, but he's actually not going to pop off the ultimate there. And I think if any time was the time to do it, it was when they were under tower.
Yeah, that was definitely a poor engagement by Armada, and the fact that Exidium escaped the way that they did was really just sheer luck and capitalizing off of the misplay. They had a lot of split DPS. If they focused on a particular target, they definitely could have happened. As we see a dive going in on General Death, Hades is gone after just one combo of 2 abilities. The shield wall comes out for Mr. Trivium, but there are 3 members here. The tower doesn't matter as we see Mr. Trivium just go down to a Berserker Barrage. Tyr comes out, and he gets the Fearless, the Power Cleave combo, but is it enough to get Zhonghui? It is! As Zhonghui is down. The sun comes up against him, and Swizdom and Wuzer decide to back up and disengage. 2-for-2 combination from Exidium and Armada.
It looks like we're a little bit out of sync there. I think it's my fault, though, so I'm going to go ahead and press the sync button. But taking a look here, at the end of the day, it's really Armada has done a really nice job of finding an early lead, and they've itemized well to kind of keep that lead. They've picked up the Breastplate of Valor on Ra with Pen Boots. I think that's a very important distinction there, that he did indeed go Pen Boots into Breastplate of Valor. You have the 2 Heartseekers getting it stacked up. XOXO does go down in that fight. But, Virgil going to be able to bring the damage in that physical area with that Heartseeker and his boots too, where Thor is really going to be more interested in kind of crashing into these team fights. He likely won't be the initiator given his build. Generally, initiating Thor builds tend to have a defensive item like a Bulwark coming in right about now. Really across the board, it looks like Exidium is going to have a hard time taking fights. So Bakasura has crit items and attack speed, and Hades is able to get another damage item plus a tank item to really bring much to the table.
Yeah, the Thor distinction is definitely worth noting. Thor's Anvil of Dawn, the ultimate when he goes up on top and just dunks down on you, is a great initiator, but building Thor pure damage is very great as well. He just melts people with that Berserker Barrage. As we saw him have no problem jumping on the tower and pressing his 3 button to just spin to win right there. I really like this build. I like the over-aggression, especially since they're ahead. We see Mr. Trivium being just looked at by Thor. XOXO is just going to glare at Mr. Trivium and force him back onto his porch. Actually, Thor's just looking around. Virgil and XOXO engage on Dakin, and Dakin just kind of deked it out, jumped out of there, and really counter-initiated perfectly. Just did not want any part of that, as he's only level 11, and Virgil is 14.
I do think that the one thing that Exidium really needs to look to do to get back into this game is they need to start piling on to Virgil here on the Muzikov. Doesn't have built-in escape. Defender Olympus is on your side if you're Exidium, so they don't have that tool available to save him. And they really should be looking to pick up kills on this Muzikov in the solo lane, because if he is alive and when they bring the gank over, it's a very hard 1v1 for Anher, because if he gets hit by the ultimate of Muzikov, it's such a long cripple, it's really hard for Anher to deal with a Thor crash or even a Sun Wukong coming in to follow up with damage. And it looks like Armada is perfectly content to go and start sieging down this remaining Tier 1 tower on the left side of the map.
Yeah, and sort of the downside is we see General Death get completely caught out of position. The Honey comes out, General Death is already at 40%. The Ultimate comes out, but it just doesn't matter. We see Desert Fury come out as well. Dakin is at half health. He's not going to be able to handle this either. The Anvil of Dawn misses, so they just change and they look at Mr. Trivium. Mr. Trivium didn't even get a chance to drop a shield wall, ladies and gentlemen. He is down for the count. Dakin has 10 HP. Can he get out? He winds up with his friends. Searing Pain misses. The Bird comes out. Twisdom misses with the Jiggle Bang. It looks like Dakin's going to get out of here. They all turn around. They look at Helldragon. Helldragon is going. He's going down. 50%. Staying at 50%. The Stinger comes out. 50% to 0%. Darkness rising. Darkness falling. The Fearless comes out. And he gets killed anyway. Off of the tower. He is just gone. We saw a 5-on-3 initiation turn into a 5-on-2. Turn into a 5-on-1. Turn into a 5-on-tower. The teleport's coming out. And I don't think this is a good idea. General Death is again in the middle of an entire team. Like, he's already dead. They do not care about this tower. They do not care about these teleports. They are willing. Armada is willing and ready to take all of this damage. Mr. Trivium also, they are filing up single file to the death match right here. The death machine of Armada just took out 6 members of Excidium in the past 30 seconds, and that also wound up with the entire left lane.
Yeah, and looking at the score here, 18-2 in favor of Armada on the back of that very impressive push. They're going to find another Gold Fury. This is going to set them, well, they're already sitting at about 12,500 gold, 15,000 experience. This is going to put them up to about that 15,000 gold lead. This is really where they have turned the corner into, where if you're Excidium, you're looking at the items and the gods that they have here and really thinking, like, wham, we're really far behind. And how do you get yourself back into this game? Well, the bright spots for them really are that the tier seems to be relatively potent still against this team. They don't have things... They don't really have like Magi's Blessings necessarily, or really things that deal with massive CC. A couple of beads here onto wow, actually interestingly enough, the Zhonghui, but also the Thor, of course, with beads 3. So, you know, you still have that really a Muzenkob, as he picks up beads 1, still doesn't really have a great answer to the Hades Ultimate or tier lockdown. I think, just once again, that's really where they need to look to figure that out. Yeah, I think if you're able to hit the sync button in the bottom left swag, hopefully that should sort these things out. If not, guys, if you are watching, we are aware of a couple of audio issues and a little bit of syncing problems. We will definitely sort that for you in the next match. We do appreciate your continued patronage of the SMITE game stream. If you are just joining us, game number 1 in the round of 32. We are about 17 minutes in. It is Armada versus Excidium. The score is 18-2 in favor of Armada, and they are sitting on a healthy 14,000 gold lead.
Armada is definitely in the driver's seat in this game as we see Dakin get engaged again. Wukong does not seem to mind the 2v1 at all. Virgil shows up with monster damage from bees, hits Dakin once he gets down to 50%. He's actually going to chase this engagement as we successfully split up the tank and the hunter. Look, Dakin just goes down to the Stinger. Wasn't even surprised by it at all, said Virgil. Mr. Trivium is also in trouble, but he has charge to just get away and get out of that engagement. We're going to see them turn and look at this mid-tower. I wonder if they can get it, Bart.
Yeah, I imagine so. They're going to dive in on a Trivium here. He can't deal with Berserker Barrage. Not enough physical protection. Tyr coming in with the Lawbringer. Looking nice in slow-mo, but it unfortunately looks a lot better than it is effective. Darkness rising, as you mentioned, Darkness falling. You know, he's still effective on the Tyr in terms of his offensive output, but his defense is not really there. He's not soaking up damage like a Tyr could. Actually going to miss that Fearless combination on to Thor there, unfortunately. Not going to be able really to kind of get one of their main CCs out of this fight in the backlines, Virgil. I mean, you just can't have that. You can't have a Muzenkob that's just tearing through your team in the back lines. I mean, it's just so dangerous if he has that kind of advantage, and they aren't punishing him for those overextensions. And so, once again, you're going to see Armada just picking up 2 kills now for free, likely to be some decent initiation coming in, but Thor and Vildon coming down, and all the burst damage just rips through those 2 tanks like they were paper. It's now going to be Dakin, but he has put himself in between, well, several rocks and a few hard places, as it's a 5-man pursuit. It's a nice pillar that's going to keep them off. There's no isolation on Ra, but the beam's going to come through. It's going to hit Searing Pain into the Mjolnir's Attunement, and down will go the final member of Excidium, and their Chaos Titan going to fall as well. Round 32 is in the books, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a fantastic showing by Armada. 100% controlled the game, and MVP almost undoubtedly has to go to Virgil XOXO, as they are the same person. They kind of just initiated every single time together until they finally realized, hey, we're almost 5 levels over the entire enemy team. I guess we can just go one-on-one. And that's what they did, and they succeeded because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking here at the scoreboard, we probably won't spend too much time here, ladies and gentlemen, because there's really not much to say outside of the fact that you're looking at an 8-1 Thor a 4-0 Wukong, a 6-0 a Musenkop. Really, definitely, you got to look at Virgil as your player of the game in this game. So I think a 6-0 and 16 on a Musenkop. You know, if it wasn't for all those assists, it wouldn't be as impressive a performance. But the fact that he rotated that much and was still that effective is really impressive.
Yeah, I love to see a high assist number on a hunter, especially when it's a hunter can really control things. You see it Neath with a lot of A's. It's really impressive because it tells you that, you know, they didn't just use their abilities to hunt down those kills. You saw him using Cobb use the honey a lot just to sort of zone out enemies, because being so farmed and so fed, the other team sort of looked at that as a new WoW ultimate. Do not cross this yellow line. I cannot proceed. And in doing so, really isolated a lot of the members of Team Exidium to really get those one-on-one engagements that the blue team so desperately desired, and actually catapulted them to the victory, Bart.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they were just outdrafted here. Was Exidium. Armada had a kind of equal standing in terms of their ability to pick off single targets, but also had nice team fight. And looking over at what Exidium drafted here, you know, they were much more reliant on those picks, as you kind of mentioned, getting that Bakasura off to a good start and getting Tyr a lot of room to farm. So that they could have the superior team fight. I think they scale better into the mid and late game with their team fight presence, but they weren't able to ever get to that point. And, you know, a couple of key item pickups here. The Roz build is really clever. Going Pen Boots into Breastplate of Valor and immediately going Aselpius once they realized they had that big advantage, and it just let them push forever. He went into Heavenly Agility there, which gives the healing bonus plus the Rod of Aselpius with that cooldown reduction. It was going to go Mail of Renewal. Just big time sustain build coming out from Ra. And smart stuff, Lucier there. But as we mentioned, I think Virgil takes the cake here on that Amusing Cop. 6-0, 16, 11,000 gold farm. And a nice build here, too. I mean, that's something that we didn't really mention, that the changes to the tin size and blades. We should see some different builds coming out. And from Amusing Cop, it was a lifesteal, a Sans lifesteal build, if you will. It's Heartseeker 3 into Executioner, then Rageblade. So very high on the attack speed, very low on the lifesteal.
Yeah, definitely milking that attack speed. And one thing that I really want to express about Team Armada that really blew me out of the water was XOXO. Thor is a character that really controls early game. When characters don't have a lot of items, his passive, for those of you that don't know, gives him 30 physical protection power per god that he's around. So in the early game, you saw a lot of Thor carrying. Once Amusing Cobb, who is a character that succeeds once he gets a lot of items on him, once he passed that threshold of look out, I'm the real deal, the game was sort of passed on to Amusing Cobb, and we saw him really control the game. Now, that was a great game, but who's up next, Bart?
Well, we are going to be moving into the round of 16 now, ladies and gentlemen. If you are following along at home or have the tournament brackets, they are up there. We do have some good matchups here. I think we are. Oops, I actually got taken to the wrong bracket indeed there. I don't know exactly who we're going to move on to next. We do have a lot of teams that you know. It may be Penablink versus Unknown that we're moving into. We will let you know, guys, in just a second. You'll see it there on the bottom bar. But that is going to wrap it up for the round of 32. My name is Hi-Rez Bart, and for F.Swag and all of the production team, all of the admins, we thank you for joining us here today, and we'll be right back with the round of 16.
your fault, but you just don't deny. I can see it in your face when you tell me why. Such a music side. Realize you've got no place to hide. Thinking that you try to, want to, but fight another day. Think that I can stop you, but you're back with me. When I see you in the morning, will you still want to be true? I can't dream, I can't dream that we'll see a brighter day. And I'm alive, more alive than I've ever been your way.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, and welcome back to the second game we will be covering today in the road to the $100,000 tournament. It is week number 2. My name is Hi-Rez Bart, and I am being joined this weekend by the one and only F. Dot. You may know him from community tournaments, Tier Monster, and the whatnot. And now here on SMITE Game. So, F. Dot, thank you. And what are you looking forward to with Pentablink and Unknown Gaming?
Well, one thing I'm definitely interested in seeing from Pentablink is a Pentablink, frankly. I want to see 5 guys build Blink. On a serious note, I think that if they get ahead, five people with Blink could be interesting, exciting, and sort of a niche play. You know, I like to see the new teams, but really that's what it's all about. I'm just interested in to see, don't get me wrong, I love to watch my Jeff Hinlers and all that stuff, but I like to see guys that I don't necessarily get to see every week. I love to see the new blood. I love to see what the teams that aren't winning every week, what they're doing to maybe shake up and give themselves an opportunity to win, or just emulate what the higher tier players are doing and sort of go along the same route, but better. I
no
like
doubt.
to see that.
No doubt. I mean, we saw that coming out from Armada Exidium game, right? When we saw Muzenkob be extremely effective. Something that you wouldn't necessarily see in high-level play. I think considered too risky of a pick without a full or really true escape mechanism, only the increased run speed and the slow that he brings to the table. Well, I mean, we can really kind of get into the intricacy of how he can escape, but suffice to say, he doesn't have that built-in escape mechanism. But we saw it be extremely effective. That cripple just destroyed on her. I think that that from Exidium's side, especially Dakin, was not prepared to really deal with tournament viable Muzenkob play, right? Like where he was, as often we see in the meta, and I think this is a really interesting kind of niche that they found, is that the meta currently is that, as you mentioned even during the game, the supports will roam to go secure those mid camps and even put pressure on the other lanes, while it's a 1v1 in the between the hunters. And bringing that big cripple to the table makes it so that those ganks become extremely potent to that lane. We are being pulled into the game here, going up against the gentleman of Unknown Gaming.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested into seeing the bans. Like you said, the Muzenkob was really utilized to the best of his ability, and I don't necessarily think that's something that a lot of players can do. So I don't necessarily think that we're going to see Unknown Gaming or Pentablink get scared of that and ban that out, as we see the very standard welcome to the North American tournament scene, ladies and gentlemen, Zeus first ban.
Yeah, that's right. Even with the nerfs to Zeus, namely they made it primarily that he can be slowed while using his 2. I think that being the major change there. Still considered too strong. And wow, look at this Thanatos banned out. This to me reeks of a respect ban. But Thanatos and Chalk off the board. I would ban out Thor, but it's going to be Mercury, so likely to be the Thor first pick, unless we see a very, very... I mean, it would take some serious favor to one of these gods, but yeah, it is going to be the Thor. I can't imagine why you wouldn't first pick them currently.
Yeah, Thor has just become so potent, and Thanatos is honestly one of my personal favorites. I think his ability to demolish people early game and really utilize the silence to the best of his ability and his execute late game, I think that's very important. However, you don't see him banned unless you're going against a Shing or a Pon that is feeling like they're going to use it to the best of their ability. He's not really ban material. Unfortunately, Unknown Gaming doesn't get to be casted a lot here on SMITE Game, so a lot of players might not be familiar with that. I don't know exactly the jungler if he favors Thanatos, but one would assume otherwise it's kind of a wasted ban.
Yeah, I would expect that's respect. It almost has to be. They have to. Pentablink, of course, the left side of your screen, Unknown on the right. I would assume that Pentablink must have done some kind of research here into the Unknown players and said, okay, look, Thanatos is their go-to jungler, looking at scrims. But looking at the picks now, Agni, Sobek, certainly not slouches. Let's put it this way. If Mercury and Zeus and even Thor were sufficiently nerfed, you would see Sobek and Agni banned in every game. These gods are extremely potent and have been based on just their kits. They are flat out very strong kits. The relative balance of them in terms of numbers can shift around, but just what they do is very, very, very strong and is always going to be competitively viable. I don't think you'll ever see either of them fall really out of favor. Thor, Freya, Wukong going to be picked up by Pentablink here. So Wukong still favored so highly as that Guardian, and I think, you know, between him and Guan Yu, it's really, especially in NA, it's the time for those tanky bruisers to really, really fill that Guardian role.
You know, we're seeing a lot more. The North American scene is very, very aggressive as we see a Bastet pick on Unknown. Not exactly a never-before-seen pick, but definitely a very niche pick. You have to be very good with Bastet to make use of her in-out bleed ability. So I'm very, very, very excited to see. Bastet is one of those gods, sort of like Isis for me. If you watch the EU tournament, you saw... we saw Suntouch play Isis, or Sayo play Isis like I've never seen an Isis be played before, and that's what we like to see. That's how a Bastet really has to be played. You have to utilize and make use of all the intricacies of her kit, sort of like the AMC that Armada dominated with. It's very, very articulate. As we see a Guan Yu and a Wukong picked up on Pantablink, this is a very interesting team, and I'm curious as to where you, Bart, think everybody's going to wind up.
You know, based on relative strength of God picks, Pentablink has a massive advantage here. I mean, Hebo and Freya both scale just absurdly well into the late game. Thor brings lots of control with Guan Yu through the mid game, and Sun Wukong. I mean, Sun Wukong, Guan Yu, getting both of those on the same team means that you have better damage output and more tankiness than likely anything they can pick up, especially given that tier was not selected for the solo lane here for Unknown Gaming. It looks like they're likely going to be running Ra into the solo, Agni mid, Bast jungle, with Apollo Sobek, going up against what I suspect will be a Hebo mid with Guan Yu and Freya combining for the dual lane, Thor in the jungle, Wukong as a solo laner. We will see how it all shakes out here in just a couple minutes, F-Dot, as it is Pentablink going up against Unknown in the round of 16. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just about 3 minutes to bring you the coverage of the round of 16.
You like that, don't you? You like that, don't you? See, my eyebrows are black. Have my aunt put it on. Makeup. Yeah, it's not really dyed. The eyebrows aren't. Yeah, like these. I was listening to dubstep.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It is round number 2. Well, it's a round of 16, game number 2 that we'll be covering today, the second round of coverage. My name is High Res Bart, and I'm being joined today by F. Dot as your co-commentator, and we are here live with Pentablink going up against Unknown Gaming. Please allow me to introduce your teams. They are the blue team, fighting out of the bottom of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. Ladies and gentlemen, Pentablink. They are Sonati, who will be holding down what appears to be the solo lane Guan Yu. It's going to be Freya being played by Sam Shrew, who's going to be linking up with him for that duo lane. It's going to be, linking up with Wukong being played by Live Lunatic for the duo lane. You're going to have J-Star as Hebo in the mid lane, and Thor will be your jungler for Pi 65-61. They will be going up against Unknown Gaming. They are the red team fighting out of the top of the minimap. Lamaki, the Unseen Death, Nintendude, Mataleo, and I am Rafiki. They will be bringing to the table Sobek and the Apollo for your duo lane. It's going to be a mid lane Agni, a solo lane Ra, and Bast in the jungle.
Yeah, pretty standard builds, pretty standard coming out from Unknown Gaming. We kind of knew where everybody was going to wind up. Pentablink has the much more malleable team. Thor kind of belongs in the jungle, we understand that. But everybody else on the team can definitely do other things. I love the Freya in the duo lane. That's something that was pretty much initiated by Palm de Bionde of Denial and A. That's something that they've been really working on for the past, I don't know, month, maybe a little bit more than that. And I'm excited to see that. Not necessarily lack of hunter, but just the ability to expand and change what is such a static lane in the North American scene.
Yeah, it's effective. Like, you can't really say that it's not effective. Freya can succeed in that role. She brings a lot of AoE to the table that the other hunters, or rather that the hunter class does not necessarily bring. Especially with the kind of the pulse, the way it works, how it kind of spreads out, similar to even like Nua's Splash Inner 3. It just makes the minions stack up, which has lots of implications when it comes to effective clearing. Wukong necessarily not the best at cleaning up Freya's mess. Jingu Bang is a line attack. You maybe look at something more like a Talu Assault or Guan Yu's Warrior's Will, that's a seal. But the dash through that he brings, right? Stacking minions up and then being able to burst them down quickly is something that Freya does really, really well. We'll see if it really works out. Sobek Apollo is a very efficient farm lane. Like, Apollo should be getting lots and lots and lots of blast hits.
Yeah, we're probably going to see the early game be out-farmed by Unknown Gaming here. That's definitely going to be a thing. But it's worth noting that Pentablink has a very aggressive lane with Freya and Wukong. We're going to be looking for Banish into the immediate Tiger Stun from 72 transformations out of Live Lunatic into just an absolute melting of the other player by Sam Shrew using Pulse and Irradiate from Freya. So that's really going to be their entire gimmick, their entire combo right there. The Banish, fall down into the stun, and see how much damage we can put out on them. If that Sobek misses a single charge prey, things are going to be very, very bad. So Unknown Gaming has to be precise with their moves here.
We have Bastet. She did try to go harass that blue buff attempt, and it looks like she was unable to actually secure that there. One thing I do want to ask you is your opinion here on Wukong and Guan Yu. Now, Guan Yu going to be going to the solo lane here versus Ra. Alternatively, they could have put Wukong into that solo lane with Guan in the support role as the Guardian as the mid camps are being secured. It looks like it's going to be actually both of them went the way of Unknown Gaming there. So, I'm sorry. It went one to each team. But what do you think? Would you like what they did here and put Guan Yu in the solo, or would you prefer to see Guan Yu in that support role?
I love this setup. I love Guan Yu as a support, but with Freya specifically in the lane, I love this setup, Bart. Like I said, that combo with the Banish into the Tiger Stun is definitely a very potent thing. And also in the solo lane, Ra has a heal and very good push. So we're going to see Ra do sustained damage over time. We're going to see Ra slowly tick into Guan Yu or whoever's in the solo lane. With Wukong, he can get up on that somersault. As we see an initiation in the left lane, the Tiger Stun comes out, the Pulse comes out, they're looking at Lameki, they get him down, it's sort of just a initiation, and this is what we're going to see a lot of in this dual lane. We're going to see a lot of, we got you both down to 50%, now let's do it again, and again. And we're going to really, really, really look out for those kills from that. But Guan Yu's ability to deal with Ra in that solo lane is going to be a lot more sustained, a lot more healing as he wants, whereas the Somersault Cloud is on a long cooldown because it's the ultimate. Ra is not a bursty character, he's a damage over time character, excluding Pain, of course. So the conventional warriors will help a lot more than a Somersault Cloud in that solo lane.
Yeah. The more spammable heal certainly helps him deal with Ra a bit better. And it does definitely bring up the significance of this Freya and Sun Wukong lane. It is just filthy. Basically, it's banish into Tiger Stun, and then Freya can get that positioning to land, 3 or 4 shots of that Pulse Irradiate combo. And I mean, you're talking there about 600 to 700 damage, not using the blink without real damage items. In fact, here's going to be the ultimate. Will it be enough? Fourth bomb, enough to pick up Mataliao, and Sam Shrew going to find first blood in the duo lane in the 1v1 as the Guardians went to roam. But here's Rafiki on the Agni. He's going to need to dash to get positioning here, and it doesn't look like he's feeling confident enough to do so. Bassett's going to rotate to the mid to cover for him, but he needs to be careful as Hevo can get Nintendo down pretty low and make jungling the rest of the map up a difficult proposition.
Yep, for sure. And what we saw right here going in the left lane, it's really what Freya is going to excel at. That's why I really, really love the Freya choice in the Hunter role in the long lane, because you see a lot of 1v1 situations, and Freya is just going to outbox 9 out of 10 Hunters 9 out of 10 times. It's just too much. You can't trade basic attacks with somebody who has a larger basic attack hitbox and somebody that hits for a lot harder than you do. So that 1v1 is going to turn into a quick, wow, that's a Freya, I need to back up, Valkyrie's discretion, I'm already dead. So
yeah,
that's
you're
very
really
interesting.
That point's a really good one. And that's really what Freya does kind of the best, is that her just kind of, it's not necessarily turnaround potential as much as it is that it's very hard to, actually it's really similar to Agni. Going up against Freya as an ADC is very similar to going up against an Agni as maybe a more niche kind of mid pick, right? Like if you took, for example, maybe the Hades or even something like an Isis up against Agni, and it's just very hard to understand how much damage they're actually able to do to you, right? Like Freya starts slowing you down with the Pulse Irradiate combo, and you're like, okay, it hurts, and then you take like 2 more shots, and then you realize that you're under the threshold to die, and then she just ults and picks you up for free. Similar to Agni, right? Like he hits you with 1 bomb and then a flame wave, and you're like, oh, I'm okay. And then he dashes, stuns you, and hits you with 2 more bombs, and you immediately die because his burst damage potential is just so high. Freya, however, brings to the table the fact that she just happens to go invulnerable while she's shooting you with that ultimate, so it makes it all the more complicated to fight against. Exactly.
And I think we're going to see a lot less aggression from Unknown Gaming after that encounter, because they really realized, like, it's unconventional, and unconventional does a lot of work, as we see Iden getting surrounded right here. Actually, his team kind of helps him out. We saw the Anvil of Dawn come up from Thor. It looked like he wanted to land on that Agni, but saw the beautiful rotation from Unknown Gaming and forced that into turning it from an aggressive into a defensive ultimate. Great conversion from Unknown Gaming that won't show up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, no, you're right. You make another very good point. Ooh, Sonati actually finds a kill onto the Ra there with the assistance of Sun Wukong. Now Nintendo wants to roll in, but I'm not sure that that's the best angle to take when you're Bassett there. Full health and mana Guan Yu, and that's really, really unfortunate. That means that Guan Yu is going to basically get an entire kind of back into teleport rotation up onto the Ra, right? Because he finds that kill with basically full life. He is going to be A-okay. Mid lane, a little bit of pressure coming out as the support Guardians rotate back over the mid camps. Going to be coming back up here relatively shortly. So and we do have kind of the I guess normal NA meta here shaping up. You have those that Hunter role in the left side duo lane going at it 1v1 Apollo versus Freya, Wukong and Sobek starting to roam. Your mid laner starting to play a little bit more aggressively in the solo lane. Well, it is just a solo lane. It's a 1v1. Taking a look at your graphs, you're looking at a small advantage going the way of Unknown Gaming actually here, even though they did lose that first blood. And even the subsequent next kill, they are getting a bit more off the map. An 800 gold lead and about 1,000 experience going the way of Unknown Gaming.
Yeah, and Freya's reaching this level. She's level 9 right now, halfway to level 10 if I'm not mistaken. This wave might do it. And she's getting to that point. Once Freya hits level 13-ish, that wave is going to, her lane is going to go from unfarmable to check me out, I just hit it with pulse and it's all gone. We see Bastet being caught up on Live Lunatic. He's gonna get stopped, he's gonna get hit by the Jingle Bang, but Rafiki is there, and Rafiki has shown us in 7 minutes, 8 minutes of play that he is not to be trifled with. He's on point with those dashes, he's using the CC immunity to the best of his ability. He's really using those small intangibles very well. We see the Rain of Fire come out of the wave of minions, which again is the smart play from Rafiki. Very interested in seeing how this is working out. Thor is looking at this Ra. They want another one. He is up in the air. Here it comes. The dunk. The freeze is good. The tectonic rift is also good. Out comes the dash. He is slowed. He's not going anywhere but to the base. He is dead in that solo lane. Lameki came over to try and make something happen, but it's too little too late. and Sonati and Pi leave the game, leave that encounter with 2 kills.
Yeah, yet another kill coming out for Pentablink, 3-0 now. 8 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed in this game, ladies and gentlemen. No towers down just yet. Soul Lane continues to go the way of Sonati here on Guan Yu. Going to have the Hide of the Urchin, it looks like. No, yes, I'm sorry, it is Hide of the Urchin, of course, giving him the extra health, extra mana, and protections per kill or assist. A nice item. I always find it a strange, a little bit strange to get this item in the solo lane, even though it is quite potent. It's just the fact that you don't really find a lot of kills or assists out of the solo lane. It really requires some very smart rotation to make it worthwhile. Samshu's getting dove on a little bit here, going to force out that ultimate from Freya. Actually gets intended really low once again, kind of misjudging the amount of damage Live Ludovic going to burn in. He's going to get CC, but it's not going to be enough. Jingle Bang enough to secure the kill on a Nintendo. Now it's going to be Manably out. He's going to be forced to use beats. He's stunned out. Now they're trying to burst it down for the cherry. Comes out. Isn't enough. The slow-mo is there, and the damage is good. Down goes Apollo. Big conversion for Pentablink, and they're up 5-0 here, 9.5 minutes in.
That was a very, very good turnaround from Pentablink. They got engaged on, immediately came out the Valkyrie's Discretion. Worth noting, if all 4 shots of Valkyrie Discretion had hit Bastet, he would have been dead to begin with, but the Magic Cudgel made sure that happened, and Apollo just couldn't get out of dodge, and they made him pay for it. That was a very good counter initiation. I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, this is it's looking pretty good here so far for Pentablink. I mean, that gold and experience advantage we were talking about from Unknown, in terms of their farm has disappeared now. Pentablink up in kills, they're up in momentum, but Unknown Gaming actually is playing a deceptively strong game right now. I mean, their levels are really, really big. The jungler is a little bit ahead. The Soul Lane, even though getting kind of pushed around a little bit by that Guan Yu, the Raw still actually doing quite well in terms of levels, keeping up. Their dual lane's doing pretty well. Across the board, they're a little bit up in experience, and really what it comes down to here is you have Rada Tahuti rush completed onto Rafiki. So if the grouping starts coming out from Unknown Gaming and they're able to really make use of these extremely potent Agni bombs, and as well as look at all the damage they have on mid tower. So Unknown Gaming is actually poised to take this one over.
Yeah, that was a very sneaky play on mid tower. It was actually 4 minutes in. Unknown Gaming took 3 members and an entire wave of creeps and pushed that mid tower, and they put a lot of damage on that. And what that does for them is it looks like a very even game. Kills, their Pentablink is up by 5, but their kills don't matter past first blood much. As we see a mini engagement over here in the solo lane, looking at the blue buff. Blue buff actually goes to Unknown Gaming. I think they stole it, and we get the disengage. But that's pretty much, the game is a lot more in Unknown Gaming's favor than it seems, because at any point in time, they can just get 3,000 gold if they feel like it by sneezing at that mid tower. As Hebo's kind of getting in trouble, we see Bastet bleeding him up, getting the basic attacks down. The Rain of Flames come out and forces the defensive ult. Thor's in the air. Are they going to do this? Do they want this? I don't think they want this, but it's 3-on-1, and Thor realizes that, comes directly back down and says, hey, this is a textbook disengage. We do not want that. Apollo's even in the air. So that was a good choice.
Yeah, no, it was. I think it was Freya calling out that Apollo was in the air, but let's hold that thought as we have Sobek lurking in the waters underneath the tower that has gone down. Live Lunatic in the cloud, likely going to not engage either. So really, Unknown Gaming, with that rotation from Apollo, if they would have been able to defend that as Pentablink and keep that tower standing, forcing out all those rotations, they would have been in a really good spot. But unfortunately, Unknown Gaming just takes the edge there, and now they will have the solid advantage in this game. They're sitting on the gold advantage now. Their levels are looking nice. They're getting XP in the right places. And it really just, to me, keeps on coming back to the fact that you have a rushed and finished 10-minute Rada Tahuti here on Rafiki. I mean, looking at the magical power distribution across the board here, you have Hubwa sitting at 100 magical power, sitting on his Voidstone 2 and Boots 1. And you look at Agni here, who has the cooldown reduction boots at Tahuti, sitting at 244, and he has free nukes, so it is going to be very, very hard. Now, granted, Hebo will be able to kind of steroid himself up by casting to about 130 magical power, given his passive, but still, at the end of the day, Agni is hitting like a truck.
Yeah, and you don't see the early Rada Tahuti purchased so much, as we see an entire wave. Nope, never mind. Thor is here to make sure this wave of minions doesn't hit the dual lane tower for Pentablink. The early Rada Tahuti is going to be interesting, because while it doesn't do much for him right this second, as we see Lamady caught out in the middle, but he is a Sobek, so it's kind of inconsequential. Every item from this point forward is going to be worth more than usual because of that passive of Rada Tahuti. It's definitely an interesting choice to go, and it's going to make him scarier as it goes on, because every single pickup from him is going to be worth more than what it seems on the board.
Well, it's interesting that you say that. It's definitely true that as he, you know, kind of continues to progress through his item build, those magical power items will be worth 25% more. But at the end of the day, Ratatouille, we do have some initiation in the dual lane here, as it looks like a couple ultimates were used. Lamaki and Mataleo both quite low. It looks like Sobek may get converted on Under Tower. Freya having a hard time landing the shots, but is able to convert. Live Lunatic now the one in some trouble as he goes back in onto the Apollo. Vanish comes out big time from Freya. Dash away from Apollo, and that should be enough. He's going to go ahead and spread as well, but Hasten Fatalis enough to secure that kill. Demonic Grip out and running as well. Live Lunatic recalling little lazily under tower now. Gonna get spotted out by Unseen Death, and really the knock-up there was a little bit unfortunate for him. I think had he not aggroed the tower, would have been fine. Rafiki using that Ratatouille finds a kill onto Freya, so the rotation is good from Unknown. They come around, and they're able to pick up a couple kills on the Pentablink and secure really their tower. It doesn't go down, it doesn't even take that much damage. So all things told, a little bit over-aggressive from Pentablink. Anywho, what I did want to say is that the Ratatouille here, it is the single highest magical power contributing item in the game, much less the passive, just its base stat sitting at 125. The rush on it is actually really, really nice because it does give you the 15 NP5 as well to increase your sustain. And it really is balanced with the understanding that level 1 is effectively completely useless. So if you're able to go straight to level 3, this item really pays dividends.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of the items in SMITE are like that. As we see Sonati kind of getting dunked on his tower. Agni has rotated over here. He's getting hit, but he is a Guan Yu. He's sitting at 40% HP. The red team did not know Habwa was lurking right here. Out comes the water spout. Out comes the water hands. Oh no, it looks like he's in trouble. The searing pain doesn't hit anybody at all. This is looking like an inconsequential encounter for Unknown Gaming. They saw all the damage.
Anvil of Dawn is channeled. He is ready to crash down. He's going to find the stun on an Attended. Leap back from Bassett, a little bit misplaced. The Agni Bomb's now able to do a lot of damage. Falling back is Unknown. I'm sorry, continuing aggression is Unknown Gaming here as Blink falls back. Pentablink going to have a hard time standing up to these Agni Bombs. They continue to come out. His damage is just tremendous. You see they burst it through Thor now. That's a lot of their damage. It's an ult through from Habwa as well. And down will fall. Really, you know, the aggression of Unknown Gaming. They lose Bassett and Apollo, their big physical damage dealers. Apollo, of course, over in the left side lane. Now it's a Rosnight coming through. Down he will go as well. Rafiki takes a lot. It's an ugly, ugly fight. A 3-for-3 trade at the end of the day. And really coming out ahead here is going to be Unknown Gaming for the moment. But this may turn into a tower trade where really Pentablink invested so much less. Freya gets a solo kill onto Apollo and is going to take a tower in the same timing as Unknown. This trade is going to go the way of Pentablink.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this questionable play come out from Pentablink, despite the fact that they wound up on top of that. In the previous engagement, we saw Freya and Sun Wukong kind of take out two members, and then Wukong died to a lazy back, and Freya died in the back jungle. So we saw a great play turn into a very poor play, and the same thing kind of happened on the other side in the solo lane just now.
Look at the wards for Pentablink.
The vision is intense.
Look at their consumables.
Well, they definitely got the message that you can only carry one sentry ward per player, as we see almost every single player, with the exception of the jungler, have it. Looks like Freya's in a little bit of trouble. Samshu gets mezzed, gets flipped, but there's nobody behind him. That was kind of an awkward flip, but Samshu, it doesn't matter. The damage is going to be nuts, but the Thor wall is perfect. Nobody can get around, but Agni's already on the other side. Kills him with the Rain of Flames. It's now a 3-on-3, except for Apollo is in the air. Where's he going to land? He's looking for some place to land on. He comes down on his own team. Juked by Sonati. Doesn't matter because the pull comes out. He's surrounded. Bastet is bleeding him. Guan Yu's on the horse. Sonati might get out. Sonati's looking like he's getting out. The dunk down comes from Thor. Everybody's stunned with Tectonic Rift. The disengage is looking good. Looking good. Can Pentablink get out of here? It looks like the answer is yes, Bart. What a beautiful, beautiful disengage from Pentablink.
Yeah, and Pentablink, they're able to get out, but they invest a lot. You know, that Guan Yu and Thor ultimate combination should have done quite a bit more. They really needed to synergize Guan Yu, Thor dunking down with Habwa ultimate to really maximize their burst potential. And because they did have to disengage there, you see Gold Fury going easily the way of Unknown Gaming, who does a nice job of capitalizing on that now. I do want to point out a couple of stats on the stats view here. 10,000 player healing coming out from Raw. Of course, in that solo lane, a lot of that going to himself, but doing a nice job of keeping the sustain up on his team. Player damage-wise, Agni sitting at 9,700 damage, 10k at 18 minutes in the game, is relatively high, but I really point that stat out more in the interest of look at what Freya has done this game. 9,200 player damage coming out from Samshu. A very, very strong Freya performance. He's keeping up with a Ratatouille rushed Agni at this point. Great job and a very, very effective build.
Yeah, Freya is such a potent character, and we see her get played a lot in the jungle, where farm is kind of harder to come by. If you can guarantee that Freya can just sit and zap man it up, as I like to say, just sit in that lane and get as much farm as possible, Freya is going to become a very, very thick woman. As the banish comes out on Meatleo, and all of a sudden, 2-3 hits of pulse, and he's already down to 75% HP. So, like exactly what I just said, Freya is just going to get very fat very quickly, and that's going to be very scary.
Yeah, you know, the nerfed Chin's blades is actually interesting here. It's important to point out. So, Chin's blade nerf makes the Freya in that hunter role, I think, even more appealing. Whereas before, you would see it was kind of this have or have not kind of situation where either the Apollo had his boots one hearts your Chin's blades finished, or the Freya hit this kind of core build that you see here from Samshrew. And whoever really got to it first was able to bully the other really for the rest of the game. In this situation, though, it's just a lot harder as Mataleo on the Apollo is forced to build into Devourer's gloves, which cost about 300 more gold than the Heartseeker. A little bit harder to build into, and isn't even going to go Chin size, go Executioner. So he will not be evenly trading for Freya for basically the balance of this match.
Yeah, and even if the builds weren't taking into account, it's just hard to box up Freya. It's going to be easier to hit. As we see Live Lunatic get caught out, the Somersault Cloud comes out almost immediately as he realizes the true power of Agni and Nintendude's dots. That is a lot of damage that can tick while they're not attacking you. Of course, we're talking about Razor Claws and Agni's passive from his other abilities. So immediately there's a lot of damage output from Agni. We're reaching the point where Bastet is doing a lot of damage from her dots. She can now pull efficiently the leap in, dot, leap out, and actually have an impact on the game. Sobek is kind of looking for enemy buffs, placing wards in the front lines. It's very, very aggressive warding, as the vision on this map is beautiful. We see the top tier teams' vision. These guys have watched the NA tournaments. They know that map vision will win games for them. So both teams have a plethora of wards on the map.
If you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Road to the $100,000 LAN event in Atlanta at the end of March at the W Hotel in Midtown, the city of Atlanta. We're very excited. We are watching the round of 16 here. Pentablink going up against Unknown Gaming. 21 minutes have elapsed here. The score is 10-6 in favor of Pentablink, and they're sitting on a 3,300 gold lead and a 3,000 experience lead as, Unknown Gaming with the advantage there, even though they are down in kills. They have secured 2 Gold Furies at this point, and that's really made a big difference here. We have an initiation onto Live Lunatic, really trying to swarm over Unknown Gaming, and they're able to actually burst down Sun Wukong, a big deal, as he's a very slippery god. Rafiki now the one they're going to try to turn their sights onto is Blink. Freya also coming out as well, but the Meteor's crashing down. Hubble Ultimate doing a lot of damage. Is it going to reach to the backlines? It will indeed. Rafiki in a lot of trouble as Thor ports in. He's going to go down as the bombs continue to fall, but a nice shot by Blink is turning this fight their way. J-Star likely to fall here too. The Sobek, and indeed he will go down as Bassett puts in the damage, but the pursuit is on from Blink, and here comes Apollo. Can he save his Agni? Can he save his Bassett as he tries to run out? There is the Mez on the Samshrew, but Haste of Fatalis is going to make it impossible to run, and now Samshrew going to be able to chase out everybody here as a Freya going to vanish there, wait for those cooldowns to come back up, and the Sobek should be free. There's the pulse that's starting to come out. Is she going to dive him? Needs to hit one more. No. Freya Samshrew unable to secure kills, but still a pretty nice engagement going the way of really Pentablink there. Even though, it was looking like a nice fight from Unknown, they stayed a little too long, and Hasten Fatalis is able to secure 2 additional kills.
That engagement was really nice for us to see, especially since we're not familiar with both of these teams. What happened was there was a huge engagement, and Pentablink was all over the place. As we see Pentablink trying to take this mid tower, Nintendo is defending it. Samshu's taking a lot of tower damage. Now there's 3 here, but Sobek's here, looking like they're going to have to back off. But we saw that engagement. Pentablink's damage was all split up. Unknown Gaming by far had the better communication. They knew which damage, they knew who they wanted to damage, and that won the early initiation. However, Pentablink are very, very strong solo players by themselves, evidently, as Unknown Gaming overstayed their welcome, and Pentablink just took them down. Their mechanics are definitely on point. So we saw the early game, the early initiation go the way of Unknown Gaming because of superior communication, but the cleanup done by Pentablink because their mechanics were just on point. The decision making was good. So I love to see both talents of each team showcased right there as we get a more visible understanding of what each team represents and brings to the table.
Gold Fury has come back up, and Samshrew has caught out Lamaki. Not going to be able to secure that Sobek. It looks like Samshrew going to eat a bomb from the Agni. it looks like we're going to have an engagement around the Gold Fury here anytime as the teams are starting to really kind of vie for positioning and look for those picks. If Live Lunatic or if Lamaki, the Sun Wukong and Sobek respectively, if they go down, you'll see one of the teams immediately go in as they are holding that Hand of the Gods 3 that does have the percentage kill. Mataleo, Apollo Ultimate is going to be used here now, so they don't have that tool, and really Pentablade should be aware of that and looking to kind of abuse it. I do also want to point out that this seems to be the game of the Bancroft's talent. We have 4 on the board here. A lot of magical lifesteal for both of these teams.
Bancroft's Talon is such a potent item, sitting at 100 magical power. Almost nothing else can really bring that amount of power, with the exception of Rod of Tahuti. It just brings a lot of damage. The magical lifesteal is almost an afterthought, but it's definitely going to impact things as we see Freya is just going to start basic attacking with that with that pulse and irradiate up, and just her health bar is just going to go up in the middle of engagement. So that's definitely a beautiful side effect, but it's really purchased for the sheer power, I think, Bart.
That's right. Yeah, it brings 100 magical power to the table, plus the 1 additional power per percentage health missing. So, really you're looking at probably about, an average of between, 140 and 160 magical power contribution from this item during engagements. Now, another thing, she is buying Polynomicon that's also adding additional magical lifesteal, so even more there. And the third point about magical lifesteal in Freya is that Freya's number 2 and number 1 combination, the Pulse Irradiate combo that we talk about as their primary damage source, we're going to, in fact, see it in action here against Unseen Death as he gets just completely chunked down, is that is a single target ability, one of the very few magical single target abilities in the game, meaning that instead of having to deal with only 33% effectiveness on lifesteal, it has 100% effectiveness as it's not taking that AoE penalty, and that is really what allows her to heal just crazily through damage. Plus, her kit has built-in lifesteal, so altogether, I think it's Bryce Ingman's Blessing, her passive, is what's giving that to her. A very, very strong magical lifesteal style god. And the Gold Fury attempt coming out now for Pentablade, they want to secure their first one of the game, and it looks like it's going to be free.
Yeah, this Gold Fury is not even an attempt. It's just a secure right here. Pentablink is working from behind beautifully. They're getting their pickoffs that they need. They know that they might not be able to initiate into a large team fight right now because the items are just weighing heavily in Unknown Gaming's favor. Pentablink is finding people out of position, mowing them down. They realize they have Freya, who's going to be able to just erase people from competition one-on-one. So that's what they're really snipping out, looking for. They're going for the objectives. This is how you play from behind, and I'm very interested to see if they can actually pull this out.
So, it really has been a very, very back and forth and even game so far. I mean, we did see Unknown taking a pretty decent advantage at the end of the early game, but now Pentablink with that Freya and the Guan Yu, Sun Wukong, Hebo, they're really starting to hit those mid-game timings with a lot of strength. Underneath the tier 1 tower on the left side, Apollo going to ult out as Samtru makes it there in time to save the tower mid lane. Bastet pressuring as well. Magi's Blessings also coming up here for Live Lunatic and Pi. They really are tired of getting CC down. I think it really is primarily for the Sobek there. Getting plucked. Magi's Blessing basically means you're not going to get plucked as long as you don't get stunned out by the Agni. So, there's not a lot of actual hard CC over here for Unknown Gaming. So it's a little curious to see this many Magi's Blessings, but it is a very, very potent item. Another thing that we see being completed here is Weakening Curse. So the healing of Unseen Death here with that Rod of Asclepius will be able to be shut down by Pentablink.
Yeah, the healing from Ra is going to be a lot less of a factor, which is definitely really, really important, as we see a lot of characters like Agni who would be able to just sit in the back line and sit in that Solar Blessing and sort of just launch nukes from the back and get healed even if he's getting attacked. That's going to matter less and less as we see that Weakening Curse come out. And you're right, you're 100% right, Bart, with the Magi's Blessing. It's targeted at the Sobek. With only 9 kills for Unknown Gaming, a lot of initiations has gone on, and Samtru's getting initiated, brings out the defensive banish perfectly into the well-timed water spout. There's not going to be a huge initiation here, as Unknown Gaming realizes that it's 3-on-4 with 2 Magi's Blessings, but that was how you get out, shown to you by Samtru on Friday.
Wow. So this just in, F-Dot, it looks like Denial was knocked out of the tournament by Class and Slash. They went down in the round of 16 here, so no seed points for them either. A big deal for Denial, as they definitely had their sights set on making it to the Land Invitational. Second place in last week's tournament as well, taken out in the round of 16 by what appears to be a first-week team. So very, very unfortunate for them. Back to this game, however, left side tower going to go down to Unknown Gaming, picked up there relatively easily by Mataleo. Sitting on this Apollo fairly deep, does have the ultimate available, so he's going to be able to scoot out of there as he needs it. But, yeah, once again, I mean, what a crazy turn of events in the round of 16.
Wow, I'm glad there's not a camera on me, because my mouth was open for a solid 20 seconds. Nothing against Clash and Slash, but I've never heard of them, and Denial NA has been a staple of the NA scene for so long. They are a consistent number 2. They're always a threat to take that number 1, and I'm very, very surprised, as they are still a top-notch team. I think their support in Jeff Hinley is one of the best, but clearly,
Well, Clash and Slash. Okay, so Clash and Slash is the team that Pecky started.
So it's Pecky's and Zero Gars.
So it's Pecky's, Gars, Cyclone Spin, and Jerby. Jerby really being the big addition. Divios, of course, as well. And Crip looks like he is their backup. But yeah, it's Jerby, Gars, Pecky, Cyclone Spin, and Divios, kind of the core of that team. Able to pick up a win over Denial. I mean, yes, it's true. The fact that those are strong competitive players that have been around the scene for a long time and definitely are no slouches and have won some big games versus big teams. But the fact that that team gets put together this week and is able to take down one of the mainstays of the North American scene, big ups to them. And it looks like we are going to have a bit of initiation here in the mid lane as the teams are really starting to bunch up here. We actually had a missed Raw beam there. They wanted to try to burst someone down. Freya not going to get bursted down. In fact, she's going to go ahead and throw out that ultimate, doing a lot of damage. Hubble also coming through, trying to find the kill onto Rafiki. He starts healing up in that Raw beam, dashing out of something that's just too strong. Where's that weakening curse? Slamming down his door. Now the spin to win. A lot of damage coming out from Pentablink here, but the detonation of that ultimate by Sobek does so much damage. Hebo trying to clean them up. Vanish comes out. They should be able to secure the kill on the Sobek here, but it's just an all-out slugfest, a heavyweight fight. Now the weakening curse coming out, but it's just going to be too little too late. They didn't shut down any of the healing. Unknown Gaming going to be able to heal this thing back up. They're looking very, very good to take the tower where the Apollo is still standing and the Bass. Both of their physical damage carries are there to start whittling down the tower. Only Freya really able to keep them off of it.
Again, a very, very messy encounter. People go down on both ends as it's still going on. Unknown Gaming wants this tower. They are pressing it. They are pressuring it. They're doing a wonderful job of swapping the aggro onto that tower. They realize that getting the Phoenix is probably a little greedy, so they're going to back off. But once again, the communication for Unknown Gaming, absolutely on point. They really mowed down the players that they needed to mow down. And Pentablink was really just spread out. You saw a lot of members of Unknown Gaming, so they got low HP. They didn't really communicate who they wanted to attack. And like you said, very big misplay as Unknown Gaming initiates on the Cold Fury. They did not use that weakening curse early enough. We see Thor go in the air. He's going to dunk on this Gold Fury. They disengage. They get the reset, and it's not even a factor anymore. Pi is going to go down, pay for his transgression. Absolutely not. He's just going to walk out. The unseen death is seen right now. They want him. They see him. They're chasing in two different directions right now. I'm not sure if Lunatic can get this kill, Bart. I think so. He's just gone.
I don't think he can catch Ra. Too much run speed there. He's also sitting on, well, let's take a look at his actual build here. Ra, you're sitting on a Celpius. You have the Breastplate of Valor, Voidstone 1 coming out as well. No Heavenly Agility just yet, so no sprint really at his disposal is really what we were looking for there. Now it's going to be Blink after chasing off the Ra. Going to go for a Gold Fury of their own, but Agni Bomb's hurt really bad, and they're going to start raining in. Live Lunatic going to get a Ross on as well. Not going to go down just yet, but getting very, very low. A risky pickup there by Pentablink. Apollo going to try to secure this kill. Going to be successful, but he's right in the face of Hubwa. Going to use his sprint, but I don't think it's going to be enough slowed down. The moves are going to be enough to get him out of danger for the moment. It looks like Pentablink is going to be able to hold off Unknown Gaming from securing any more kills, at least for the moment, but it is a yet another kind of the game continues to slide in favor of Unknown Gaming. 5,800 gold, 5,300 experience to their credit and their favor. Pentablink really needs to find a way to get back into this game. Now it's going to be Mataleao putting pressure on the right side. Samsung's going to ult, likely be able to secure a kill onto the Apollo. Yes, the final bomb is there. Can they secure the kill onto the Freya? However, is the question as the dive comes out. Looks like Thor used his weakening curse again, but isn't going to get the Raw. Still no healing reduction there. So this can be safely, re-aggressed by Unknown Gaming as they have a big heal available. Hubwa sitting at half health, high on the Thor half health as well. What can they really do against us at this point is the question, F. And it looks like it's just going to be a siege from Unknown, and it's going to be an easy one for them.
Yeah. I can't repeat myself enough. Communication wins games. We saw Unknown Gaming channeling their inner Jeff Hinla as they actually got the steal of that Gold Fury. If you guys weren't aware, the Unknown Gaming that actually Pentablink initiated, Unknown Gaming got in there, got the hog, got the gold for that, and that is part of the reason why we see them sitting at that 7,000 gold lead. Pentablink is definitely looking kind of dire in this situation. They're working from behind. I mentioned before how good they were at working from behind, but it's definitely sort of slipping away. Unknown Gaming has really exposed their lack of communication, and they are now really milking it and making use of it. They understand that they out-tier their opponents in communication, and they're really pushing things that they might not want to push should it be a really cohesive team. But they know that they have that in there. They know they have communication in their advantage, and so they're willing to push things that look a little janky for them.
Yeah. Let's talk quickly about your Guan Yu build here for Sonati. So solo lane Guan Yu, I would have really preferred to see Pestilence be the rushed item here instead of Height of the Urchin. It's still effective against Ra in the lane, provides that magical power. I'm sorry, the magical defense that you're going to need to really deal with him effectively. We'll hold that thought, though. As Thor is up in the air, we have Initiation coming in, Unseen Death, and a lot of trouble. Hubble Ultimate used to secure it. Thor Ultimate as well, just a little bit mistimed there to really get, maximum damage out of that, keep them clumped up. But it's a very, very nice initiation from Blink. They're under tower now, taking some damage. There's a Weakening Curse coming out. Can they secure kill the Nintendo? I think it's going to be hard for Fred. No, a beautiful knockup by Hubble. Going to secure that hit for the Freya there, and that's going to be a free mid-tower for Pentablink. They do a nice job gathering up. In the meantime, however, a trade is going to come out as Unknown Gaming takes the the left side tower there. The tier 2 is down, and Phoenix going to be pressured. It really needs to be a Fire Giant attempt here for Blink. They're spending way too much time on the right side of the map here. They're not getting any objectives. Now moving to the Fire Giant, but they've already lost their Guan Yu to the defense of the Phoenix. Doesn't want Apollo to take it, but he may get it anyway. Let's take a look at that fight while you're trying to keep him off, but Apollo continues to throw in those auto attacks. Madaleo really wants it. Barely cleaned up in time. Back to the Fire Giant now, F-Dot, as it looks like Hebo's trying to keep Sobek out of there. He could steal this. No, Pentablink gonna pick it up there. Live Lunatic secures it down as the Wukong.
Yeah, and just like I was lauding Unknown Gaming for their superior team fight and communication, we just saw in that whole sequence what makes Pentablink viable and able to stay in this game. They saw those two people in the mid tower. They said, hey, we're a lot more than them. We can initiate. We can press our buttons well. And our picks are really nice, too. We have a Habwa, we have a Freya. We can really demolish anybody that wants to say, hey, I'm going to fight here. So they did that. They took the two people out. And you're right, they spent a little too long trying to zone that Sobek, and they lost their Guan Yu. But it wound up in their favor. They got the Fire Giant. They successfully defended their Phoenix. However, that Phoenix is sitting very low HP. They're going to have to pay a lot of attention to this left lane, especially with an Apollo in the game, as he can sort of just call upon his ultimate and American Airlines right down to there and just take it out. It's sort of at a moment's notice. So right now we're going to see a lot of passive play from Pentablink. They really need to get their farm up, just do their thing, stay grouped up, and force Unknown Gaming to split. That is what their game plan needs to be if they want to stay competitive in this game, and I hope that we see some of that because this is a very nice matchup, Bart.
I think that Apollo flies Pan Am, not American Airlines. I gotta be honest with you. I think he's an old school kind of guy. It is gonna be the siege of the left side tier 2. Thor in the air, Blink coming in the tower. It's a nice dive into the backline. This time Thor gets the right initiation, gets that Weakening Curse out onto all 5. That's gonna make it so they can't heal up that Robbie, and basically useless. Pi takes a lot of damage there from Lamaki. Fails the Mjolnir just to teleport through. Apollo picked up by Freya. Big deal. No split push. Gonna be available now for Unknown Gaming. Bombs coming down from Agni. Not doing a lot of damage. Looks like he's out of them as well at this point. This fight continues to go in favor of Pentablink. Nintendo actually finds a kill there into the backlines onto the Apollo. The backlines of of Unknown Gaming, though. Pentablink really just running wild back there, but they can't seem to secure the kills as Hubwa goes down as well. The big-time damage dealers, Hubwa, Freya off the table. It's now Guan Yu and Thor. Plenty of physical damage between them, or in-hand damage rather, to take that tower down, but this continued engagement from Unknown Gaming could go pretty well in their favor. Now, as Blink has overstayed their welcome, Agni continues to just do tremendous amounts of damage in this fight. I'm not sure, really, if they're going to secure any kills here, as both these targets are quite tanky. Bird form away from Wukong, going to be actually pursued by Nintendo. If he has another leap available, could do some nice damage. I'm going to follow that fight. It doesn't look like, no, she's out of mana now. Guan Yu going to run away. It's going to, be an extended chase here, and really, that fight went fairly well for Unknown Gaming. It was a beautiful initiation by the Thor. It finally hit that Weakening Curse and a big opportunity, but just too much overextension, and they lose a 3-for-1 trade there.
Yeah, and once again, Bart, we saw Pentablink doesn't have the lead, so my old platitude of play the lead but don't let the lead play you. They had the lead in that engagement. Thor got the dunk, but the communication wasn't there. His team was zoned out completely by the Sobek lurking in the waters. We see Unknown Gaming just going to pick up this Gold Fury. There's not even a contest there. So the Thor dunk, you're right, it was great. He finally nailed that initiation. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up, so nothing could really convert. and after Lurking in the Waters came up, it deleted the Freya, and all of a sudden it was in Unknown Gaming's hand to do what they wanted. They lost their tower, but they gained those kills, and left lane is sort of a wash anyway, as both teams have their towers down. They got the kills, they got the conversion, and they made sure that the lead stayed in their possession. So Pentablink got very aggressive and almost to a fault, as we saw them fall basically due to their own misjudgment.
No, I think it's definitely to, like, the over-aggression there was to a fault. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, basically they dove in, they got a brilliant initiation from Thor, and then they had Freya extend very, very deep. However, she picked up the trade onto Apollo. Now, she did go down ultimately, and it was very hard for her not to, really, in that kind of extended engagement, going that deep. But taking out Apollo and then had Blink kind of recoalesced and taken that Tier 2 tower and fallen back, they would have had a great trade there, right? They would have been able to start kind of sieging that Gold Fury and really try to bait out another fight from Unknown Gaming when they didn't want it, and without the Apollo split push available. And that would have been a very, very important distinction for them. As Nintendo may be potentially getting caught out here, no, Freya not in position to really pursue with that Hasten Fatalis, but Magi's Blessings and Bancroft's Talons abound this game, as these teams really now are going to start finding their positioning around the Fire Giant, as that could definitely decide the winner of this game, whoever takes it next, as we approach the 39-minute mark now. The score is 22-15 in favor of Pentablink, but the golden experience is currently being held by Unknown Gaming, 6,100 gold, 2,000 experience in their favor. And however, you know, Pentablink definitely has the better late-game team here with the Freya and the Hubwa, and even the Guan Yu and Sun Wukong scaling a little bit better than maybe your Sobek and your Ra in terms of damage. So it's going to be a game that Unknown probably needs a wrap-up here in about the next 10 to 15 minutes to really be 100% sure that they're still going to be viable towards the late game. J-Star getting knocked out of position, ulting through, down goes Nintendo, Thordun coming through, stuns out Lamaki. Do they have the burst here? I don't think they do. There's Jigabang over the top, still not enough just yet. Knockup from Wukong. He's going to go ahead and ult under tower, let the decoy tank that up for now. But, you know, once again, Apollo split push forces out that Guan Yu port. Hebo goes down as well to a little bit overstaying his welcome. The Ross Knight unable to secure Skull Thor, who's going to go ahead and Tectonic Rift, stun them out. Samshu now coming in from behind. 2 shots down that Agni. Polynomicon is a very strong item, F. Dot.
Wow, you are right. It definitely is. I love this play from Mataleo. He's affecting engagements by not being there. That is such a potent thing, especially when I mentioned before, the way for Pentablink to get back into this game is to pick and choose their battles carefully. They really want to get those one-on-one encounters that we saw. Hebo found somebody. The second he saw somebody out of position, out came the Water Spout, out came the Crushing Wave, and crushed them down. That's what Pentablink is going to look for. Unknown Gaming's Metalio on Apollo is going to bait that. He's going to be by himself, which is what Apollo does. He is the split push champion of the gods in this game, and he scares them enough to separate the team of Pentablink, and Unknown Gaming spreads themselves out almost to a fault. But once again, Pentablink overstayed their welcome. They valued that initiation a lot more than they did. And Freya, with her Polynomicon, got the kill on Agni, but they definitely lost more than they needed to. Live Lunatic is just going to ward this Fire Giant. We're not going to see much of that, but Apollo is in the wrong spot. But his ultimate literally just came off cooldown, and Freya and Guan Yu just put their hands in their pockets and walk away.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to engage here onto the Sun Wukong, who has gone pretty deep on the Ra, but a Sun Wukong ultimate there, Summerstar Cloud now, he's up there. He's going to be able to kind of jump out whenever he wants. It's going to be back past that Tectonic Rift. However, Bass there to follow it up. If she can land, ooh, there's a big fist there. She needs to slow as well to really stop him from getting into that transformation form too early. Cats are out, but they're on Hubwa, and Guan Yu now in the back lines here as this fight continues to rage on in a few different places. Thor comes dunking down. First to fall is going to be Mataleo. Big pickup there. Freya has him down. Thor trying to get out. Gonna make it. Now there's a take to the sides for Freya. Trying to do what damage she can. Going to avoid that Sobek ultimate. Important amount of burst damage to get away from there. But it's going to fall to the burst potential being realized there of Unknown Gaming. Nintendo leaping in with the damage from Agni. Guan Yu going to avoid at least one robbing, but not enough. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. And yeah, just initiating onto Sun Wukong from long distance as Apollo, and then trying to crash there, I think it was just a nice bait by Unknown Gaming, and they just really enveloped Pentablink and took them down easily. Bastet actually really starting to come into her own there, did a lot of work in that engagement.
Yeah, I love that play from Unknown Gaming. They made a misplay intentionally to make it a good play. They baited Penablink into thinking, hey, look at this over-aggressive Apollo. He thinks he's the bee's knees. He's going to do business. And Penablink licked their chops and they went for it. Then all of a sudden, Ungaming was there. And they said, no, we planned this from square one. This was our game plan. Check out our playbook. This is what we did. They secured 3 kills. They pushed back Live Lunatic to the base, taking the rank 3 hog out of the business, out of the equation, got the free Fire Giant, and I would be very surprised if they decided that this wasn't the game. With the Fire Giant and 3 Phoenixes up, no towers to push, I think we could definitely see a deicide into Titan very quickly.
Man, there you go. I do think Unknown Gaming really needs to take out the remainder of the towers on the board here with this Fire Giant to secure the win for themselves. I think if they don't, I think if they leave that gold on the table and they give Penablink another chance, that eventually Penablink's going to get to the point where their gods have just scaled and they all have 6-item builds like Freya here. She's completely 6-slotted. In fact, would not even be surprised to see Shoes of the Magi is replaced with Obsidian Shard just for additional damage. As wow, look at this. I'm sorry. It was there's Unknown Gaming as towers left out Penablink. I don't know what I'm talking about as they move in to start pressuring the Phoenixes, and looks like Blink, this is their fight here. They've invested now 3 ultimates. Thor going to come crashing out as well. But what do they have? There's no hub on there to finish it up. Even after that big Blink, there's the weakening curse coming out. Healing not going to be doing anything for a couple more seconds, but this fight just looks like Blink. I think they just kind of jumped the gun a little bit. They are able to pick up Agni. It's going to really decrease their late damage there, but there was a bomb in the air that picked up Wukong. Now it's going to be Unseen Death falling, as well as in the back lines there. You're going to see your Hubwa go down. It's a 5-man wipe, 70 seconds or any more respawns. The deicide coming out. Unknown Gaming still has their Apollo and Bastion alive, and this is likely to be the game, F-Dot.
Yeah, without a doubt, this is going to be a very unceremonious Titan, as we saw the ceremonious team fight right there. Pentablink had the right idea as the Titan falls. Congratulations to Unknown Gaming as they secure the victory in this 16 bracket right here. Congratulations.
Yeah, we are in the round of 16. Yeah, and Penablink going to be moving really on into obscurity as they look to regroup for week number 3, and the gentleman, the fine gentleman, we should say, as well of Unknown Gaming. I'm sorry, really doing a nice job to secure that victory. We kind of talked about how they were really getting close to those timings where it was going to start really turning too heavily in favor of the other team there. Penablink really had those late game gods, and it seemed like, maybe another 5 to 10 minutes you would have had that really turn in their favor even heavily. I do want to point out that the Thor going Deathbringer, I think, was a really, really bad choice. I think had Pi picked up a Bulwark there as his last item and really focused on his initiation, or even an Idol of Concentration or something a little bit more kind of defensive over in-hand damage especially, would have been a more effective choice.
100%. Thor does chunk down with his basic attacks, but looking at the playstyle that Pentablink was going for with the Thor initiations, it would have been more advantageous to see him go a defensive item. Now, something that I really want to highlight about that last engagement that won the game for Unknown Gaming, that wasn't the wrong choice for Pentablink. They did not simply throw the match. That was important. That early initiation to surprise Unknown Gaming is what you have to do when you're playing from behind and your opponent has the Fire Giant buff. That was a very good choice to initiate. It surprised Unknown Gaming. Unfortunately for the rest of his team, Guan Yu also surprised Pentablink with that initiation, and there was no follow-up. Had there been a Horse stun into a Thor stun, into a Habwa ultimate, into some Freya action, that would have been an extremely potent situation, and I think we might have even seen Pentablink steal the win. But because, once again, the motif of this game, Pentablink's communication, not up to snuff. Unfortunately, a good play turned into a poor play due to lack of communication, and Unknown Gaming took the victory. Well earned, not to take anything away from them. Well earned from Unknown Gaming as they sat in the lead the majority of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they that was their game to lose, it felt like. They just had to basically secure it by that about 40-minute mark where Hubwa and Freya were going to just turn the corner and be hyper carries. But I think you hit the nail on the head with that idea of that the Thor stun and the Guan Yu stun had great synergy there, and it was the right time maybe to initiate, but they didn't have Hubwa in position. It was about get them group up, lock them down with those 2 big AoE stuns, and get that ult to come on through, and then they had a really good chance of wiping them. If they were able to secure like Bastet and Apollo and one other during that initiation, which they absolutely could have given the burst damage that comes out from those 3 gods, you're right. It likely would have won the game, or at least taken all the two of the Phoenixes and the rest of the towers off the map, and even another Fire Giant. So at the end of the day, Unknown is able to take it down and move on to the round of 8, which is where we will also be moving. If you are enjoying our coverage so far, be sure to let everybody know that we are moving to the round of 8. The games are going to start getting really, really hot in terms of contention. And we are going to go ahead and move on. I think we're going to take a look at Clash and Slash versus Evolution Gaming. Evolution took a path through Team Injection, Excess Omnicide, and now we're going to go up against Peckies and Jerbia and the boys here. The other games on the round of 8, COG Gaming NA versus Still Dreaming. You have Snipe NA going up against what now is Unknown Gaming as they move on, and Dignitas going up against Armada, the winner of the first game we saw. They went on to beat COG XX. So a lot of good games in the round of 8, but we are going to be taking a look at Clash and Slash going up against Evolution, and then moving on to the round of 4 in the grand finals for F. My name is High Res Bart, and this is the North American Tournament Series, week number 2 on the road to the 100K. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back with the round of 8.
Before a lot of you were wearing diapers, all right? Which means before you were born! You like that, don't you? You like that, don't you? See, my eyebrows are even black. Have my aunt put it on. Makeup. Yeah, it's not really dyed. The eyebrows aren't. Yeah, like these. I was listening to dubstep before a lot of you were wearing diapers, all right? You like that, don't you? You like that, don't you? You like that, don't you?
Do you like the song? What the f was that? What do you want to hear repeatedly on the radio this year?
Something that sounds like the music I already listened to, but with different words.
Dunno really. Oh, if it's on, I'll listen to it.
Live guitars, tattoos, anything else is a bonus.
Well, it's pretty good, but you know, I'd need to ask my friends what they think first.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your continued patience as we are, or well, rather, we seem to be experiencing some issues with the servers. My name is Hi-Res Barton, of course, joining me for the rest of today. And prior to today is the fine gentleman to screen right, my left, F. Dot. F. Dot. How are you doing in these troubled times?
I'm doing fantastic, except that I'm staring at a screen that says "game is down." I'm not. I was very excited to see the round of 8. As we see a lot of the headliners come out and flex their muscles, including, as Chad is calling them wonderfully, Peckies and the Sunshine Boys.
Yeah, Peckies and the Sunshine Boys. I like it.
Yeah, I love it. 10 points to Chat out there, but I love watching these top-tier players, not taking anything away from the newer teams that have come and shown what they're capable of, but being able to watch Zapman against Barracuda, these are the matchups. This is why we watch. So I'm excited, and I wish we were already doing it, Bart.
The Titans of Smite here. So another thing to note here, it's going to be Clash and Slash, aka Peckies and the Sunshine Band, going up against Evolution Gaming. Evolution Gaming, of course, formerly known as the Panda Bears. So if you are aware of them, one of the kind of, I guess, the premier teams out of the kind of B tier of kind of top competitive teams. We did see Armada Gaming and Exidium, both kind of, and even moving into like the Pentablink and Unknown Gaming. Like all of those teams kind of occupy that just under kind of those top tier teams you think of, like Dignitas, Denial, Cognitive, formerly Exertus or the old Cognite team. Like those type of teams that consistently were getting the top 3 finishes. These teams are the ones that are generally giving them the run for the money in the earlier rounds, and they've really started to come together as stronger and stronger teams. Panda Bears, definitely the strongest of those teams currently. I think they actually were the highest team rated outside of the 4 teams that were invited in the end of the year tournament in Europe. So they've been a consistent finisher here, and I'm really excited to see if they can, use their experience and maybe what they know of Clash and Slash, especially seeing them take down Denial, to really, be able to kind of find a win here. It would be a really big win, right? I mean, you take out Clash and Slash, you previously took out Denial, as a big boost to, I think, your outlook as Panda Bears, now known as Evolution Gaming.
Yeah, and something that makes Smite and esports in general so interesting is that although players like Peckies and Zero Guards have been outside of the competitive weekly tournament scene lately, they're still playing ranked. They're still doing their thing. So these players play almost every single day, and they see the same names almost every single day. So although Peckies, I'm drawing a blank at the real name, I'm just going to call them Peckies in the Sunshine Band. Although
how could you not?
Yeah, exactly. As their group might be new to people, we know that Zero Guards is going to pick Agni. Like, we know that his play on Agni is absolutely unstoppable. So we're going to be looking for all of that stuff, and that's definitely going to be interesting to see how teams react to these players that they know and they've seen, and how they're going to react to them together.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see it. I mean, it really just comes down to, it's going to be a really, really interesting game, and it'll be interesting to see kind of maybe does this kind of break, right? As we were mentioning, the server seem to be having some issues for the moment, but will that impact either of these teams, right? Like, is Panda Bears going to be a little nervy coming into this, having to wait, knowing they're going up against a group of really, really strong players that in the past have definitely had the edge over them on other teams, And I think they're probably feeling like this is a real shot for them to make it into the round of 4, going over a very, very potent team, but not, getting matched up in the round 8 against Dignitas or Denial or Cognitive NA or Exertus or Snipe or one of those types of teams, right? They've done. I think this is a really good opportunity for them to make their break for a top 4 finish.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and I love this matchup because Panda Bears has been a team for a long time, and like we saw in the last match, communication is consistency. Communication is going to win games, especially in a game like Smite, where it's 5-on-5 and your roles are very diversified. We know the names on Pecky's team. We know Ray Pecky's. We know Zero Guards. We know what these players bring to the team, but we know that Jerby is a force to be reckoned with.
There's always Jerb.
Like, you can't forget about Jerb, even though he might forget about his ults, as everybody likes to joke about. But something we don't know how long they've practiced together. And however long that they have practiced together, they haven't practiced as much as Panda Bears has practiced together. So although it might seem like we don't know, although it might seem like they have stronger individuals on their side, the team fight, the communication, right now lends itself to Panda Bears, but we'll see actually in the game how it unravels and shows us who's actually doing the work.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't really touched on that much that may or may not impact this game or the really tournament readiness of Clash and Slash is the fact that you look at the players on the team, right? Jerby, Zero Gars, and Peckies. Less Peckies, more Gars and Jerby. Both of those players have tremendous experience playing all roles as subs. They sub really a lot for a lot of people. I mean, back in the day, you remember Zero Gars being like the standout Thor player in the North American scene. Thorgars, I mean, they used to call him that. And then now you see him playing Agni, as you mentioned, as a mid laner. And then you have Jerby, who once being a dominant mid laner for Juice Gaming and all that kind of stuff, right? You really had that real kind of early presence from both of these players, and then they've gone on to be subs for many different teams. So if anybody is really positioned to be good in a good spot to kind of come together quickly and make a team viable, it's going to be teams that are comprised of subs that are used to playing lots of roles with teams that maybe they're not quite as in sync with.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we're going to see that their ability to play subs, play different roles, really come together, and hopefully take them to the 100K, which is what this tournament is all about. We are on week 2 of our path to 100K. If you guys aren't aware, it's going to be the week after the official release. It's going to be March 28th. It's going to be very interesting in Midtown Atlanta, a nice, awesome place to go. We have the next 8 weeks where teams are going to solidify their station. It's going to be 4 teams from Europe and 4 teams from America. The winners of each week, first, second, third place, will give you different amounts of seed points, so consistency is king. You want to win multiple weeks and really get that point differential between you and your opponents. We'll see the four top teams of both regions come together in Atlanta live on LAN, do their work. That is going to be an exciting tournament, Bart.
That is, yeah. And so the first 200 tickets that we did put out have already been sold. I'm sure there will be more, but it is looking to be a pretty hot event here. As you see on the graphic on your screen, and as FDOT did a nice job of enumerating there for you, is 8 weeks of competition. First place seed gets 100 points. The 5th through 8th place seeds get 10 points. finishers in each tournament, and of course they seed you for subsequent tournaments. So, and then it will be invitationals based on those point totals. It is, as you mentioned, on the 28th in Atlanta at the W, and you can see there on the right side of your screen the format for the double elimination bracket and what games will be played on what day. So it is going to be a very, very exciting tournament. There's a $100,000 prize pool on the line, as well as a Poseidon skin, bathtub Poseidon, or no, I'm sorry, it's pool party Poseidon, or pool time Poseidon. He looks really sweet. You may have seen the concept on our Reddit, release the quack and the floaties, whole nine. It's gonna be really, really cool. But anyway, the top prize currently is $48,000, 48% of the 100K, and then of course we will half of the proceeds from selling that skin go directly to the tournament pot. So you'll look at that 48K maybe becoming a lot more. 40% of this pot could potentially be quite a bit of money. So we're definitely looking forward to this tournament. I mean, it's definitely circled on my calendar, and these next, well, I guess now 7 weeks, including this one, are going to be really interesting to see who determines, well, who's coming to Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm just so excited. I think the large prize pool has a lot of people really vying and jockeying for position. I don't want to say that teams were tanking towards the end of this year, but the amount of focus is definitely obvious as we see the teams come in, and everyone is playing the top of their ability. We don't see any, not that there was troll picks, but we don't see any stuff like that. Everybody's playing what they want, what they get. They know that what they're doing. I like the changes to the teams. There's less team hopping. I think swapping of teams is interesting. I think it brings a lot of drama into the scene. But having a season last, 2 or 3 months, this is your team. You're locked in. You guys have to win with these teams. It's definitely interesting to see how our esport is shaping into becoming the adult that it is becoming.
It is. I know. We're finally out of our waddling toddler stage and moving on to full motor function and the ability to walk, and hopefully running soon here for the $100,000 tournament in Atlanta. But that, guys, we are still just waiting on the servers to get sorted here. We are in contact, of course, with I am at least with all of our server engineers and all of that fun stuff. So I'll bring you an update if we have it. But for now, yeah, we're just waiting on the servers to come back up. We will keep you informed in the chat or over the stream. Be sure to pay attention to Twitter as well. You can find me at twitter.com/highresbart. You can find FDOT at f.swag spelled out. Is that correct? On Twitter,
yes, sir.
FDOTSWAG. If you need to contact us for any reason, we'll be happy to answer those questions. But I think for now, we'll go ahead and throw you back to the splash screen, and we'll be back with any updates as we wait on the servers to come up and on our next match which is going to be Pecky's and the Sunshine Band going up against the former Panda Bears, now known as, now of course my brain,
Evolution Gaming.
Evolution Gaming. Yes, Class and Slash. Of course, we call them Pecky's and the Sunshine Band, go up against Panda Bears, who we call Evolution Gaming, because that is their sponsor. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My name is Bart. That actually is F. Dot, and we will see you guys in just a few minutes, hopefully, for our game out of the round of 8.
surrounded everywhere. I can feel it, I can feel it. It's creeping up on me, but what I just can't see. Or say you feel it. I'm falling into this unknown. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? There's nothing I can do but to give in to the plan. And then the bass kicks in, and then the bass kicks in, and then the bass
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. The servers are up, the players are ready, and we are in picks and bans. My name is High Res Bart. To my right is Mr. F. Dot, and we are going to be bringing you the coverage here in the round of 8. It's going to be a good one here. Our band's already starting to come out, F. Dot. Why don't you go ahead and introduce our teams?
So we have Clash and Slash, which is a lot of familiar names in unfamiliar places. Pecky, Zero Gars, Cyclone Spin, Jerby. These are all names that we definitely know and love if we've been around the North American scene at all. Divios is somebody that we've heard as well, but not as prestigious as those other names. Evolution Gaming, on the other hand, they might not be as popular, but we definitely know names like King Taco and Jay Bieber, and not for nothing, they are no longer Panda Bears. They are sponsored. They're Evolution Gaming, so somebody believes in them. Definitely look out for them. We have a Thorban. He's a very powerful god at the moment, and as we spoke about in the earlier game, Zero Gars is definitely powerful with him. No Agni ban, thus the Agni Gars will be seen as the next 2 picks go to Evolution.
Yeah, it's a risky play. I mean, you don't have to deal with Thor, certainly. I do like the ban of Zhang Kui coming out from Clash and Slash. He's just really strong, and he does fairly well against Agni. So it's a good ban, considering that they were likely to get him. Mercury also on the table here, not picked up through the first few rounds of picking, so certainly not being favored as heavily as something like a Freya or a Tyr, and I think the Freya will continue to be highly valued given that nerf to chin size.
Yeah, Freya's definitely got an indirect buff with the nerf to chin size. It's definitely worth noting. And I mentioned that Zero Gars would be on Agni. Zero Gars is a very good Agni player, but there is a Jerby on Clash and Slash, so it's more likely that we'll see Zero Gars in that hunter position. Cyclone Spin is the support, most likely, or the jungle. You know, this is a very flexible team, as you mentioned before. They're used to being the subs. They're used to being sort of all around the place, and very flexible, very malleable team, and that's a very impressive stat. As we see Ao Guang and Athena being picked up by Evolution. How do you feel about
a very strong team being drafted here by Evolution. One thing that they are really missing here is true range damage. You know, they don't really have a mage that's necessarily known for his kind of range damage potential in Ao Guang, right? He's really more of an area denial, kind of once the fight has started, whereas Agni a little bit better at kind of joining into pickoffs from range, those types of things, a little safer than Ao Guang, outside of that ultimate, of course. So it's a very kind of short-range team. They do have some nice maneuverability with the Tyr and the Athena over here in Evolution. They can get around the map fairly well, but during a team fight, they actually need to close in pretty tight to deal their damage consistently. Speaking of being in tight and dealing damage consistently, Bakasura now being hovered over, as well as Vamana. Wow. Really interesting pick from Clash and Slash here. It's even a legendary baby. So someone's been putting in their time here. Divya, certainly. It's a similar team, but they have that Agni and Apollo to really rein in damage from afar, and that's really going to help them out. On her, the obvious, I think, pick up here for Evolution, Desert Fury brings a lot to the table for this team, kind of filling in that gap of consistent range damage.
Yeah, Evolution Gaming in this with this pickup, with all of their pickups, they're really going to look to corral. They're going to look at Tyr to sort of be their shepherd and sort of corral people with that fearless combo, get them into a tornado, Freya, Desert Fury, mountain of damage. And I like these picks by Clash and Slash. I think Vamana and Bakasura are 2 very specialized gods that we don't get to see a lot, because they're they're underplayed, and probably for a reason. I think there are more options for the positions that they play. However, like you said, the legendary Vamana coming out. Vamana is great in the solo lane, and if you are good at these 2 picks, if you are good at the odd picks during the picking stage, not only keep your opponent on their toes because they're not seeing the same gods that they usually play against, and it's something different, but you also can sort of impact team fights in a different way because people aren't able to react right away. I'm very excited to see them.
Yeah, I agree. I think Vamana is going to be a big turning point in this game. Absolutely, Jerby will be taking that mid role, of course, as well. But that does bring us into the 3-minute countdown, F. Dot. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, with our continuing coverage of the $100,000 week number 2 qualifiers. It is Clash and Slash going up against Evolution Gaming.
max.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1 in a best-of-1 series here in the round of 8 between Clash and Slash and Team Evolution, formerly known as Panda Bears. My name is Hi-Res Bard, and I'm being joined by F. as your co-commentator today. Let's go ahead and introduce your teams. The blue team, fighting out of the bottom of the minimap in the left side of your spectator UI, ladies and gentlemen, Clash and Slash. They are Jerby in the mid lane on Legendary Agni. You have Pekkies and Pekkies and Cyclone Spin. They will be combining for the dual lane as Apollo and Sun Wukong. Zero guards in the jungle as your Bakasura, and it will be Divios solo laning as Vamana with an Ankh Rush. They will be going up against Evolution Gaming, formerly known as Panda Bears. They are Jay Bieber, mid lane as the Aoguang. You have Master Fasho, going to be this jungler as Freya. In the dual lane, King Taco and Derman and Lion. So King Taco and Lion combining for the On, Her, and Athena dual lane, and Raven in the solo as your Mystical Mark Rush tier. And that's the first really interesting part of this game, right? Is Mystical Mark Rush or Ankh Rush going to be more effective in the solo lane?
Yeah, I think the Mystical Mark Rush is the absolute perfect choice for this team. Not necessarily because that's what is right to build in the solo lane against Divios, who's playing Vamana, but because there are so many gods that are going to have to be in melee damage to do damage to you on Clash and Slash, that Mystical Mark will pay dividends as we see the team fights come out, for sure.
Yeah, and now Jerby sitting comfortably in the mid lane notes that Evolution is moving around, and he falls back safely there. So Evolution does control this kind of mid part of the map, and it looks like Clash and Slash is at least going to be waiting here to look to engage. I think they're going to go ahead and let both of the mid camps go.
Yeah, no, this is just a very, very safe beginning from both teams. Both teams, they just want to get their farm on. We're not seeing any early aggression. No denial strategies going on right here. We just see the solo lane opting for the blue buff, for the orange buff on either side. Mid Harpies are going to go down. And we're not seeing any mid Harpies, actually, from Jerby. So
this is a strat we've seen before, F. Like, I don't know if you caught this last week. We saw this kind of really late mid-camp rotation come out. It certainly was not Evolution or Clash and Slash here that did it, but like this idea of leave them a little bit later, especially given the enemy team's positioning, if you see that they're going for early buff camps, because it throws off those timings for the junglers really bad. So if you have a little bit better idea of when the Harpies were taken versus them, you can really screw up a little bit of the rotation, especially if you can manage to get a steal in there. But now it's going to be a very, very deep aggression here. Zero guards needs about 2 hits. Got to find him on a Jay Bieber. I mean, that just turned so quickly. Jerby dashed in, found the damage with his flame wave as well, and Zero guards really just sealed the deal, easy peasy there. 2 speed buffs there on the junglers between Master for Show and Zero guards, and this is going to continue to be ugly. Clash and Slash looks like they want to fight, but they can't deal with the Freya just yet. But the slow there into the flame wave, a lot of dot damage. In the meantime, it's going to be a solo kill as well for the Sun Wukong onto the Athena in the duo lane, and all things told, Clash and Slash just out to a tremendous lead here.
That was just pure experience, showing what experience does. As the pause comes out from Jay Bieber, I wonder if we're having some sort of connectivity issues. But that was Clash and Slash just showing Evolution. Look, we've been doing this for a long time. We can do risk assessment and threat assessment as the unpause comes out, and we understand what fights are good for us and what fights are bad for us. It doesn't matter if we're across that 50-yard line in your front yard. We know that we're safe. We know that we have an Agni Dash. We know that we have a Bakasura Leap. We can take this. We're ready to take this, and we saw that as they spearheaded not just First Blood, but Second Blood as well, in an almost undeniable, no way they could turn around and counter.
Yeah, very, very difficult as the teams continue to swarm around here. We didn't really see any item pickups coming off of those early kills, though, which is interesting. Mid lane, some trades going down, and actually Clash and Slash is here, and they're going to put some pressure on a Jay Bieber, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like I am a little bit desynced here, so I'm going to go ahead and try to sort that as we continue on.
Definitely. And we see the Clash and Slash group up in a group of 3. They're coming after Master for show. He knows that he's got to get out, but the stun comes out, the knock-up, the impale, and there it is. The Jingle Bang secures the kill. Now, all of a sudden, Evolution Gaming knows they have to rotate. Out comes the shield wall and the dispersion right into danger. Cyclone Spin jumps up on the Somersault Cloud. King Taco is not going to get out of here. He falls to one more Magic Cudgel. Jay Bieber, he's not getting away. Cyclone Spin isn't going to let that happen. The stun comes out, the knock-up comes out, and Jay Bieber's safely on his tower, so he is going to let that happen. But once again, we see another 0 for 2 engagement from Clash and Slash in the enemy's territory. They just know when to attack, Bart. They know it. They got it.
So let's just make sure real quick that we're synced up on the bottom left replay timer. I'm sitting at 3 minutes even, 3:01, 3:02 now, and it says I'm synced. Are you?
I'm 3 seconds back.
You're 3 seconds behind. Okay, so go ahead and hit the comma button, go back in time, and then resync, and hopefully that'll put us all into the same spot here. So I'll go ahead and continue on, guys. Sorry for that sync issue. I'm sitting at 3, 19, 20, 21 now.
We're good.
Okay. So hopefully we have sorted all of our syncing. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know. It appears that there's maybe some kind of issue here that we'll be looking to sort, of course. But back to the game, if you will, please. It looks like it's going to be the Devourer's Book Rush coming out for King Taco. On the other side, Pecky's going to be going for the same build. So I think it's safe to say now, as we're 3 or 4 games into it, that this is going to be the favorite build, at least an NA for your Hunter role. It's going to be that Devourer's Glove Rush. The question is, what will we see as the follow-up item? In most cases, my guess would be Executioner.
Yeah, most likely. Hunters do a lot of damage with their basic attacks. As King Taco is kind of baiting this, he was out of position. The pillar comes down, and Apollo Pecky is coming down from the sky. The Spirit Tempest doesn't hit much of anything. Jerby gets King Taco. Zero Gars gets Master for show. The Lion is sitting way in the back, getting hit by Bakasura minions. Not enough to kill him, but once again, a third 0 for 2 encounter coming out of Clash and Slash. They just know how to take these guys out of position. They're getting the picks they want. They're sort of just killing people when they want to. Tier is, I don't think he understands that there's 3 members of Clash and Slash at his speed buff. He's looking like he wants to do this. All Pecky's has to do is turn around and mess. Cyclone Spin sees, gets the stun as he's going into the blue buff. This is the end for our Raven. No, it's not. The Lawbringer comes out as he hits level 5 and jumps over the wall. But that's the end of Evolution Gaming's jungle. Clash and Slash just took the entire right jungle for them.
Yeah, they are. They're really having a very, very hard time in dealing here. I mean, I looking at this, it looks like it's going to be pretty difficult now for Evolution to really get back into this game. 7 kills to nothing, 5 minutes in. And Clash and Slash, the way they're playing, I mean, it's very easy to like this team. This aggression is just out of control right now. These rotations are coming out really, really big, right? Like, and that's the second time that they've gotten a 4-man gank into the mid lane this game, and it's just looked like they're doing really, really well for themselves. And the important thing to note here about Clash and Slash, given these heavy rotations, is how much they're up in golden experience, which means they're doing a very, very efficient rotation here. 2,800 gold up, 4,000 experience. The experience really the big one. Zero Guards finds himself some more damage in the mid lane. JB stun out 1, 2, 3, 4 auto attacks. 2 hit from Bakasura. Should be enough to secure the kill. Meteor going to take it in there. Zero Guard's in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, he's going to fall into the fray there, but it is definitely worth. Not going to be able to pick up Jerby as well. Will Master for show. So, nice job so far by Clash Slash. They do give up 1 kill, but they continue to keep this Algalong down. And as we mentioned during the pregame, he's a big part of their ability to deal damage at range. And really, all around the board this game, you have those mid laners going to be very important in terms of full damage output.
Yeah, and this lead for Clash and Slash is so, so important. You need to keep characters like Freya down. You need to keep Tier down. Otherwise, their ability to just control you and control the game gets way out of hand. Clash and Slash is sitting at a very healthy 2,500 gold lead as we sit here at 6 minutes as the pause comes out from Zero Gars. Not sure what these pauses about are, as we haven't seen too many disconnects. But yeah, you want to talk more about the boots on Cyclone Spin. We don't see minus boots coming from him, and we do see boots on Dandelion. So this might be an interesting situation as far as the supports are concerned.
It's going to be, it's an interesting pickup, right? I think I like it here on Cyclone Spin. Sun Wukong can do a lot with cooldown reduction. His skills are very, very effective. They're especially good at initiating fights, I want to say, and having his ultimate available more often means that he can be a little bit more resilient and dive a little deeper as we see the game unpause here. But it really comes down to, I think, the having the cat stun available more often, I think, is going to be the real deal here for them. And we also should note, as we come out of the pause, that Anka the Bear is done here on Adivia, so this Vamana will have the tank kind of a better time in the lane here, at least for the next couple minutes over Raven. Also should note that the change to Shield to Teleport means that you'll see these the solo lane basically required to buy Shield to Teleport free as early as possible. Zero Guard is going to attempt a gank over here on the right side lane tier, notoriously difficult to actually secure kills on. And he kites him very, very well. Raven playing quite well so far, but it doesn't hit by that slow. And that's going to make things very tricky. Jervy rotating as well to seal this off, coming in from the mid lane. Still kiting well as Raven, waiting for those cooldowns to come back up for Fearless. Trying to do what he can, avoiding damage, but he's just going to get secured there by Zero Guards, who's putting out too much damage with the advantage on Bakasura.
Yeah, he was just trapped in the middle of nowhere, and once again, Clash and Slash saw the pick, found the pick, picked it up, and took it home. There was nothing that Tier could really do. He made the right play. When you're caught out that much, all you can do is sort of run around in circles, pray they don't hit you, and pray your cooldowns come up faster. But as Tier hasn't bought any cooldown reduction, he's sitting at level 2 Mystical Mark, only level 8 in comparison to his compadre in the solo lane, Divios, at level 9. It's definitely going to be a sticky situation. As we see Evo, Evolution Gaming getting a little testy. Cyclone Spin wants to make something happen, gets the Magic Cudgel out, gets the Master's Will out, and he's actually going for the stun, 2v1. The Confound comes out and takes him out of the cat, and Evolution Gaming doesn't. They know that Pecky's has the ability to be in the air, and that's what was going on. That was a very good play from Evolution. They saw the bait that was happening, they read it, and they prevented it. They went back on the tower and prevented yet another 2-for-1.
They got to be able to punish this Clash and Slash rotation through their jungle a little bit better than this. I mean, they basically freely rotated the mid lane and now back to the left lane deep in the enemy jungle, picking up a kill with really no punish. I mean, the jungler Freya forced to sit under the tier 1 tower in mid to avoid getting just destroyed. I think Clash and Slash, as we kind of said, I mean, one thing we did mention, however, though, is the burst damage between Agni and Vamana is extremely high, especially at the solo lane for Vamana. Armored Umbrella, his number 2, does just an absurd amount of damage. I want to say about 440 base damage at max rank, which he's going to have, as well as a meteor coming through into a stun, into a flame wave. I mean, you're looking at about 1,000 damage before you're able to really even deal. And Vamana's Armored Umbrella is also an instant cast ability and a cone, so it's very, very easy to get knocked up by the Vamana into a CC rotation that deals just massive amounts of burst damage. And I think that Evolution's having a hard time dealing with that right now, as Jervy is just running rampant in this map.
Yeah, we saw as that all that happened, we saw the pickup of Athena turn into an 8-minute Gold Fury, and this is something that I think Clash and Slash is actively going for. They've killed Athena twice now, as Jervy is just taking these mid camps for free, even though there's 2 members of Evolution Gaming. Vamana seems to be in a bit of a problem. Divios is all by himself, 1v2, now 1v3. The ultimate comes out. He's just regenerating health and going to walk out of here. I cannot believe that he's going to get out of this situation, Bart.
Yeah, it looks like, just the big baby. I mean, he does what he wants. And that's why you pick this god. I mean, he has very, very strong mobility. He can pressure the mid camps quite well, even though they haven't even really used Vamana that much for it with his dash. But it's really the big baby for him. I mean, especially once you see this tower get whittled down to about a little bit under maybe a third health, you'll see him just ult and go take it down. There's going to be literally nothing Tyr can do about it. So Vamana really excels at this point in the game. Now, into the mid and late game, he can do a lot of damage, be very effective in team fights based on his positioning and getting those AoE hits in, but he certainly excels towards the end of the early game, where he's just so tanky, so hard to take down, that he can soak just tremendous amounts of damage while putting out very, very nice AoE.
Yeah, and once again, we saw them attack the Athena. They didn't get the kill, but I absolutely love this play by Clash and Slash. There's no way that this is just serendipitous. They're actively targeting Athena, and it sounds weird because that's a support. That's a tank. Yes, she's naturally tanky, but she's building Midas boots. Cyclone Spin built into those cooldown boots, as we discussed earlier, Bart, and that's going to put him at a disadvantage, as he's going to be out of lane, not really getting farm a lot. And we see Jervy just go into this 1v3. Zero Guards is there. They're initiating. JB is already dead thanks to 3 different ults. Pecky's crashes down, turns this into an even fight, but the health bars don't say that it's even anymore. The Impale comes out against Pecky's, Valkyrie's Discretion comes out, gets Freya all by herself, but King Taco falls, and now Master Fischel has to be on his tower. There's really nothing that anybody can do, and once again, as I keep repeating myself, an 0 for 3 engagement just comes out on the end of Clash and Slash. They're going to take this tier 1 tower in the mid lane for their efforts. we are seeing a spectacular play from Clash and Slash today, Bart.
Yeah, when I talked to Pecky's this week and he said he was going to enter a new team into the tournament, I didn't really ask him, the specifics of who are going to be on it, but it looks like he's drafted together a really, really strong team. Of course, Pecky's going to be the captain of this team, you'd have to imagine, and as we said that, Divios is going to take this right side tower, and that's going to really, Clash and Slash is really starting to climb really far away from Evolution here. Nearly 8,000 gold, 10,000 experience going their way. Pre-12 minutes into this game, Hasten Fatalis up and running with an Executioner 1 on Bakasura, meaning that he is going to be a blender. Jerby going to be rushing into Rajahudis. We saw the Agni do in the last game as well. Finish boots across the board, while you still see King Taco and Raven over here for Evolution struggling to get boots finished. There's a massive movement speed differential between Clash of Slash and Evolution, and they are making their way around the map very, very well with the Vamana, the Agni Dash, with the extra boots, and with Sun Wukong's maneuverability, as well as Apollo's global presence. They're just out-rotating. It's not even out-rotating. They're out-collapsing Evolution.
Yeah, and that's sort of the opposite of what I called. I called that Evolution, due to their experience as a team versus Clash and Slash's experience as individuals, would really lend themselves to good rotations and stuff. And Clash and Slash is just doing everything they can to prove me wrong, which is working out for them. The sun is shining on Clash and Slash today, because it's not out of hand for Evolution, but they're going to have to pull very unconventional. And
it's a dive coming on the left side lane. King Taco in a lot of trouble underneath his tower. Lost a trade to Pecky's very, very badly in terms of the in-hand war. Going to knock him out of tower range now. Actually finds that stun, and a very nice play by King Taco to disengage. But Jingu Bang, too strong. Magic Hell takes him down. On the other side of the map, it looks like we have continued initiation, F-Dot, as we see Ao Kwang and Master Fasho being on that Freya going down. So a lot of kills across the map. And trade for Fumana yields 2 kills, and then a easy kill in the left side lane with a tower as well. Clash and Slash continues to roll.
Clash and Slash almost up to a 10k gold lead, which is a very, very large lead, especially at 13 minutes. We see them more pressure coming out on the left tower. The teleport from Raven kind of forces them out, but they're baiting this. They want this. They got this. The stun comes out. The ultimate from Bakasura. He is just getting chewed down. Raven, there is nothing for him to do, surrounded by 4 members of Clash and Slash. They're once again going to take this tower for their efforts, but Evolution Gaming is here to prevent that. Master Fasho, King Taco, Lion, they're not going to do that. They know they can't get that tower, but they're there in protecting that Phoenix, because that is the key to victory, and they know, even though they're behind, they're not out. But if they let that Phoenix go, that might be the beginning of the end.
I do think that there was a small opportunity to make a very, very big play there by Clash and Slash that they didn't go for, which is to basically to let that Athena port in. And Evolution did steal that, so that makes all the more sense. Let's go ahead and watch this fight finish as Lion is going to fall down. Apollo now in the air, going to crash in onto Jay Bieber, likely going to be able to pick up Ao Kwang is here as well. So taking a look at King Taco in a lot of trouble as well. Going to knock back 1, but that's not going to be enough as Jerby is there to put out damage as well. So they give a lot back for that Gold Fury Evolution did was secure, but I really would have liked to see Clash and Slash let Athena channel in onto the tier before bursting down, kill her as well to prevent the Hamlet Gods 3, as they knew they were going to go Gold Fury after. But a small misplay there. They lose the Gold Fury, but I think it's too little too late from Evolution here. And we did see a Surrender Vote come out, not going through, so looks like they think that, they still have an opportunity here, or at least a chance to, learn a little bit more about Clash and Slash and figure out a way to beat them in a subsequent tournament. But, right now they're staring at a 10,000 gold lead and a 17,000, nearly 18,000 experience that did in the face. This one's going to be tough for Evolution. They do have Freya, and Freya is a late game hyper carry, but Bakasura and Apollo are just going to put out tremendous amounts of damage. It's going to be really tough. They're going to need to really isolate some players here and find some kills quickly. Even an early Fire Giant can help them out a lot, F-Dot.
Yeah, they're gonna look for an objective if they want to win this game. As we see, once again, getting engaged on Evolution Gaming is in their front yard. Clash and Slash knows that they have a huge lead. They're trying to exploit that by really pushing as hard as they can. Master Fasho, already in the air, had to take damage immediately. The Spirit Tempest comes out, demolishes Dandelion. Raven is looking in dire situations. Raven is gonna fall down as we see Cyclone Spin all by himself, willing to box the Hunter. That is King Taco on her. The Disperse knocks him up. The Impale is good. Cyclone Spin is looking like he's going to get down. But the turnaround, Jeremy shows up out of nowhere, takes him out, secures the safety for Cyclone Spin. Another Perfect engagement from Clash and Slash, really turning that around. Once again, engagement into tower, engagement into tower, engagement into tower is how this game has been going for Clash and Slash. They're going to get this tower for free. Members of Evolution Gaming are going to show up to protect that Phoenix, but I don't even think Clash and Slash is interested at this point in time. They're well over a 10,000 gold lead. They're going back home. They're going to spend all that gold that they got, and I think right here, they're going to be looking at engaging on a Fire Giant even with everyone up, because they know they can take that. And once that might be game, Bart.
Yeah, and Divios here has a Pestilence. Even though you look over at Evolution and you're saying, like, you're not going like, wow, look at those great healers. King Taco's going to get Lifesteal. Master of Show, of course, going to have Lifesteal as well. But really it comes down to Pestilence is an insanely efficient item. 65 magic protection and 300 health, and it costs very, very little. It's just a wonderful, wonderful item for the baby here. And it really helps him just be such a nuisance because he gets so much health back from his ultimate to just shut down any of the enemy's health, really whoever they are. I mean, you see Tyr kind of has that big number 2 on his blue stance to heal up as well. So a fight is breaking out as Apollo comes crashing in. Pekis is in this fight now. They want to burst down the Freya. Not sure if they're going to be able to get it. Jay Bieber going to fall there, even though he uses ultimate. Zero Guard's able to avoid that. Massive show in the air, going back towards his tier 1, where King Taco is there, knocking up Cyclone Spin, but another cudgel should be enough. He gets pinned out. Now going to use the ultimate. That's going to tank the tower, and really Clash and Slash going to continue to roll here. Crashing down now is that Sun Wukong Lion there, but I'm not sure if he really wants to soak up auto attacks from these gods right now with that taunt. There's a port coming in. It's going to be Tyr. He has the control, but can he get out ahead and lock anyone down? Maybe not going to be enough, and Clash and Slash going to be able to disengage here, it looks like, and clean up the Athena. So all things told, they really roam around the map, and look at their health values. I mean, they barely took any damage that fight, and they just ran through 2 players and even tanked the tower for a while.
Yeah, this is definitely the beginning of the end, unfortunately, for Evolution Gaming. Clash and Slash really came out to play today. Just look at the Slash Irons. It tells the story. Zero Guards at 9, 1, and 11. Jerby at 7, 0, and 12. Pekis at 3, 0, and 12. We see another 4, 0, and 12 on a Cyclone Spin. There's only been 2 deaths. Zero Guards died once, and Divios got 4v1. That is the only thing that's happened. And like I said, we see the outright Fire Giant attack. They already have the buff. Raven is here. The Defender of Olympus is going to be effectively wasted. It's not going to come out. And Clash and Slash is going to turn this. They want this fight. Evolution Gaming is trying to run away, but Zero Guards isn't letting King Taco run away. He's the only member of Clash and Slash that deep. It might be interesting to see if they can turn this around, even though there's a 4-level differential. The Tornado isn't enough to zone anybody out. The pin comes out. Evolution Gaming cannot deal with Clash and Slash right now, Bart.
Man, oh man. I think Freya's only sitting on about 1,300 health, and Augie Bombs are hitting her for about 450 right now. It's really, really hard. I mean, for her to deal with that. There's an Alcohol Ultimate coming through. It's got a chance to do some damage. It's going to hit Pekis and Jerbies, but they're just too high level, and with a Fire Giant buff, it's just not going to make a difference. It's going to heal that right back up. Phoenix is going to fall easy peasy. Zero Guards is going to go deep here, it looks like, and keep the team off. He will fall for his hubris, but I don't know that Evolution is going to be able to keep Clash and Slash out of the base for much longer. Certainly another Phoenix could fall if they want it. Fire Giant buff still healing them up, and it is a 4v4, at least for the next 20 seconds until Raven is going to respawn.
Yeah, we see Athena sitting at level 9, taunting 16, 18, 18. That is just not going to help them out. That is not going to help them out at all. Pekis launches down in the back lines, gets that dot on everybody. King Taco wants to fight, but the level differential, as we keep harping on, is just too much. The only way Evolution Gaming is going to be able to pick this out is if they just converge onto individual members one at a time, like we saw in the last game. Unfortunately, Clash and Slash just isn't going to let that happen. The entire game they've been grouped up. Nobody's ever been alone because they know that that's how you give up a lead. They are not playing the lead. They are not letting the lead play them. They are playing their lead, and they are being rewarded for it. As they have a Fire Giant buff. They have 4 to 5 levels on everyone on the team. They are just going to hard push this part.
I want to point out here the Alquan here going a Polynomicon. I think he would have been much better served with just a damage item. Bancross Talon, Rata Tahuti, even a Spear of the Magus, some kind of pen or an Obsidian Shard. You know, he's just not going to really get much out of Polynomicon. He can't get into the fight to in-hand anyway, so it just unfortunately isn't really adding anything to even help them get back into this one. Tyr, you know, even with his tanky presence, can't do anything. Divios basically just gets to do whatever he wants now in the big baby form. He's CC immune, he's very, very hard to take down, extremely tanky, massive amounts of HP 5. Middle Phoenix falls to the Siege. Now they're going to go turn their attention. Cyclone's going to tank that up, no problem. And even he's going to be going into Witchstone, so not even forced to go into the full tank-style build. We're going to get this hybrid-style item. A nice advance coming out from Rare. Can they follow this up into a big confound? A lot of damage coming out. Evo may have a good fight here. finally trying to do the camera. Zero Guard's jumping out. King Taco finds Cone to Jerby. That's a lot of the damage gone. In fact, all of the magical damage from Clash and Slash. Divio starting to go down to the Freya nukes, but I don't think she's going to be able to catch him even with a sprint. Oh, no, he tried to turn around. Divios, are you going to be the one to fall? No, he's going to be okay, at least for the moment. They're not going to be able to take the Titan here, will Clash and Slash. It looks like they're going to try, though. Oh, man, the taunt's big. Titan doing a lot of damage. Cyclops been trying to do what he can, but he doesn't have a lot of damage either. Pecky's going into the pool for a kill, and he's going to pay for that one with his life as well. Now it's just Cyclops been trying in vain to take down that Titan. I don't think he's going to get it. And now it's all up to Divios. Will he try to go 1v4 here at Dot? I'm not sure if he's going to be able to take the mid-hard down through all of them, but I bet he's going to try.
Yeah, and that was an example of letting the lead play them as we see Divios try and take on the entire team plus a Titan. Yes, Clash and Slash, we get it. You are almost 20,000 up, but now you are 5 down. That is 5 members that just fell. Evolution Gaming really needs to look to maximize off of this as their Minotaur is sitting at 10% HP, but we don't really see anything. They're not converting from this. They're not turning immediately and looking at the Gold Fury. They're not looking to take out turrets. They're not looking to take out jungle. They're forced to defend their base from all these minions with Fire Giant buff, and it's just too much. What I really like to see, though, I love to see that Evolution Gaming is playing, and they had their best team fight of the game just now. That was a fantastic team fight. Yes, Clash and Slash dove, but before on the left Phoenix, they pulled out everything. The Confound was good. Everything was good. They got Jerby down quickly, which is the key to this fight for them. And like you said before, a lot of times, should this be a scrim or a casual match or even a ranked match, the F6 button would have been mashed long ago. But this is a continuing circuit. There are point values involved. So Evolution Gaming might have said in their comms, look, this is very dire. We're not going to say we lost, but it's definitely an interesting situation. Pecky's is in the air. He's coming down. The Titan is also going down. And Clash and Slash, in spectacular fashion, takes away the victory from Evolution Gaming.
Yeah, no way for Evolution to stop that all in there. Really, just I think at any point at that point, Apollo could have ulted it and probably taken it down before they could stop him. But all around, very, very strong play by Clash and Slash. We can see why Pecky's in the Sunshine Band here. We're able to take down Denial. I mean, a very, very strong team. But this team looks like they're playing tight. I mean, and hyper aggressive. Great to watch.
Yeah, and Zero Gars is actually the captain of Clash and Slash, and the calls were just on point. They knew every single time they picked people out where they shouldn't have been. If you want to play like by the book, they were where they shouldn't have been, and they got them anyway. They went immediately for towers. They knew how to capitalize on Evolution Gaming's mistakes. But one thing that I really want to harp on is what Evolution Gaming did. They knew the game was really out of control and sort of spiraling out of control, but they didn't surrender because, like I said before, this is a continuing tournament. They want Clash and Slash, who's a newer team, they want them to show the cards in their hand. They want them to see what they have to offer so that there's no surprises.
I do see that we are. I am you, you are me here. So how does it feel to walk a mile in my shoes?
Well, it's really nice to walk a mile in your flip-flops. Thank you very much.
So we do have the round of 4 starting to settle out here. I'm not sure if Dignitas has taken out Armada, but we do have Clash and Slash going up against the winner of Dignitas versus Armada in the top side of the bracket, and that's the game we're going to be taking a look at next, ladies and gentlemen. COG Gaming NA going up against Snipe. So former COG going up against former Exertus, now called, well, Snipe and COG respectively. So should be a great game. Quick look at the last game there. Really, Clash and Slash just, they found that early advantage. Somehow they got a kill at level 2 with Bakasur and Agni. Like, Bakasur landed like 4 auto attacks, which is really, really tremendous positioning by Zero Guards there, the captain of the team. So, kudos to them, and nice play. And they look like they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. Hopefully, we get to see them again in the finals, but they have to go through Dignitas now, and that, of course, always a challenge for anybody in the North American scene. That takes us into the round of 4, ladies and gentlemen. Your next game is going to be Cognitive Gaming North America going against Snipe NA. For F-Swag, I am Hi-Res Bart, and we'll see you all in just a few minutes. I have no idea if we were off or not. I think we are. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your continued patience. We are ready to go with the match we're covering out of the round of 4. It is the gentlemen of Cognitive Gaming North America, the #1 seed this week, going up against SMITE. SMITE coming in as the 5th seed, getting knocked out early in last week's tournament. What do you think about this matchup here, F. Dot?
I think amazing things about this matchup. This is the first headline match we get to see this Saturday. Cognitive Gaming has just been absolutely unstoppable. The only team that has in the past, no, everybody can take a match away from them, but the only team that has succeeded thus far has already been knocked out, and that's been Denial. Nobody else has toppled King Cog, and we gotta watch out for that, as the giant gorilla just might take over this entire North American scene. That said, we all know how intense SMITE can be, spearheaded by Shing as we get brought into the picks and bans. Shing and Allied are a very scary match together, so look out for those two specifically.
Left side of your screen is COG NA. Right side is going to be SMITE Gaming, and we are underway with picks and bans. And you got to think there's some real opportunity for direct kind of counter bans to the enemy team. Tier coming off the board, I would imagine Thor, Zhonghui, and Zeus going to be the rest of the bans this match. That would be my expectation. There is probably no way they're going to let Thor get into Shing's hands here. At least I certainly wouldn't if I was Kagane. Zhonghui banned out because MLC Stealth has shown consistently that he is an extremely potent Zhonghui player. Very hard to deal with. Brings a lot of the same things to the table as Zeus, basically extremely hard to dive, and lots of health. Or effective health Zeus has versus the total health that Zhonghui has with the protections as well. So this is where it gets tricky for Stealth in the picking and banning phase here. You know, I think that they should ban probably Agni here. It's going to be Zeus. Okay, so they want to basically not have to first pick Zeus if he's on the board, because they want to have, I guess, Mercury or maybe even Thor available and not give up too much.
Yeah, for sure. One of the problems for each team dealing with their opponents right here is you can't respect ban Shing and you can't respect ban MLC Stealth. As we see an amusing Cobb
they're trolling.
I don't know if that's a troll, because Allied has dominated games in the past with amusing Cobb as they go for the safe Agni pick. But what I was saying, Shing can play virtually any jungler and do work, and MLC Stealth can be the best center in the game with virtually any center. So we didn't see too many respect bans coming out. You know, you didn't see Shing's Mercury or we saw Thor, but that's sort of just a
Thor taking off the board. Yeah, I think he's just really strong. I mean, that is a signature god certainly for Shing, but not. He's just strong right now, I think, in general. Ra and Wukong coming with board. So this looks to me like SMITE doesn't really want to play their hand too early, but I would expect Ra to actually end up in the mid lane here for Nick, indeed. This leaves Guan Yu and Freya available for COG NA. We know that they are perfectly happy to put Freya into the jungle for Anister. Or even we could see this potentially going to Barracuda. It wouldn't surprise me too much, even though he is tremendously good with those hunters. Freya's all about landing in-hand attacks, and if one thing Barracuda is a specialist at, it is positioning an in-hand attack. So the real question is, you know, what's your over-under on how many deaths Barracuda is going to have this game?
I'm definitely going to take the under. Very low number. I'm definitely not going to marry myself to any number, because this is.
I'll set the over/under is 3. Will he have more or less than 3 deaths this game?
I'm going to take the under, but I'm not going to get married to it. This is Team Snipe, and this is SMITE. Anything can happen. But I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you as the Freya pick. As we see one of Barracuda's favorites, Cupid, being kind of counterpicked by Snipe over here. Andenster is such a potent hunter by nailing those auto attacks, as we see Apollo being selected. I think that the burst damage from Freya is nice and definitely good in the hands of a hunter, but the sustained DPS that Barracuda can put out with virtually any hunter because of the consistent basic attacks is just too much to ignore. When you have that level of skill on your team, you take the hunter. It's the pick. As we see Loki being picked, actually,
great counter pick for Apollo.
Going to be the jungle. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's an Apollo counter pick. Basically, if you don't understand why that would be a counter pick, basically as Mercury channels his ultimate Apollo channels his ultimate across the skies, Loki can get behind him and get those free crits. And it's about a 3-second channel, so that's a lot of in-hand attacks from Loki, and they're all going to be crits. It's just a lot of damage. It is. This is going to be a very interesting game. There's a lot of burst damage over here on COG NA, whereas SMITE has a lot of burst damage as well, but it's a little bit more execution dependent, right? You have that Defender of Olympus that needs to hit that's a little bit tricky to get, as well as the Loki execute that's fairly easy, but then, Cupid Heart Bombs and Raw Beams not necessarily easiest skills in the game to land. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, ladies and gentlemen. It is Kagane going up against SMITE Gaming North America. For F. My name is Hi-Rez Bart. We'll see you guys in about 3 minutes for our first game out of the round of 4.
To my house, nothing's what it seems. My life is like a roller coaster, trapped inside a dream. Come over to my place, see how we be getting down. It's a twisted castle, but inside I wear the crown. Take a trip to my
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the round of 4. It's going to be Cognitive Gaming North America going up against SMITE Gaming, formerly known as Cognitive NA, formerly known as Exertus. So a little bit of name swap-a-rooney here. My name is Hi-Rez Bart, and I'm being joined in this cast, as all the other previous and future casts today. Mr. F. is going to be your co-commentator, but please allow me to introduce your teams. They are the blue team, finding out at the bottom of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. Ladies and gentlemen, Cognitive Gaming North America. It's going to be Barracuda and Ionic, combining for the dual lane Apollo and Guan Yu. Freya being played by Anisir in the jungle, MLC Omega, your solo lane Vamana, and Agni in the mid lane for MLC Stealth. The right side of your spectator UI in the red trunks and fighting out at the top of the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, it's SMITE Gaming. They are in Continentia and Allied, combining for that dual lane Athena and Cupid. Xing, the captain in the jungle on Loki. Nick, mid laning as Ra. And Ozymandias will be your Sun Wukong in the solo lane.
We see Cog getting very testy, putting a denial, just grouping up in 5, getting ready to sort of dunk on SMITE. There was no opportunity, and they made the right choice to disperse. If somebody was sitting there waiting for a buff, they were definitely going to capitalize it, but they didn't catch anybody out, and that's not something you want to force. You don't want to force any engagement, but especially the level 1 engagement. So we see them just sort of back off and go to where we expect them to be, the mid-camp and the buffs, which is just, pretty much normal, what we're used to seeing, very safe, cautious play.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that this is not the starting lineup for Kagane. They are using a sub here for Ionic, is subbing in there to Care, who is still suspended from tournament play. And he will be back and eligible again next week for those of you that are curious out there. While they are fighting with one of the members of their roster, of course, who are roster locked at this point in the season, Ionic is not their preferred starter. Just to get that out and cleared in the open as the game begins, the minion waves are going to meet here 27 seconds into the game, and it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be a good one. I think you have some really, really exciting and dynamic or rather, the picks here are going to lead to an exciting and dynamic style of game.
Yeah, for sure. And Barracuda and Ionic have played together in the past. It's not as if Ionic is some unknown person that's coming up just because Dare to Care is unable to play. Ionic is an experienced support player. Probably actually has a little more experience than Incon does in that support role, as we see them get a little aggressive. They know that Snipe went back for the blue buff, but he just opts to drop a ward as they quickly get back into lane. We're going to see a lot of poke coming out of Cupid onto Cognitive's team, just because that's what Cupid does. But between the heals from Guan Yu and the protection buff from Talo Assault, they'll be hard-pressed to score any real kills in this lane.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting kind of dynamic we have for these teams as Anderson rotates across the mid lane here on Freya. On one hand, you have Kagane's team that's very, very bursty, safe style of picks, a lot of tankiness in the front line with Ionic and MLC, Omega, Barracuda, just such a potent hunter. And they're going up against a much more risky team here. Nick in the mid lane is raw. It's a very high-risk, high-reward style of character that brings a lot of sustain to the table. Loki, same kind of idea. High-risk, high-reward, massive burst damage from that assassin position. And then you have, Ozymandias in the solo lane, his son Wukong, who in no way is as effective as Vamana is going to be in the later stages of the game, but he does bring massive long-range harass to the sieges. So if Snipe can get the ball rolling in their favor, maintain momentum, and use that, really what makes Sun Wukong so strong, the decoy able to tank the towers, and the Jingle Bang just doing a lot of nice damage with its scaling and low cooldown, to really siege, and then they have allied on Cupid, who is the #1, hunter in the game. So they have a very kind of tenuous, very snowball-dependent team on Snipe versus what seems to be a safer team for Kagane.
Yeah, that heart bomb damage, it's so powerful. It hits twice, and we see a very even experience between the two dual lane partners. But we see two very different ways of going about it. Allied and Incon are duo rotating to those mid camps, whereas Barracuda and Ionic are opting to just stay in lane and deny creeps. So Allied and Incon are actually getting more experience from the mid camps by both going over there, but by missing out on an average of 2 to 3 creeps in their lane, it's actually just a wash. So very, very interesting and heads-up play by Barracuda and Ionic in the dual lane.
Yeah, looking at the graph, it's basically no gold separating teams, but 1,000 experience. So looks like the mid camps did go in favor of Snipe in that last rotation, but definitely not a massive advantage. Ozymandias is a little bit behind Omega here in the lane. Vamana just generally a little bit more resilient than Wukong's going to be through the first few levels. But all things told, it is, as you called it, a very, very even game. No one really taking major risks yet. I think you're really waiting on this right around now, level 5, level 6 here. Probably going to wait for Xing to pick up this, I would imagine, before really diving too deep, but I would expect a low-key, at least contention of the next Gold Fury spawn.
Yeah, for sure. And this game is going to revolve as both teams have a lot of respect for each other because they know what they can put out. As we see, this is an example of what engagements are going to look like. Annenster got on Xing, got some damage out, and just got out because he realized that the rotation was already on its way. We see a 3-on-3 match right in the middle, just sort of jousting it up, letting them know that, hey, you can rotate, we can rotate, nobody's safe. So you're going to see a lot of respect from these two teams' part. You're going to see two teams that really understand that their opponent is on the same or similar skill levels. And so you're not going to see too much aggression until teams are very confident. A lot of these engagements are going to come out of misplays. You're going to see teams looking to capitalize on when the other team makes a mistake, sort of like this Wukong is by himself going into Anister and Omega, stealing his orange buff. Out comes the Magic Cudgel, and it looks like Freya's just going to banish and leave because once again, he knows the rotation is coming. Xing ults him, but Anister takes up into the skies with Valkyrie's discretion. Wow, that was just perfectly timed, and that is why everyone has to respect. Ozymandias is going for Omega, but this fight is over. Ozymandias wasn't. That was his, I got deked. That was his copy that he gets ultimately when he goes into his somersault cloud. And once again, they initiate because the opportunity was there. It got countered, and they immediately knew, we got to leave. Not what we want.
Yeah, I think you wanted to look now over towards the left side lane where Athena has ulted across the map, so now it's allied all alone, and Barracuda and Iana can secure that blue buff, and I wouldn't even really be surprised to see them try to push this lane through and pick up the enemy's blue buff as well. Allied has not made the move yet to go get it, so I think that you would expect to see Kagane start pressuring that, but Allied gets a lot of damage actually on Diana, hitting about 5 auto attacks and a heart bomb. Going to take him down relatively low, and now Athena's going to rotate over towards the mid camps with them. You could see Ionic potentially go down here if the mid laners rotate, but no, it's going to be Apollo in the air as Loki's initiated to the right side on those XP camps. Crashing down is Barracuda. A lot of damage going to come out. Double kill for Barracuda. Great map awareness, and that is definitely worth losing a Freya.
100%, and that's why Barracuda is just so scary. Not because he's not just because he's good at what he does, because he's definitely good at what he does, but his map awareness gets him in the lead. By picking that global god such as Apollo, he understands that his eyes need to be glued to that mini-map. He saw the opportunity right there, and he capitalized. His teammates let him get those kills so he can be pushed further into the lead. And we've seen what Barracuda can do with his lead. As he's sitting at a healthy 2-0-0, Snipe has to be very careful to not let that explode.
Yeah, they still do have tools to assassinate. Well, I guess that's apropos. It is Loki and his ultimate is called assassinate, but they can really, the assassins can really do work against the lineup that that Kog has here, at least in terms of Barracuda. As we said, Loki definitely the counter pick, specifically for that god based on his channel time to get out of danger, and Agni definitely a little bit easier to escape ganks now as that the number 3 is fully magic immune, and it's indicated and is a little bit easier to kind of use, I think. But still, he's susceptible to burst, as is Andestor and Barracuda. So there's 3 squishies there in the core damage heroes for Kagane that really give Snipe. They're never really going to be out of this unless the gold lead is looking 10k plus.
For sure, and we see sort of a tank fight go on around the Gold Fury. Yannick is actually opting to go in on this. Realizes that they're both tanks. He's going to sort of slink back. He's trying to bait Incon. He's trying to get him to come and fight him over the Harpies because Andestor, NLC Stealth, and Kuda were waiting around the corner. We see Allied sitting in his lane. There's no creeps. There's nothing to do. Both teams are just opting to get these mid-cams and once again play it safe because they both have respect for how potent these teams can be.
Yeah, it's an interesting game so far. 2-1 in favor of Kagane, 7 minutes 30 seconds into the game. We're basically all square. The experience differential has swung back in favor of Snipe. They've done a little bit of a better job the last couple minutes, but I think that you really have to look towards this duo lane here where Barracuda and Allied are going 1-for-1 to find the big plays. Looks like it's going to be a rotation coming out for Cog, and Continentia making his way over as well as Andestor may find a banish here. Oh, just missing there. Really unfortunate. They could have chained that banish into the Guan Yu ultimate, into a lot of damage coming out from Barracuda there, but just barely missing.
Allied is so slippery, and even if that banish came out, you have a slow from Ionic and a mez from Barracuda. There's no hard CC. So even if the banish came down, they would have to GCD him. They would have to kill him almost instantaneously because that flutter is such a long dash that Cupid is going to have a hard time being killed. As he's attacking Ionic, but he realizes that he's 1v2 and he's going to play it safe and slink back behind his minions.
If you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, it's Kagane versus Snipe in the round of 4, currently going on, as well as Team Dignitas taking on Clash and Slash, as they did take the win over Evolution Gaming, formerly Panda Bears. And the winner of that game will face the winner of this game in the finals. So thank you so much for tuning in. We're about 9 minutes in, and currently the lead is ever so slightly in favor of Kagane.
Yeah, I think by the numbers the lead is Cogs, but this is by all accounts a very even and fair match. Nobody really has the lead. We see engagements come out. The taunt comes out, the raiding snow, and Andestor is just in the air, not want to take any of that damage. Barracuda's in the air. He comes down. Nick has the dot. 1 hit, 2 hit from the horse. He's down for the count. Allied is up in the air, but once again, I said that flutter is making him safe. Incon is stunned, but he's a tank. Nothing's going to happen. So all in all, Ra dies, but Ozymandias is slipping here. He's all by himself. Can Cog turn this around? They opt not to. They opt not to turn onto Ozymandias, so that giant encounter comes out just 1 kill. A lot of violence for little deaths as Cog slinks into the lead, and they're going to look to milk this part. They're going to look to slowly and surely gain a lead, because that's how you beat a team like SMITE.
Yeah, they get the first opportunity, right? They get the first opportunity to pull ahead here. They're looking at, about 2,000 experience now instead of just thousands to swinging back and forth. They're looking at, nearly 900 gold. They're starting to get an edge up a little bit more and more. Okay, one thing here to note that we haven't seen yet today is it's going to be double Heartseeker for Kagane, so still favoring that item. It's going to be interesting to see what Barracuda does. Wouldn't be surprised to see Devo's Gloves come out after this Heartseeker and go double stacking on him. He needs a life steal from something. Alternative options are the Aussie, which we've seen be fairly popular after Heartseeker as well, so keep an eye on Barracuda's build this game.
Yeah, the Heartseeker it's just such a potent item. It was nerfed by 2% movement speed. That's inconsequential, and I think a lot of players realize that. You're going to see a lot of the top-tier players still opt for that Heartseeker. You're very confident at this level of play that you're not going to die, even though you are going to die. So maintaining those stacks is just something that, it's not in the mind. It's not #1 priority. As we see Xing slinking back, he wants this lane. He wants to make something happen, but Cog knows better. They're staying closer to their tower, killing some minions. They understand that Xing is lurking, and Loki can kill you very, very fast.
I think you're just like a hair ahead, so if you just jump back in time in the resync, you should get back up to date here. One thing we haven't really called at all, and for good reason, has been the solo lane here. MLC Omega and Ozymandias. I mean, just two kind of bruisery warriors just going at it, no one really having the strong advantage. Omega consistently sitting just a little bit ahead in terms of HP over Ozymandias, but it's a pretty back-and-forth style lane. Not a lot to really talk about over here. The action's definitely been around these mid-camps, it seems like. Both these teams heavily contesting them, but Cog has gotten the better of it, it seems like, on most rotations. And that is really what's yielding this 1,200 gold and 3,000 experience differential.
Yeah, something very important to notice as we see these two top headlining tier teams play right here. One of the biggest differences between watching Cognitive and SMITE play each other as opposed to some of the newer, less experienced teams are those mid-harpies. We routinely see 3-4 people show up to kill them, not just because they're valued so high, but because they know the other team wants them just as much. So by rotating with such a strong presence, so many players, yeah, you're splitting the experience, but if one player comes to try and get those just to check on if they're up, they're done. So you see a lot of contention over those mid-camps at this high level of play.
One thing to definitely note in this game as well is that the junglers have really not had much impact on this game so far. 0-1 and 3 for Anister. Does have quite a few assists there, but mostly coming out of his ultimate, just having that big spread damage. Xing 1-1 and 0, so really combined for a 1, 2, and 3 really record between the two junglers is really a lot less impact than we're used to having them really what kind of impact they're normally having on the game. And I think that is actually to SMITE's favor as Loki is a little bit weaker, or actually, I think not really a little bit, it's actually quite a bit weaker in the early game if he's not finding those big assassination burst ults. We have a double confound coming out in the mid lane. Stealth going to get banished. And Continental going to get banished as Stealth dashes out of there. Anister throwing in the damage, but it's just not going to be enough. Here comes Loki. Freya immediately going to reaction ult just to not die. Barracuda in the air. He's going to come crashing down. Now it's Xing, the one that's in trouble. He's used his beads. He's going to blink out of there. And Bionic trying to find the target, but can't find one. Does find a stun underneath the tower to Allied, but Allied, he's already fluttered. He's in a lot of trouble here. Can they find the kill? He uses sprint. MLC Omega dashing forward, finds it with the armored umbrella, and that is a kill. F dot. Looky there. Cog and A. Big time rotations. Find some kills, and now they're not done just yet as Nick and Ozymandias are being sunned out by MLC Stealth.
Once again, a lot of aggression, a lot of violence for so little kills. Allied is the only one going down. In addition to the tower, Cog got the first tower at 14 minutes, at 13 minutes. That's such a huge deal for the momentum of this game. This game was so close. It's still only a 3,000 gold lead, can be evened up by an early Gold Fury, but the morale, that early tower going down in a lane that you were doing so well in really hurts. And SMITE is going to feel like they're playing from a lot further behind than they actually are. Look for them to be extra aggressive to try and get that momentum back in their favor. As we mentioned before, this isn't going to be a rubber band match. This isn't going to be...
mid lane. Xing barely escapes his life there. MLC Stealth misplaces the Noxious Fumes to get the stun there. Almost a big-time kill onto the jungler, who's just really got his Heartseeker up and running.
Xing is so slippery, and that's just part of Xing's moveset. Yes, MLC Stealth missed the stun, but Shing can get out of almost anything on almost any god. That's part of what makes him Shing, and so successful at what he does, for sure.
Ooh, Barracuda going Bloodforge, an item that really haven't seen too much of. Effectively the same item as Devourer's Gloves. Devo brings a little bit more damage to the table. Bloodforge a little bit less expensive. But Bloodforge does have that stacking effect, and Apollo very, very good at stacking up items like that. So ultimately, max stacked Bloodforge is a very, very high damage item. And it gives you physical power and lifesteal, and then adds additional physical power and lifesteal as you land in-hand attacks. And as you noted earlier, Barracuda definitely a specialist there. Also, double Fatalis here. Andister and MLC Omega going to be picking up Fatalis, and this is a dirty, dirty Vimana build. Going Mystical Mark into Heartseeker into Fatalis. If he finishes Fatalis, gets a couple kills, and finds another protection item, it's going to be big-time trouble for Snipe.
Yeah, I love these. I love these builds. I love Bloodforge as we see an engagement going on over these mid Harpies. Ionic is stuck. Shing is there, but once again, MLC Stealth and Barracuda always lurking. There are always more than meets the eye when it comes to those mid camps. You're not going to be stuck out there alone as everybody sort of retreats and goes back to what they're doing. But I love the pickup of Bloodforge on Apollo. Once Audacity, which is his passive, once that gets stacked up and it's allowing him to attack at twice the speed of normal, as we'll actually see it right here in the left lane, that Bloodforge is going to stack up a lot quicker than you would expect, and all of a sudden he's just chunking you for large amounts of your life. And he's actually going to opt to box Allied right here, as he has a 2-level advantage over him.
Yeah, no reason not to. Of course, the passive as well as his favor. He just has to watch out, and make sure that he doesn't get down to that 3/4 health where the Cuban Heart Bomb into Fields of Love combination can do a lot of work. Also, I did misspeak. I meant to say that the Bloodforge is a bit cheaper. I'm sorry, the Devo's Gloves are a bit cheaper than the Bloodforge, not the other way around. Bloodforge about 600 gold more expensive, but does cap out a little bit higher in terms of power once you get it stacked up all the way. So, all things sold here, Cognitive Gaming looking pretty good. I mean, they continue to hold their advantage and grow it ever so slightly. 3,000 gold, 5,600 experience, and now they're going to start sieging the Gold Fury. And they want to take this fight. I mean, Snipe knows they're there. They know Snipe knows they're there, and they take it down just so fast. I mean, that was almost instantaneous. Omega is here now, and they can take a fight. Loki in the backline does some damage to Stealth. It's going to pop out the Andister ultimate, but not going to be able to get a lot of damage onto Shing. Shing with a very, very crafty play there. But Barracuda's in the air. He wants that Loki. Now circling back around Vimana. In the backline, River Dancing. There's the knockup. He is going to do a lot of damage. They want to take down Allied. Allied's going to sprint after Field Above. Going to try to turn their attention to Incon, but I don't think that they are going to have enough. Oh, that's a big-time vanish. A lot of damage coming through. Snipe does damage to Yannick. Yannick now trying to get away, but I think he's going to be A-okay for now, at least Ozymandias. I don't know if he has enough to pursue. Stealth finds a kill on the Shing, so no more damage coming out from that assassin. Allied goes into the backline to find a kill on the Stealth. 1-for-1 against Andister. Field Love deployed. Barracuda doing a lot of damage. Gonna go ahead and follow this up. Back towards the mid camps, there is some damage going down as well. Allied will fall to Andister. Ionic will fall to Nick, as well as Harad was able to chase him down. MLC's Omega wants to follow this up, but I don't think he has enough F-Dot. That fight does go the way of Cog NA. However, a little slightly though. I mean, they didn't really come out way ahead, but they definitely came out ahead.
What an even matchup we have here today, Bart. Just Cog and Snipe. Cog is now ahead by 5k gold after that Gold Fury in the tower that they took down, but the skill level of these players are just so evenly matched. I love watching these team fights and seeing blue, red, because each team has a great captain that are calling targets. They're getting down the targets that they want. And Shing got killed, but he's just so slippery. He's just so slippery, Bart. I love to watch Shing play and get out of problems. It's so much fun to watch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, he did a really great job. He went in there, used his aim strike and his poison to deal, a decent, nice chunk of damage to Agni, and Andister reaction ulted, trying to put the damage on him as he ran away, but wasn't able to secure him because of Shing's positioning. I think Andister was expecting him to continue to aggress, but he just ran right away around a corner, and it took a little while for Andister to find him, but only able to get 2 bombs out onto him. So, all things told, Shing, such an effective player, but is quite a bit behind in levels here. His XP a minute, taking a look there, Shing sitting at 430 XP a minute. That's going to be the lowest in the game that's not on a Guardian position, so Shing having some trouble finding farm.
Yeah, things are starting to look dire for Snipe as we see an entire wave of minions pushed up against the tower, but Barracuda just comes and so beautifuls them down. But Snipe is definitely slowly getting behind, but that's what we're going to see from Cog. Like I said, Snipe is still a very, very good team, and Cognitive understands that, and they're not going to get too high and mighty. So we're going to see very calculated aggression and calculated engagements. It's going to be very, a tower, pause. A Gold Fury, pause. As we see Yannick kind of getting testy, wants to look at Nick, but opts to slink back instead. SMITE really needs to look for an opportunity here to bring this back into their favor, even it up, which is definitely doable, as we're sitting at about 6,000 gold deficit, but it's definitely going to be hard for them, Bart.
Yeah, it's doable. You're absolutely right. And as we mentioned, when they started kind of slip, that they do have Xing. They have a Loki, but now Loki's behind. That makes it really tough for him. Ally going to be going for the Devo Gloves into Chin's Blades build, where Barracuda's Heartseeker into Bloodforge, and is sitting at 3-0-4. It looks like he's going to maybe get the under here in this game. He may not die this game. Barracuda is just such a good player.
Yeah, Barracuda really knows when to get in and when to go out, and that's one of the hardest things to understand as a hunter. You do so much sustained DPS, so much sustained damage that you want to sit in there and go for it, but you're not as squishy as mages, but you just can't withstand a lot of damage. And playing somebody like Apollo and utilizing his ult, as we see more damage go on the left tower, utilizing his ult as aggressively as Barracuda does, to see him initiate with the ult and still get out, no problem, is just so impressive. And we have to give Barracuda a round of applause because he's just scores ahead of Allied at this point, almost to no fault of Allied. As the moves come out, the Mez comes out, he's looking for the kill on Allied, the Heart Bomb misses, the basic attacks are coming, I heard Xing, he's looking for it, Allied got away. Barracuda got him, and Xing is here. Barracuda sniffed it out, got the Mez. Nick is here, the moves comes out, knocks him up. Searing Pain hits people, but Enninster's already in the air. Xing is invisible. Barracuda doesn't care.
God.
Still hitting him in the face with those basic attacks. Nick is now in a lot of trouble as he turns to Enninster. A lot of damage coming out. Nick has the heal. Defender of Olympus doing lots of reduction, but he's still going down as Barracuda ults him from 2 feet away. The surrender vote comes out. Not sure if that's going to happen, but Cognitive is just looking dominant. We see them pulling ahead 7,000 gold in the lead. They have all 6 of their towers where SMITE only has 4. Bart, this is looking like Cognitive's game right now.
Barracuda hit 5 out of 6 auto attacks against an invisible target.
That's just
Who
Barracuda.
is this guy? Who is this guy?
Barracuda being Barracuda. He understands where the player is going to be. He can just see it. It doesn't matter. I'm sure he could almost play blindfolded. And a beautiful veteran move. Get the tower, immediately move to the Gold Fury. This is almost a free Gold Fury. Great sequence from Cognitive Gaming right there. I love to see that play.
How does he... I mean, for a player that was basically unknown up until 8 weeks ago, like basically 0 competitive experience in SMITE up to that point, to come in and just dominate the North American scene from the hunter position is, especially in a time where hunters were not very valued, right? I mean, consistently we were seeing them being the lowest level and lowest farm on the game until like hyper late game, and Barracuda just basically revolutionized that role with his Neath play when he first came onto the scene, really showing that you can prioritize farm, get your your hunter back into that #1 farm spot, right? Put them as your highly prioritized farmer, and they can really do work. And he's just continued to prove that. And I think, especially in the North American scene, has really started to define what hunter play looks like. I think
we saw Zapman definitely solidified. Zapman definitely solidified that role of hunter where get my farm up and do work, but Barracuda has revolutionized that idea. The plays that he's able to make, you see Barracuda pick a lot of hunters that aren't just beat you in the face. He does a lot of supporting in his job as he secures his kills. You see 6 kills, but also 4 assists. He picks players like Neath, as you mentioned, was his first god to really shake up the scene, and Neath sets up kills across the board. You see Barracuda using his ult for a knock-up. The moves comes out not as an escape, but as a knock-up. You see the Mez come out so often. He utilizes the full skill set of his gods, and that's what makes him so effective.
That's right. I mean, there was a long time there. I think you made a good point. Zapman was really like the premier hunter in the North American scene, really showing us, and still to this day, how effective the hunter should be at split pushing and really bringing lots and lots and lots of tower damage to the table. As Anderson is going to just get he's going to get killed here. Oh, actually, Jukes Ozymandias. There's Cutzel, still not enough. Life's keeping him alive. Ozymandias may have overcommitted here. What a turnaround. Anderson, what a player. They're able to get out of that. Does get blown up by Nick in the meantime, but is able to find a Sun Wukong before he does go down. Matching life steal. Keep him in that fight. Vermont in the backline. River dancing on top of the baby. Now it's going to be Nick's in a lot of trouble. Barracuda's going to cut off his escape path, trying to stay alive as Nick. Barracuda dashes back through a little bit of a misplay there, but it doesn't matter as they swarm onto the Raw. So many players down. That's a 3-for-1 trade onto the Freya, who was already very, very, very low. Should have been an easy kill for them. Shing coming in invisible, now doesn't have that available. Barracuda and the team going to go ahead and turn their attention to the Fire Giant here. F-Dot, Incon and Shing have definitely a tall task set out for them here.
Yeah, Incon has the rank 3 hand, so look for the steal. Fire Giant is getting to that point where they can steal it, but Cog gets it with so many members there. They get the Fire Giant and the kill on Incontinentia. That was most definitely a free Fire Giant, and they got the bonus appetizer of Incon. Now with the Fire Giant, we're going to anticipate a lot of push coming out of these members.
Yeah, I think that this is the time where Kagane is probably just going to continue to group. They're just going to go ahead and 4-man or 5-man. 4-man being split Barracuda off, have him push down some towers, but taking that there's only 1 tower remaining on the map, I'm pretty sure that this is just going to be a straight 5-man for them.
Yeah, for sure. They're Cognitive is just looking so dominant. They have a 16,000 gold lead, which is almost unheard of when you see 2 teams like this just perform so well. I mean, Cognitive has really taken the game by the reins and driven them wherever they want to go. We see that Mail of Renewal coming out on MLC Stealth. He's really the only competitive player that likes this item. Mail of MLC Stealth is just so potent,
yeah.
and I think we're going to see more of it. He has 10 assists, and we've seen Agni get into shady situations and get low. Then he gets 3 assists because 3 people die, and all of a sudden he's at 80% HP. It does so much for him when he's going to be aggressive as he is now. The Banish comes out on Shing. He drops. Animster's doing so much damage, but Incon is taking that for him. They turn around and look at Barracuda because they have to. They get him, but Shing might go down for this. Omega is not even looking at him. Opts instead to look at Allied. The horse comes out. Allied is going to go down to the Vamana if all goes well. Nick is chasing. Nick is running. Nick is running. MLC Omega is just going to abandon that. 2 members very low. Incon goes down way in the back lines, and Ozymandias is getting banished. Announcer is coming. The pulse damage is just so much at this point in the game. The heals come out from Ionic. Everybody sort of slinks back, but we see 2 members of SMITE go down.
And the final tower taking off of the map there. Cog NA continues to roll 16,000 gold. They did lose Barracuda, but he will end this game with only 1 death. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a concede coming off from Snipe. They will once again be denied a spot in the top 3. Snipe knocked out by Cog NA in spectacular fashion. I mean, Cog NA just rolled through this game.
Barracuda. Just what's your analysis of Barracuda? It was just such a well-played game from Barracuda. He hit almost all of his abilities. We saw that beautiful top 10 play from him, doing so much damage to Shing with the basics when he was invisible, and he hit everything, like I said. The one ultimate that missed didn't miss because it's zoned. He landed in front of the Vamana, which forced him to turn around, and oh my god, there's 4 members of a team. I'm dead if I go forward. I'm dead if I go behind. It was an intelligent play by Barracuda, and that's ultimately what won the game. We see Agni being present so much with those 10 assists. I'm sure if as we pan over here and look at the player damage, Agni with 10,000 damage.
Oh god, Barracuda did 14k. How is that even possible?
14k coming from a single target god is just, we see Annenster and MLC Cell sitting at a much higher player damage, but they're AoE heroes, they're AoE gods, they're AoE champions, and Barracuda doesn't care. I will just hurt you in the face. The player damage is insane. Wonderful game from Cog. Wonderful game from Cog.
Player damage does go the way of Freya, however, at 16k. Looking at your structure damage, of course, that's going to go to Apollo with his passive 8-1 and 5 coming up for Barracuda. What play there? All together, Cog NA. I mean, Omega also just so strong out of that soul lane position. 4-0 and 2 for him. So Vamana looking really good, actually, this weekend.
Yeah.
A lot of Vamana play. Less a niche pick now, it seems like. A little bit more of a conservative pick.
Yeah, Vamana has always been an interesting pick. His ability to harass and annoy the other team and just be persistent is so undervalued. He's just a tanky target in general. His passive lends itself to being more tanky than most gods. And then his ultimate, of course, stop attacking me because I'm just going to heal it up, is one of the most come at me bros ability in the game. So his ability to disrupt is just so powerful that I think as we see more and more players notice this and notice how powerful he is to disrupt the situation, he might not get all those kills. If he gets fed, he can be very potent and very scary, but it's more about that disruption, and we saw that happen with Omega. He disrupted early, got an easy lead, and then all of a sudden, he started chunking people down. Vamana is very scary in the right hands for it.
Yeah, just 2 final points before we move on here, F. One of them is that, that Vamana really bullied around Wukong, definitely in that lane. I mean, look at 16,000 player damage coming out from Omega. A lot of that is kind of, that's just the soul laners do a lot of damage to each other, but comparatively, Ozzy put up 5k, so Omega just really making good on that Vamana, as you noted. And look at the structure damage values for Snipe. Zeros across the board. COG NA kept them zoned and really just kept the pressure on the whole game. And they take it into the finals where they will be facing. Let's take a look at the brackets and see if the game is done between Team Dignitas and Clash and Slash. It doesn't look like it is just yet. We'll be bringing you the update on that as soon as we can as we wait for the winner of Clash and Slash going up against Team Dignitas to face COG NA in the finals. For F. My name is Hi-Rez Bart, and we'll see you guys all on the other side of this break for the best of 3 finals in week number 2 on the road to the $100,000 land event.
at the sky, the sun won't ask for one if it can rise. Look at your mind and ask yourself what keeps you trapped inside. Look at the lies that follow you when you run and hide. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask the world if it can rise. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask for one if it can rise. Look at your mind and ask yourself what keeps you trapped inside. Look at the lies that follow you when you run and hide. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask, the sun won't
Hey there, everybody. Thank you for staying with us here. The game between Dignitas and Clash and Slash has completed, and it is Dignitas taking down that W. So they get the victory and move on to the best of 3 finals, where they'll be facing off against Cognitive Gaming North America. F. Dot, looking forward to that one for sure. What's your take on it? Do you have a favorite going into this?
You know what, Bart? I actually don't. Dignitas has been doing a lot. Cognitive would be my go-to favorite, but Dignitas has been doing a lot of work. After China, they kind of, like I said, nobody really tanked, but they definitely paid less attention. And as we see the new season start up, they've been scrimming every single night. And when Dignitas is functioning on all 5 cylinders, they are a very scary force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, definitely the North American powerhouse of the last few months. Cognitive NA really takes the scene by storm. As we mentioned, kind of Barracuda coming out of nowhere to be such a strong hunter, really redefining that role that Zapman had seemingly laid down the tracks for. And these two teams, I would say, are pretty squarely at the top here. Denial definitely in that mix as well, but they of course knocked out earlier in the tournament by Clash and Slash. The Dignitas ultimately did take down in the round of 4. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the finals here. It will be a best of 3 competition between Dignitas and Cognitive Gaming North America. Your casters will be myself and F. Dot to my left, screen right, and we will be back here in just a couple of minutes with. Thank you for your continued patience as we just get the players ready to go in-game, and we'll be right back live here in a couple with picks and bans. Don't go anywhere. The finals are up next.
You sexy beast.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience. We are back, and it is time. It's game number 1 in the best of 3 of the finals between Cognitive Gaming North America and Team Dignitas, and the picks and bans are underway. MLC Stealth, 1 second left. The ban is going to be a tier first ban coming out for Cog NA. We'll see what's going to go down here. This one, guaranteed to be a good game.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is, I mean, it's the finals, and this is the finals that we really sign up for, and everybody secretly hopes for. And all these teams are great to watch play, but watching Dignitas, the old rulers of the scene, and Cognitive Gaming, the new rulers of the scene, face off against each other is so impressive. Right away, you see a tier and a Guan Yu ban. That's because both of these solo laners, both Omega and Anatoly, are very, very strong. And everybody's equal on the teams, but the solo laners, that's why we're seeing these solo lane bans out. Zhong Kui followed up actually by Cog, which is interesting, as MLC likes to play it. But nonetheless, the last ban will go to Dignitas.
I think they want to force Dig to ban out Zeus. You know, poor Anatoly, right? Like, he loves Athena. He's like, every time Athena's on the board, we take Athena. She's the best solo laner. But then it becomes Lassus' signature character, no more Athena. And then it's like, all right, Guan Yu. Guan Yu is my favorite solo laner. Anytime Guan Yu's on the board, we're going to take him. And then it becomes Shadow Q signature support, along with Jeff Hindla. So Anatoly's getting his favorite bruisers taken away from him there. But Guan Yu is banned out, as it often is against Team Dignitas. They are just so very, very, very strong, even though they banned it here. They don't want to give it away as a first. I think that they're thinking, you know, that they may need to pick up Agni Sobek here if a Mercury is picked up or some kind of hyper carry. Yeah. Also, Freya. Has Freya been in every game we've casted today?
Freya has been in every game. Freya's just, she's at that point right now where she's so powerful. She's able to really take over games in the right hands, but she's not Zeus. She's not Zhong Kui. You know, you might see, if this were a different game with different players, you might see a Freya ban instead of a Guan Yu ban. But like I said, the respect for those solo laners, as we see a Thor pick come out, we're most likely going to see Zatman in the jungle. The solo laners are just so good on each of these teams that you have to go for those powerful bruisers.
Oh, they're thinking Vamana maybe over here. Okay, so Vamana and Thor. That makes more sense. And look at that. Zatman already sitting on legendary Thor. So looks like he's been putting in his time in the jungle for sure. Vamana Thor, so taking a very, very strong physical approach here. Vamana Thor, a lot of synergy as well. You know, they both can get to the back lines pretty quickly. Thor can keep him locked down in place. And Vamana, once that Fatalis is up and running, I mean, he pretty much can't be stopped.
Tolly's been playing a lot of Vamana, both on his ranked streams and in his scrims, so definitely look for fresh, exciting play from Anatoly on that Vamana pick. MLC Stealth with the staple center pick of Agni. You know, they saw that they don't have to worry about a jungler pick right now. Right? Like the Thor was purchased, the solo lane was purchased, and they're free to basically pick their dual lane is theirs, whatever they want. Their center is picked. They don't have to counter pick. So this is a really the picking stage is winding up in Cognitive's hands just because of the way Dignitas picked their characters. Very good picks for Cog.
Apollo Sobek going to be the follow-up duo for the gentleman of Cog NA. And it looks like we're going to see an Athena support and an Alquang locked in. So Best prefers the Alquang matchup against Agni. Certainly could have taken him at any point, but it looks like they want to keep who their range carry is going to be. Likely to be the Anhur, potentially Cupid as well, although I do think that Anhur does maybe a bit better with Athena than Cupid would potentially here. I mean, Sobek and Apollo is just such a strong lane in terms of its ability to lock you down and displace you, that I feel like Anhur is maybe the better pick just in terms of Desert Fury over Fields of Love for Cupid, getting out of those sticky situations. Kagane going to bring in their last 2 picks. It's going to be a jungler and a solo laner for them. No tier available, so we wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see a solo lane even Hebo come out, but it looks like it's going to be Wukong going to the solo lane and Freya in the jungle here for Kagane. Although we have seen Omega, you know, play Hebo, play these kind of burst damage mages. And I think it could do well enough against Vamana. But here, it's going to be Wukong, so it's going to be a similar matchup to last game. And Dignitas, Neath for Lassus here. We saw him make some big plays against Allied last week with this god. We'll see how this one actually turns out, though. You know, Neath brings a lot of the same things to the table that Anhur does in terms of escapability, right? She doesn't have the built-in CC immunity, but does have the backflip, which is almost no stuff. So also pretty good at dealing with the Sobek and Apollo lane. You know, who do you think has a stronger team here, FDOT?
You know, Cognitive Gaming's team is just so potent with the AoE ability of MLC Stealth on Agni and Freya in the jungle. Even combined with the So Beautiful, you're going to look for a lot of area of effect damage. And you mentioned and you highlighted the Neath pick, but picks are important on her, and the skill set and the kits are important. But more important than that is your comfort on a god. And we all know that Neith is going to be played by Zapman. We have been
Okay, yeah, so the Duke coming out.
Yeah, so Thor is going to be piloted by Laz. It looks like the Zapman jungle was sort of an experiment that it didn't go poorly for them, but I guess they want to try different things. We're early in the season. This is the time to really try different approaches and solidify something that you're going to be using in the later weeks. This is only week 2, and there's 8 total weeks of this path to the 100K tournament. So as we click down, it looks like we're actually going to have a remake, and I'll pass it off to Bart.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a regame here, guys. But that does bring us basically into the countdown to the game, so we will be back with the actual game here. Thank you all for tuning in, and in probably about 3.5 to 4 minutes, we have to wait for the player to remake their game, and then the 3-minute spectator countdown. We'll be right back and live with you, so be sure not to go anywhere. Game number 1, best of 3 of the finals for $100,000 at the end of March. Qualifier points are on the line here. Who's going to take it down? Find out next.
But as soon as I arrive home, yeah, I moved on. Some things in life are too simple. Some things in life are too simple. I don't really wanna drive home, but as soon as I arrive home, yeah, I moved on. Some things in life are too simple. Some things in life are too simple. Too simple. As soon as I arrive home, yeah, I moved on. Some things in life are too simple. Some things in life are too simple. I don't really wanna drive home, but as soon as I arrive home, yeah, I moved on. Some things in life are too simple. Some things in life are too simple.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and it's game number 1 in a best-of-3 finals between Cognitive Gaming North America and Dignitas. 2 American powerhouses going at it here in the finals. My name is Hi-Rez Bart, and I'm being joined once again, as per usual, by the one and only F. Dot. And we are looking at what could be a wonderful series here. Let's go ahead and introduce our team. It's the blue team fighting on the bottom of the map. The left side of the spectator UI, and with first pick, it is Cognitive Gaming North America. They are MLC Stealth in the mid lane is Agni, Barracuda, and Ionic combining for the Apollo Sobek dual lane, and the Stir in the jungle is Freya, and MLC's Omega will be your solo lane here as Sun Wukong. Their opponents will be the red team fighting on the top of the minimap, the right side of your spectator UI. They are Team Dignitas. Shadowq and Zapman will be combining for your dual lane Athena and Neith. In the mid lane, it's Aoguang being played by the best. Lassus in the jungle is Thor. Anatoly rounding out the team as your solo lane Vamana.
This is the typical setup that we always see. We have Zapman on the hunter role. They've shaken it up a little bit recently by putting Lazes on that hunter role, but they're going with the tried and true. We see Cog going deep into the jungle, just hanging out, 5-man gang squad. They found Zapman. Are they able to get it? The backflip comes out. They're kind of zoning him away from his own tower. He's running in the wrong direction, but there's really nowhere for him to go. It's looking like this is going to be an easy pick-off for Cognitive, but that man's just going to press his B button and hide right in the front lines.
Well, there you go. Hey, why not? If it looks like you're going to be in some trouble, why don't you just run deeper into their jungle and recall? You know, a smart play. And really that play is actually goes to the credit, certainly, of Shadowq. Getting in there, distracting them, and then dashing out to Athena, staying safe, and giving Zapman that room.
For sure, and Shadowq, you're going to see a lot of veteran play from these two teams on the support roles, which really bring the intangibles. We see the minions come out, and the game officially starts. Something that's interesting, everybody's sort of going for what they want to. Sun Wukong, it was soloing his blue buff, got a little bit of that solo XP, and is going to jump in and do the standard sit in the solo lane with the jungler. So a very standard setup from both teams we see coming out here today.
Yeah, nothing too exciting here. You have the junglers are kind of hanging out with the solo laners right now. Experience advantage on the right side going the way of Dignitas. Did they keep that blue buff from Omega? No, he was able to get it, so not entirely sure what happened there, how they have that level advantage, just been a little bit more efficient in their clearing. Mid lane, Alquang versus Agni. Not a lot to say about this matchup. Alquang wants to stall this lane out. Agni wants to clear safely and then play aggressive when he thinks he can find kills. So all around, it's a pretty even matchup across the lanes. I mean, you have dual lane, you have Neath, highly escapable, and then the Confound from Athena, great peel. Sobek brings a lot of peel to the table as well. A little bit more aggressive with the Apollo Sobek than the Athena Neath will be. But all around the board, the only real disadvantage in the lanes right now, actually, hold that thought, is Lassus is setting up for a gank in the mid lane. MLC still cooking some trouble. Here he comes. Lassus moving in. Oh, not going to time the block on the dash there. Actually, not going to use Tectonic Rift at all. So Lassus positioning just fine. Left side lane, we do have a pluck coming out. And now it's going to be Zapman trying to make his way back. Takes a lot of damage, but the backflip is good for Zapman. But as I was saying, the one disadvantage, I think, will be the fact that the Neath is not quite as strong of an in-hander as Barracuda is going to be later in the game on Apollo here. Double dash in this lane, so that Thor gank not going to be too effective. Lassus primarily just zoning, as he's going to move for those mid camps now as they are respawning.
Yeah, I think the gods that everybody has picked are really even. Frey's obviously a very powerful god late game and stuff, but Thor with his recent buffs and changes has become very powerful himself. So I think everybody, the Agni, Alquang, as you said, not much to say. As we see again, these higher level teams value these mid camps so hard. Eonic's getting tornadoed, but they're just going to kind of walk away from it. They value these mid camps so hard, not just for the experience they give, but to deny the experience to their opponent, so that experience was split 3 ways. Once again, not necessarily to gain it, but to deny it from the other people. So the god matchup here, Bart, is very even. Like you said, Mono late game is going to be more interesting than Wukong, and Barracuda on the Apollo is more powerful in-hand attacks than the Neath will late game. But we're really boiling down to player efficiency and skill here, Bart. I think a lot of these matchups, god-wise, are really, really even, and we're just going to see who's got the better game this time.
We just passed the 3 minutes and 5 second mark, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for these teams to really look for that first blood. MLC Omega getting fairly low here. There's a Neath ultimate coming out under tower. Anatoly likely to dive this, but that Wukong cloud is there, and Wukong, one of the only ultimates, or rather I should say the only ultimate in the game that will actually disjoint a Neath arrow. It will go down and hit that decoy, so just another reason why Wukong is just so strong in the solo.
So well played by Omega over there on Wukong. It was just perfectly timed. Really, he saw the Neath arrow, he knew it was coming, just totally countered it by using the Somersault Cloud, like you said. You see Lazarus, once again, I was talking about how they value these mid-camps so hard. Lazarus is actually going to opt to go in. He's going to get flipped, he's going to get stunned, and he's going to get up in the air with Anvil of Dawn, escape completely, and Cognitive is very mad as Lazarus gets out of there by the skin of his teeth. The best getting banished. Out comes the Spirit Tempest, knocks away 75% of Anderson's health, immediately goes up in the air with the fury of the 5 Valkyries, and there's nothing that anybody can do. Shadowq sniffing this out. He wants to see if Annenster is foolish enough to sit here, but Cognitive knows better, zones for their jungler, and lets him escape unscathed.
Yeah, looking pretty good here. So across the board, taking a look at the charts, wow, what a back and forth, almost a sine wave here on the charts as this game has basically just been dead even as the camps go back and forth between the teams. The clear time just a little bit different. That's the only reason you're not seeing a straight line. So a little bit, ever so slight of an advantage currently as I look at it for Cognitive NA, but this thing is basically dead even as we approach the 4-minute 40-second mark here. No real big item pickups to talk about here, and really, it's just been the story of Vamana seems to have a big-time edge over Wukong in the solo lane. I mean, every time you look over here in the last 2 games, it's been Vamana really being ahead in HB.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also worth noting Toli is just so strong, and as I said, he's been putting so many hours in the colloquial gym as Vamana. We see an engagement going on. Eonic is sort of caught out of position, but I'm not sure if Dignitas definitely knew because they're all in communications together. But I don't think that was a pick that they wanted to go for. Similar to last matchup, 2 teams that respect each other. They've been playing against each other. They know what they have. Shadowq gets the double Confound. Thor's in the air. Lazarus, he drops. He gets the stun. He gets the kill on Lazarus. Eonic gets out of there with the charged prey, and we see a 2-for-0 engagement going the way of Dignitas.
Yeah, Dignitas doing a great job. They managed to avoid the early game aggression that tends to get them in so much trouble, specifically against the Nile. But And they find their first kill safely, and they pick up, in fact, two of the most important targets to take in the early game over Freya and Agni.
Yeah, and this like last match, this is what they're going to look for. They're going to look for isolated kills. They're going to shy away from the big team fights because both of these teams respect what can come out of each other when they get the littlest lead. So right now, Dignitas is ahead by 1,000 gold. Technically, yes, numbers never lie. You do have a lead. But here in this game of Smite, at the top tier play that we see with these two teams, that 1,000 lead might as well say 0-0 score even. So definitely interested to see how these teams progress as they get more farmed and get more excited with their experience levels.
So one thing to note, guys, just a little bit, not necessarily specifically about the tournament, but the servers. So if you're having some trouble, hit F10 on your launcher. It'll show you. We are hitting peak concurrency here, some of the highest numbers we've seen to date. So there was a little bit of adjustment that had to happen earlier to accommodate the more players, and it looks like we are fairly stable now. So bear with us. Any updates will be coming through the Smite Game Twitter or my own, twitter.com/highresbart or twitter.com/Smite Game. So you can pay attention to that, and we'll definitely keep you up to date. But for now, it is the case that we are stable and we are in the finals. So I just want to give you that quick update now. Looking across the board, once again, you have Heartseeker finish here for Barracuda. Looks like Zapman going to be going Devo's gloves. So it's been a while. It's been a few weeks since we've really a few months, I should say, since we've had to really talk about the differences between the Heartseeker and the Devo's gloves. Of course, Devo's a bit more expensive. Doesn't give you quite as much, but does give you lifesteal. However, the Heartseeker will reset stacks on death where Devo's gloves won't. So it's a little bit of a safer play here for Zapman, but he will not have the same lane damage as Barracuda once both of these items are fully stacked.
Yeah, definitely, and it's worth noting that Barracuda, the man with 0 deaths in the entire tournament, 1 death in the entire tournament this week, he has the Heartseeker, so he's probably not going to be dropping stacks too much, but that movement speed, we see Lazarus jump up in the air. Anvil of Dawn is going to be looking for a target. He's landing on those mid camps and annihilating those harpies as I get way too excited for harpy kills. But we see Barracuda and Ionic wind up back into the duo lane looking for that. The banish comes out on Shadowq. Anderson wants it, but Shadowq's a little too tanky for him to continue. Just walks away, opting for back harpies to just sort of even up his farm.
So, yeah, back to the solo lane here where it is, the Vamana going up against the Wukong. Here, yeah, I mean, it's just, once again, Anatoly seems to be a bit safer here than your boy MLC Omega's doing. Omega is sitting on a mystical mark for Wukong, whereas Tully's sitting on the Hide of the Urchin. I think this is an important thing to note because, the fact that Anatoly has Hide of the Urchin but isn't really losing the damage race in this lane versus the mystical mark means that he's going to be a little bit more resilient into those mid-game fights where he's going to be able to take a bit more of the magic damage coming out from the likes of MLC Stealth and Andister. Whereas, Omega's going to be a little bit more susceptible to the damage that the best and even Shadowq is going to be putting out.
Yeah, Hide of the Urchin is an item that hasn't been utilized so much, and we're seeing it more and more and more as people become more familiar with it. We see an engagement on Lazarus to banish into lots of damage, but Molnir's attunement lets him get out. The Neath ultimate is good. Omega is stunned, but the best in Lazarus and Shadowq are too far in a position to make something happen. Omega and Anatoly are going to slap each other. Tully's willing to fight, but he doesn't see the entire team creeping on him. He pops the ultimate, gets really big, and walks away. Blue team is now looking at their enemy's buff camps. They're just going to try and take this as they bullied Anatoly out. Anatoly knows he can't take 4 people no matter how big he really gets. So he just has to watch his blue buff disappear. And in the solo lane part, if you want to talk about this a little bit, that blue buff is very important.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, so what the blue buff does for the solo lane, of course, is it gives you the mana regen to really, spam your spells and clear waves. And when you think about the solo lane, the solo lane happens 120 seconds at a time. The time between your shielded teleports is really where you're looking to just maximize your effectiveness. So they use a lot of spells in this lane. And so the blue buff really helps you sustain that ability, especially in the early game. But as you approach this point of the game, it's really the CDR that buff grants that really makes a big difference for this lane, where you can just start whittling down your opponent a little bit faster than he can hit you. And that's really the main kind of impact that blue buff has now. I do want to point out Lass is very, very deep here in the cognitive NA jungle. He's going to try to actually counter jungle the red buff here. Freya going to ult this to try to keep it down. Lass is able to actually pick it up. Does he have the shoot it through the wall? He does. So an ultimate used on Freya to try to secure that, unable to do so. And Lassus steals their red buff with it.
Very aggressive play that paid off. Lazarus just didn't mind that there was 2 members of the enemy team watching him. MLC Stealth is in a very hairy situation. The dash is down. Lazarus, Defender Olympus, along with the stuns there. There's no way he's getting out of there. And MLC Stealth is down. Barracuda's in the air looking for the ult on Zapman across the map. Zapman at the backflip, but he's only got 10 HP. I'm wondering if Barracuda's willing to die to this, and he's clearly not. Zapman knows that he needs to just get out of here before a rotation comes and dominates him, presses the recall button, thanks to lucky stars that he was able to escape with 10 HP.
Yeah, out of there, he is able to go. You know, this has been a very ponderously paced game. 3 kills, 11 minutes into it. The difference in the gold in the farm, you know, very minor, about a 600 gold differential, you know, going the way of Dignitas, about 500 experience go away at Kagane. So all things told, it is just spot on between these teams, and Dignitas does have the kill advantage, but you know, those rotations do cost you experience and gold, and here, you know, it has cost them the fact that, you know, even with those 3 kills, they're not up by anything at this point. So I think that, you know, maybe Zapman is where it should start. You know, Zapman and Lassus should probably be combining for some more pressure on this mid lane with that Neath ultimate and Thor ultimate combination.
For sure, there's a lot of kill potential in a double stun coming out of Zapman and Lazarus, as we see the banish miss on Lazarus in the middle. It's definitely interesting to see to wonder why they haven't been engaging more than they have, because they have the better lower level fight. As the Spirit Tempest comes out, but Anderson dodges it by pressing his button at the exact time he needed to. MLC Stealth just erases Thor from the battlefield.
Yeah.
Ionic is looking low, 10% HP. The stun comes out. Shadow Q gets credited with the kill. MLC Stealth is out. His dash is down, but he's on his tower. Level 13, I don't think Dig wants to bury this, so MLC Stealth is just going to opt to sit on his tower, buy his minions, and play it safe. But that was an even trade. Scratch that, an uneven trade. As Sobek went down for the enemy jungler, Dignitas is going to look at Gold Fury now.
Wow, very, very aggressive play here from them. They do have Anatoly. Bamana can soak up a lot of damage, but Barracuda's in the air. Looks like that's going to be the reset now. Anatoly's a little bit deep here. They're going to confound MLC Stealth. They're going to burst him down just like that. Barracuda's still in the air. Going to come crashing down, getting a bit low on mana. Anatoly's starting to fall a bit low as well on the baby, trying to stay in the backlines and do the damage, but he's just going to force a disengage from Cognitive, stay out in front, force him back. I don't know that Dignitas has what it takes to take Gold Fury at this point. They do have Anderson falling back. He's going to be recalling. They're going to pin out Barracuda. Do they have the damage? Anatoly's going to need the umbrella. He's going to get it. Zapman dashing out. Sobek gets a block. Big plays from Ionic. Confound not enough. Down goes Zapman, but he has a Devo's glove. Very important to note. He did not reset his stacks where Barracuda did. So Dignitas should still have the advantage coming out of this. Altogether, a very, very exciting play at the Gold Fury.
Very good play, and again, textbook from 2 teams that know exactly what's going on. They saw the Gold Fury, they knew they had to reset it so it wouldn't get killed into the wrong hands. They cook a couple of kills. All in all, another even exchange. We're still sitting here at around a 1,000 gold lead, which doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things, Bart. So look as both teams try to extrapolate that lead into something big or something small, depending on which side they're on.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Cog, Cog is actually gathered up here in the mid lane. They're going to put a lot of damage into Anatolian. That's one thing that Anister on Freya does really bring to the table, is that Freya can do a lot of damage on him above other gods can't. But here comes that Defender of Olympus into the Spirit Tempest. Anister is dead. In the air is that ultimate from Neath, but it's going to get blocked out. Actually, Thor trying to stay in the back lines and find her, but Lass is now forced to run. Plucked back by Ionic. Meteor's coming down. Not enough damage to pick up the Thor just yet. Trying to make it out of the way. Lass is jumping away. A voice so beautiful, but Jingyu Bang is there to secure that. In the meantime, Zapman in the left side lane just farming up some minions, and Cognitive with those 2 kills on Vamana and Thor taking out a lot of their backline damage. Are going to go ahead and pick up this Gold Fury up to gods here. No ultimate on the best either. No ultimate's available. In fact, across the big toss, that's a free Gold Fury for Cognitive NA.
And that has to feel amazing for Cognitive. Not only is that the first Gold Fury of the game, not only is that the first lead change of the game, launching Cognitive ahead, but that is also the first engagement in which Cognitive got kills and didn't get any deaths. So Cognitive, behind a little bit in the invisible lead from Dignitas, now actually solidifies it's still a 1k gold lead, but that lead change means it means a lot more in the minds of the players than it does on the actual field.
Yeah, I mean, it's nearly a 2,000 gold swing there as they get those kills and then go take the Gold Fury, putting Cog up now over 1,000 gold, and really the experience as well over about 2k. That's pretty important here, as they're going to start, if they can maintain this at least, they'll be out leveling Dignitas. I mean, you see it basically really demonstrated here as MLC Omega sitting at level 16, where Anatoly's at level 14, Lassus at 12. So some Wukong's starting to really get those levels up.
Yeah, we see a banish come up on Shadow Q. The charge prey goes out almost immediately when he comes down. This is a lot of damage. The Spirit Tempest hits all 3 members. Anderson knows he's got to get out of there. The dunk barely misses the Ionic, but he's going to be dead anyway. Lazarus is looking for Anderson. Opts instead to just turn and look at MLC Stealth, who does have the dash. The Mulder Attunement Blink is not going to come out, and they're going to let him escape. And once again, this time they trade Sobek for the other support, so that one was even, but Dignitas is eyeing his tower. They want this tower. They got this tower. That is a great play, evening up the game. Like I said, fantastic play from 2 top-tier teams, rubber banding it back and forth part.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very strong play by Dignitas to go ahead and move in there once they knew they had it. They had also forced Barracuda. They didn't force him out of the fight, but Barracuda crashed very, very deep onto the Athena Shadow Q that was running away. So he had to basically just recall, and then he was basically out of that fight. So they didn't have the defense or even the threat of him or his. Now Barracuda going to put some pressure onto this this tier 1 on the left side. Not going to be able to do too much as Zatman has returned to the lane, and the best big impact this game. That's now, I think, the 3rd Spirit's Tempest there by the Outclung that's really hit multiple gods and done a lot of damage. Certainly the 2nd that's hit more than 1 target and has really started to change the team fight. But, we haven't... Actually, no, Best is going to be going for a pretty damage-oriented build here. Focus Void Stone into Shoes of Focus and Isolation. A little bit different than maybe a Breastplate of Valor style build that we've seen earlier in the tournament. So those Spirit Tempests are going to really start doing some serious, serious damage.
And that right there is what makes Ao Guang such a powerful character. He's definitely new player friendly, so you see a lot of Ao Guang being played at lower levels, but what takes him from Ao Guang, the guy with the tornado, and turns him to Ao Guang, the absolute powerhouse that gets played in the tournaments, is the ability to land those Spirit Tempests, not just on 1 player, but 2 players, on 3 players. We saw a very unfortunate situation for Dignitas turn into a very fortunate situation for the same team Dignitas with the press of 1 button. So the Best is one of the few people that can keep MLC Stealth down as we look at his current slash line 1, 3, and 3. MLC Stealth is arguably one of the best centers in the league, and the Best is really corralling him for the best of his ability.
Yeah, Ao Guang definitely brings a lot to the table in high-level play. When you hit his spells, they're extremely potent. 50% slow on his number 1, plus the ultimate just does a lot for you. Cognitive Swarming over here on the left side of the map, although no Gold Fury up for them to contest just yet. It feels like that the Soul Lane is becoming more and more... It's actually going back maybe towards its original roots of when the Soul Lane first started really being a thing, where you just get these really tanky, effectively impossible to gank kind of gods together. Where you used to have Odins and Sobeks, now you see Vomanus and Sun Wukongs. And as you can see, Lassus really hasn't even spent any time rotating over here. They're going to try to do what they can to Omega. They're actually going to get Defender of Olympus to do a lot of damage here. And they're using ETH Ultimate. That's 2 ultimates there used, plus a very, very heavy rotation to kill him. And they are able finally to secure a kill onto that Sun Wukong, but, it doesn't really net them that much to keep Wukong down. He doesn't have any stacking items. He's already hit his... he's got boots plus 2 defensive physical protection items. It seems like maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, the Soul Lane definitely doesn't need to go down. They definitely went in a lot harder than they maybe needed to, but that kill, like you said before, it's a kill. A kill is a kill. They get a little bit of pressure out on this tower, but MLC Stealth quickly recovers and goes over to defend it to make sure that not a lot of damage goes down. After losing his tower in the mid, he's freer to rotate like that, and he's actually going to push this lane, look to get some damage on that Soul Lane.
Another thing we haven't pointed out yet is it's going to be a combat blink here for Stealth onto Agni, so very, very safe Agni play. I want to be able to get out of these sticky situations. So he has beads in combat blink, meaning that the Thor Dunk comes in and there's a Spirit Tempest on the way, and it can Confound as well. Really a lot of CC here for Dignitas. He can beads that and then blink out of danger even after a dash, so he can really kite this Thor fairly well. In fact, I would hope to see him bait maybe a Thor ult out here and find a way to convert that into a kill. Would definitely be a big play in terms of morale as well as execution. So, we have the double mace build coming out for Lassus. It's going to be Heartseeker into Jotun's Wrath. Across the board, nothing else really too exciting coming out except for you are going to have a Haste of Fatalis as the 3rd item this time for Anatoly before Boots with a Witchstone Hide of the Earth. So we've seen different Vamana builds each time we've seen him, and he's been very, very effective this tournament.
Vamana is a character that can be built in so many different ways for so many different things, as we see Zatman being sort of pincered on as Shadow Q shows up, not going to let his Hunter be by himself. The Confound and Root goes on Ionic. Ionic quickly gets Charge Prey out of there. The Best with the beautiful rotation, but Ionic with the better ejection.
So right side lane still is just really a slap fight. Anatoly and Omega just kind of smacking each other back and forth. Not much going on. Mid lane contest here, actually. Andis are going to try to pick up some damage on the last. It's not going to find too much as he overextended. Now, though, if this slow hits, it has. Best is going to pursue this. Now it's going to be Tornadoes, and it's just going to get a proc off on Andis. It's going to slow down his jungle just a bit as he's not going to be quite as safe there. But no harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul at all as we see 3 members of Dignitas get into the solo lane. MLC Stealth is not... It's where his tower used to be, but it's not there anymore. Kind of looking like he's baiting an engagement to come out as we see Freya and Ionic sitting in the jungle waiting to collapse on the Dignitas. Dignitas kind of knows better, and they just opt to go for the safe play with the Harpies instead. Ionic is just playing with these 3 members of Dig, leaving his charge prey for the escape, and really kind of just wasting their time. They could be in lane getting that experience, but instead they're chasing a crocodile that can dash away real quick.
Gold Fury back up, and you know, it's so far it's been a really back and forth game. You have one Gold Fury going the way of Kagane. Dignitas has a tower and the kills to their credit, about 3 kills, but we're basically all squaring gold. So you know, all things told, both teams getting about the same thing off of the map. The Gold Fury offsets that tower, and Kagane maybe doing a little bit better in terms of farm as they are basically pulled even down about 3 kills. So it's a very, very tight game if you are just joining us. 21 minutes and a half. 20 and a half, blah, 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 blah. 21 and a half minutes, that's what I was trying to say. I have a lapse here, guys. It is Cognitive NA versus Team Dignitas in the finals of the North American Week number 2 in the 8-week quest to see who will come to the $100,000 LAN event in Atlanta at the end of March. The score is currently 5-8 in favor of Dignitas. We're basically all square on gold and XP, and this is game number 1 in a best of 3 in the finals.
Yeah, this game is, for all intents and purposes, 100% tied up. Cognitive has 1 less tower remaining than Dignitas does, but at any point in time, you can get 1 or 2 tower pushes in these types of engagements. The Confound comes on to Ionic. They're looking at Ionic. The Root comes out with Spirit Arrow. The basics are hitting, but Ionic uses Charge Spray to get out of there. Barracuda is boxing Zapman. They're just going back and forth. Zapman seems to be on the losing end of this, and he turns his sights across the map, shoots the ultimate, tries to get the stun. Laz is in the air. The dunk will miss. The Defender of Olympus will miss, but he's got the blink. Andancer is in the air, dealing lots of damage to Andancer. Tectonic Rift a little bit early. They're going to turn this around, and the Magic Cudgel comes down and stomps on his head, bringing Lazarus down for the count. Anatoly is now in a lot of trouble. MLC Omega's on his tail. Ionic is waiting for that charge prey, but with that dash, Anatoly is out of range of it. Looks like they're disengage, call it a day. Anatoly realized that the Ionic left the scene, turned around and looked at Omega, but ultimately, as you said before, it's pretty much just a slap fight with 2 very tanky characters.
Yeah, and Omega had the massive run speed advantage there, right? He has boots and the Fatalis. We haven't really mentioned this yet, but Zapman is in this left side lane. He's going to be able to take that tower right in Barracuda's face. So Dignitas takes the 2nd tower of the game as well. Zapman goes ahead and tries to sprint out. Now it's Andancer going to look to engage on beautiful beads coming up from Zapman. Baited that out perfectly, and now we'll just fall back for free. Had to use both of his active items, but between sprint and beads 3, no, I'm sorry, he's a beads 1. So it's actually quite a long cooldown on that beads, but it's 60 seconds on sprint, so he should still be relatively safe. And also be able to get back to the lane a little bit faster. Looking at the Gold Fury now, it looks like Cognitive, and knowing that Zapman has gone back, is going to make an attempt at this, but Best has something to say about that with his Tornadoes, and it's going to be tough for them to stand in those and tank it. So Gold Fury is reset. In the meantime, it has baited out the Vamana rotation, and this right side tier 1 is going to be the first tower picked up by Kagane this game, and it's going to go down. There's very little Dignitas can do about it. Last is rotating over, but Omega just going to smack that thing on down. There's the sun coming out. Omega in a little bit of trouble now in the solo lane. Not enough to bird away. Vamana rotation a little bit slow, and that is a free tower, and maybe a Gold Fury as well for Kagane as they've split up Dignitas fairly well.
Yeah, we see them engaging on this Gold Fury. The Defender of Olympus, the Spirit Tempest takes out Ionic, but it's the only one it hits. Gold Fury goes. The teleport was canceled by killing that. Barracuda's in the air. Barracuda's on Best. Best is still alive, dancing in his tornado. The Mez comes out and the quick kill brings him down. We now see 2-for-1 trade right there, but Lazarus isn't finished. Up comes the Anvil of Dawn. He's looking for a target. Where's he gonna land? He lands, misses Barracuda with a beautiful dodge coming out of the moves. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he can get out of this, but he's gonna do it anyway. The blink from Mulder's attunement. Barracuda just turns and looks at Lazarus and says, "You wanna fight me? I wanna fight you." Lazarus turns around, realizing the full potential of a level 20 Apollo piloted by Barracuda, and walks away.
That's an early level 22 for the duo lane there. Zatman and Barracuda both hitting level 25 now, about 25 minutes into the game, I should say. Anatoly going to pressure this, defend this mid lane, I should say. And really across the board, Dignitas has those towers, but, doesn't really have the gold difference to support it. I mean, 2 Gold Furies going with Kagane puts them 2,300 gold and 4,000 experience ahead, even being down towers, meaning that they are really doing a great job farming, and this one's really starting to slip away from Dignitas.
Yeah, the lead after that sequence, the lead is now 2,000 plus 2,300 gold in the favor of Cognitive. Cognitive, it definitely looked like they're starting to pull away, but you can never count Dignitas out. Laz is behind right now by 2 levels, but as opposed to the duo laners that have reached their max potential at level 20, Laz is going to be a force to be reckoned with as the game goes on, and the rest can be said about the rest of the Dignitas team. The best gets very big and very scary. So while there's a 2K gold lead, Cognitive really has to utilize this 2K gold lead to push something. It's no surprise to see the first tower in the duel lane go to Dignitas. Zapman, king of structure damage, doing a very good job with that part.
Yeah, that is... You're right. I mean, he is definitely the king of structure damage. Even though Barracuda's Apollo is definitely the superior character for taking towers down, they do find that Zapman just has the knack. Definitely, he's very, very happy to throw in 1 or 2 auto attacks per wave and really whittle you down, and did so in spectacular fashion there. Now, look at this. I mean, Omega just putting so much pressure on this right side tier 2 that, I mean, he's forcing out Lassus consistently to this lane, and that's really hurting his ability to gank the other lanes. And I think that a lot of that goes to MLC Stealth playing very, very well. Very, very good positioning on this Agni, consistently not in a good position to be ganked by Thor. Barracuda starting to throw in his auto attacks to the tower here. It's just a couple of hits before it goes down. They're going to go ahead and rotate over Ionic just to be safe. Barracuda going to whittle that down, and now Zapman in a lot of trouble here. What is he going to be able to do? Channel the ultimate bad call as he just gets bursted right on down. He's going to try to make a play on Barracuda there, I think, but unable to convert. Now it's Ionic trying to fall back. No, Barracuda wants to fight this. They're making the call. Now they're going to disengage. As Stealth is here. Barracuda going to fall down in the mid lane where they've taken yet another tower, has Kagane, and now this gold lead has grown substantially 5K in their favor as Ionic is going to disengage. No problem. Wonderful play there by Cognitus to really spread that map out and take some towers.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play by Ionic, just distracting 4 members of Dig. Dig said, hey, it's a free kill. Wait, they're killing our middle lane completely. They decimated the middle tower with almost no time to spare, as Ionic just even survived that engagement. He just lurked in the waters and really just distracted and pulled the perfect thing that he needs to do as a support, really doing what his role is supposed to bring to the table.
So, looking at the items here, anything jumping out at you? I mean, I see Idol of Concentration here on Shadowcue. I've seen him pick that up before. It looks to be a pretty good item for the this kind of hybrid style damage for Athena. Voidstone there to add a little bit of extra magical power. Idol of Concentration, some MP5 and some CDR to help her throw out the shield walls a little bit more often, and also has the CC reduction at the top end of that item. Besides that, you do have Anatoly going the no boots build, that barefoot Vamana. Witchstone and Fatalis combined give you plenty of movement speed to really chase down normal boot wearing characters. But the real intricacy here is going to be that it's going to be Warrior Tabi at 9%, Witchstone at 15%, so a combined 24% move speed for Omega versus the 15 plus the 10, so 25% for Anatoly. He is 1% faster than Sun Wukong. Did you know?
I don't think that 1% is going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things. I think the much more interesting itemization choice to look at is the Barracuda versus Zapman build. Barracuda is opting for that crit build as Apollo has that built-in attack speed with Audacity, as Anister tries to initiate on Lazarus, misses the banish, gets stunned, and walks away. Zapman is opting instead for the attack speed, building into a Deathbringer now, but got that early Executioner. We see a stun go out on Ionic, a little hammer poke, but again, the respect from these teams, they know what can happen. Hey, it's a Sobek all by himself, but they know that Cognitive has amazing communication, and nobody will be by themselves for that long. So you're going to see a lot of teams, you're going to see a lot of play looking for the individual pickup, but not necessarily getting it, as Ionic has realized he's out of position and charge prays away.
So, looks like Dignitas is in general positioning to at least contest the gold fear here. Ionic has spotted it out. And so the teams are going to look to fight here. Dignitas, I'm not sure that they really have a strong advantage here. I mean, Wukong is going to be able to port in. Oh, they've been flanked now. Omega and Barracuda able to get behind them. Thor up in the air. This may have been a bait by Dignitas, though, as Thor had nice positioning for this ult, but who can he go onto? He's going to try to find Barracuda in the back line, but no, he's going to miss Ionic. Ionic going to go right past it. Lurking in the waters is activated. Anatoly trying to do his damage. He's going to be towered. He just doesn't have enough to really take down Barracuda. In the meantime, it's going to be Omega. Just, he can't be peeled away from Zapman. Down will go the range carry. Annister looking to follow away. Anatoly should be able to settle this one out with Haste and Fatalis unless he gets banished out. Fist of the Gods going to come, take out that Freya. In the meantime, it's going to be Annister falling to Anatoly, as I was mentioning, but it's Best who's being piled on now. He goes down to Omega. They just can't stop the Wukong. Nothing can stop this Wukong. Barracuda finds Lassus. Anatoly in trouble now. He's going to need his #1 back up to get out of this. Confound. He's stopped. Now comes the auto attacks. Anatoly, he is dead. Barracuda is a sniper. Is this going to be a 5-man wipe? No, they won't pursue, but it is an easy 4, and the pings are on the Fire Giant. It looks like Cognitive is going to make an attempt here. No, Omega going to continue in the mid lane, but wow, Wukong, a beast.
Yeah, just omnipresent is MLC Omega, and that's sort of his regardless of the role god that he's playing, he is just so omnipresent. He's always around to disrupt. We see Cognitive after that, not a deicide, but enough. They're going to be looking at this Fire Giant. I'm not sure if they can take it, but with the 6K gold lead in their hands, most of their players are almost at full build. This is a fight that they're going to say, hey, we're going for Fire Giant. If they decide to fight us, we are okay with that. Come at us, Dignitas. They are asking for this fight, as Shadow Q is all by himself, looking for the steal. He's getting controlled.
We got it!
Dignitas stole the Fire Giant! Shadow Q pulling a classic! Jeff Hindla getting that steal. He's going to trade his life, but 4 members of the other team have the Fire Giant. Cognitive is very upset about that. They will be looking for blood, but they will be looking for blood on members with Fire Giant buff bar. How do you feel about that steal?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, okay, this is how really how I feel about it is that if Dignitas can't turn this into a, getting this game back into their favor, the game's basically going to end. It's going to be really hard for them to come back from the idea that we stole Fire Giant and we still couldn't win a team fight. So I think it's very important for the morale of the team and their ability to really snowball the rest of this game to get it. So Lassus is going to dunk in onto Annister. Immediately going up there is Freya. Dignitas actually gets that Gold Fury as well, it looks like. Zapman now trying to disengage. Lassus in a lot of trouble there. Barracuda in the backline is just such a beast, juking well as Lassus with the owners of 2 minutes. Now it's Best with no peel. Barracuda slays him easy peasy. And it's just this Apollo is just doing way too much damage. Anatoly wants to river dance on top of Omega, but Bird is going to get him out of there. And now it's the big baby. Uh-oh, you have Defender of Olympus as well. If he wants to stay in, stun comes out on the Barracuda, but they've re-engaged onto Ionic. No, lack of synergy there for Dignitas. They just didn't focus the same targets, and so Barracuda continues to just tear through them. Making time for Stealth to rotate in, stun them out, and put out his burst damage. A rare misplay there, and they actually lose a lot of those Fire Giant buffs, unfortunately, over on to Team Dignitas. Thor didn't even spawn with one, and now they've lost them on to the Best and Shadow Q. It really not great, although they did maintain the buff on Zapman, which gives them that extra physical power. Could be good, but this is going to be tough.
Yeah, we see a continued engagement. Tully is just so tanky at this point. But Annister is not. He just gets killed in a single tectonic rift stun. So much damage coming out, as well as a pause coming out by Annister. But Shadow Q with the clutch steal. You mentioned that, the Fire Giant buff got erased as they got killed. We got an unpause coming out. Don't know what that pause was about. But, they got killed and they lost the Fire Giant buff. But Cognitive doesn't have it either. So you don't have to be aggressive once you get it. Just defending it and getting the steal prevents the other team that initially planned to have that buff. It ruins their plans, it doesn't give them, and it prevents you from fighting an already uphill battle even more uphill.
So we do have Annister has DC'd here is what we're looking at, and then they were just shuffling the pause around. That doesn't count towards their total pauses, but yeah, I mean, Dignitas was able to win a fight pretty well. I mean, they took the Gold Fury as well, which is, you can see it on the graph there. They take about that 1,000 gold back. It did go back up as Cognitive and they continue to kill gods, but it's still not a overwhelming advantage right now for Cognitive. They are ahead. Make no distinction there that they may not be. They definitely are ahead. A little under 5,000 gold, but it's not overwhelming just yet. And I do want to point out that we haven't seen this item in quite some time, but it's going to be an FBH Frostbound Hammer for Anatoly. The extra health, sitting at 400 health, this item does contribute quite a bit, but I'm a little surprised to see him get it without the Ankh that is going to provide him an additional physical power for his HP. He has a lot of HP between his items here. I think that would be a nice way to round this build out, if not like a golden bow or some kind of crit with that AoE as well. So we'll see what Anatoly likes to go for. My guess is he's going to have to build more tanky, though. I mean, what do you think is going to be the end game here for Vamana?
I think we're going to see the Ankh come out of Vamana. It really depends on the team and what they're speaking about, because this item, he can really, like you said, he can go golden bow and go extremely aggressive, or he can go Ankh and still be powerful but really stay more of that tank role that solo laners like to fulfill so much. Now, Dignitas have been clawing their way back into this game as we see the Unpause come out. They were previously down by almost 7,000 gold, and through a few serendipitous plays as Eonic's Magi's Blessing gets taken off for the Tectonic Rift, they've now brought it down to 5k, which is still a big lead. We're looking at 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead for Cognitive. The reality of getting back into this game for Dignitas is very much so there. It is no way in way, shape, or form over. There was a lot of Smite to be played, as we sit at the 33-minute mark.
Yeah, this game, yeah, you're absolutely right. This game nowhere near over. However, you do have some game-ending items coming out. You have Rada Tahuti on both Andister and MLC Stealth, so Freya and the Agni both having Tahuti and a Polynomicon running on that Freya. It's going to be Hydra's Lament here for Thor as well. More CDR and a little more burst for him on top of the Titans being finished on Lassus there. And the best sitting on Polynomicon. Looking at Polynomicon plus the Obsidian Shard and looking to sell a Vampiric, I'm sure, for a Rod Tahuti shortly. Dignitas now going to group up and look to push. They take a tower here, and this is how they get back into this game. There goes the Magi's Blessing from Eonic, so now they have a real chance at locking him down and getting some initiation. In the meantime, check the mid lane. Barracuda going for a tier 2.
Yeah, and this is exactly, you're right, this is exactly what Dignitas has to do. They just have to powerhouse. Apollo's in the air. Barracuda is looking at this. This is the fight that Cognitive wants. Barracuda's going to land on... He's not going to land on anybody. It looks like there's a disengage coming out. Yeah, this is exactly what Dignitas needs to do. They need to go, they need to get towers, they need to force out ultimates, they need to force down tanks as the Spirit Tempest comes out and absolutely annihilates MLC Stealth. He's gone. Lassus is on other people. Eonic, he's gone. They're looking at Omega, and Anatoly is diving. He's diving deep. He's now changed his sights. He's not going to take that tower, and Anitzer gets Anatoly, as he said, spent way too much time in that tower. The stun comes out onto Lassus. Looks like they're going to turn this around. Lassus is down. The best is down. That man is down. And it looks like the entire team, with the exception of Shadowq, is down for the count. Shadowq is going to get away, but he's just a support. We're going to see Cognitive chase this kill, actually. They want this kill. They are hungry for blood. And after this kill, they might even change their mind and not get this kill. We're going to look for them.
No, they're going to go.
Objectives. Yep, nope, they want it. They want it. The tower is the only thing that can take them away from that, and instead they're going to kill a tower. Look to Cognitive to really shift the game right here. This could be the beginning of the end, as that 4-player deicide was a very, very big deal, and we're going to see towers just melt at this point, I think, Bart.
So the reason that they chased that so aggressively was that if they were able to secure the kill on Shadowq, there's no way that Dignitas can contest the Fire Giant attempt that's going to come up here in about 20 seconds. So the player's going to be responding about the same time that the Fire Giant does. Cognitive trying to set up for that. That's why they're comfortable chasing so far down the right side. And if they secure the kill on to the Athena, that means no Hand of the Gods 3. Fire Giant up in about 15 seconds here, and that's guaranteed to be where the next set of initiation is going to go down. If it's not, Dignitas, if they get caught out here on another part of the map, they definitely lose the game. They have to play conservatively around this Fire Giant, not let Cog get it for free, or even attempt to take it themselves, perhaps, as you see Shadowq de-warding there a bit. This is definitely where the next action is going to fly, F-Dot, and judging by how that last fight went, Dignitas, great aggression, continued to pursue that fight, but stayed a little bit too late, and once Anatoly